Developing a weird habit of getting on before Steven, Andrew.
That's now my motivation is just to beat people.
Good.
There's some satisfaction in being
Like
here first.
to the stream though, right?
Oh well, beating people in a sense is my own kind of challenge. However, I choose to define that as really up to me.
You know what? It's like my dad always said, find your joy. As he whipped out his belt. That's exactly the sound I made too. Just
Oh.
He would lay out like a wrench, a stick, and a belt and ask me to choose.
Oh my goodness. The sad thing is I was also gonna like quote a Robin Williams thing from the movie. It's one you could just start talking about right away. But before we get there,
oh no worries.
I'll just say that I got canes today.
Oh baby, was it worth it? Was it worth the drive?
Well, I happened to be dropping someone off at the airport, so
perfect.
It wasn't too crazy to go out of my way. I was gonna go around the Daly City way anyway, so I figured if I'm gonna go this way, I might as well get me some canes on the way.
Absolutely. Was it a dinner canes or a lunch canes?
Oh, this was dinner. This was like on the way home. So I Caniac combo for sure.
Oh Jesus! Did you finish it?
Of course.
Okay.
I also didn't mind that it had to sit in my car for 30 minutes because it is not like super close. It's a 30-minute drive back from Daly City. But it's okay. Even a tad bit cold, canes is pretty satisfying.
Absolutely. Hang on. There we go.
But I gotta tell you, I'll tell like Steven and Jerry this too, but I discovered a new thing to scratch my 90-day fiance itch.
Oh boy, what are you watching?
And not watching, like listening on YouTube.
Yeah.
One of the YouTube shorts was of like a radio show that I don't know. I think it's actually an old radio show. Like they're not actually broadcasting anymore.
Okay.
But they used to have a segment where they have people call in or they like send them emails, right, to try and get on the show.
Yeah.
And they tell them that they had a date with somebody, thought it went well, maybe have some other tidbits of information, but that person will no longer return their calls and they don't know why.
Yeah.
And so they use the radio show as a way to, hey, can you call them for me? and get to the bottom of why they didn't call back and try to get a second date. It's basically like they're not responding to my texts and calls.
Oh my God.
Call them for me as a way to sort of trick them into talking.
There was actually, I'm not sure if it was I think it was don't ask me how I know this. Snapchat used to have original programming. And I think one of the trashy shows they had was a show called Ghosted, which was similar to this, except that instead of like having the radio crew go call them and ask why they ghosted them. They would bring a camera crew and find that person and interview them, and sometimes even like put them together. Why, Steven?
What?
Of all the heads you could have chosen.
I don't know what else I was supposed to choose.
That's true.
Oh damn!
That's
I
true.
had mine made and everything. Hold on, I just forgot to change it.
You're just in your Team Rocket plushie.
I know. Okay. I realized that I wasn't in my uniform that I literally just made.
Yeah.
But Steven, I was telling Jared that I found my new like what I listen to in the shower thing, and like and it's scratching my 90 Day Fiance itch.
Uh-oh.
And it's I find them. It's on YouTube, and you can find compilations of these.
I see you all went a similar route here.
I'm really curious to see what Jerry
I'm
does.
curious to see what Jerry did.
I hope he shows up with like the genie head.
Actually, you know what? I almost want to share a link because they're short. The segments are kind of short.
Oh, okay.
But I'll explain it to Steven. So this was a YouTube short that caught my attention, which made me go dig it up and then find compilations and stuff of this. But it was an old radio show, like a Dave and Chuck the Freak type of thing, like a morning talk show.
Sure.
And they had a segment where listeners would ask them to call people they had been on a date with that will no longer return their calls or texts, to call for them to try and reconnect. And a lot of times, like the preface is usually like that person feeling like very innocent. They don't understand why they're not getting a call back, and then they actually somehow. And part of me is like, how is this real? There's no fucking way this is real, because the people answer. They answer a phone call from a stranger, and then proceed to like explain like why. If they can convince them, they'll explain why the date actually went wrong or why they don't want to talk to this person. And then it's revealed to that person who's saying it like, oh, and by the way, so and so is actually on the line listening to everything you're saying right now. And then it's the ending is always them. The ending is always them talking to each other, and it's always that funny like, are you serious? They're really here? You're joking with me.
No way. Oh no.
But I think one of my favorite parts, and this I want to share this one just before. I think it's short enough that we could just listen to it.
Yeah.
But one of my favorite parts is it's a morning show with like two people, like the host is like a guy and a girl, but there's a third guy, and he's not like talking, but he's just there laughing in the background. and it sounds like he's one of the people like what do you call them, like the engineers or someone like that's actually just running the sound and stuff. Like he's a little bit distant, but always there. And he has this fucking seagull laugh that kills me because these people are like breaking down. Like one chick was crying. Like she called and she was crying. She was like really upset and crying, and he just started laughing. She's like, he won't stop laughing at me, and he's like, I'm sorry. But it was killing me. Okay, hold on. I feel like it's worth. And this one was like about a grilled cheese, so I thought Steven would appreciate it.
Oh, of course. Although Steven isn't usually one to have opinions about grilled cheese.
Not historically.
Shut up.
All right, hang on. I need to set up the scene here.
Yes, the scene.
The scene.
So this is like, see, and again, this is perfect because it's just like you'll find an hour of these or something. But they usually are like I don't know, like 10 minutes each or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But the last one, hold on, let me see if you open this link. It's the very last one I think is a good one to listen to. Because it was broken up too, like on the YouTube page.
Gotcha. Is there like a timestamp I should look for?
110.
110?
Just go to 110, yeah.
Oh, segments. Okay, look at that. Oh, great. We got Subway Surfers. Perfect.
Perfect.
I was worried about my attention span.
I need something to look at.
Get in on this parsec. Oh, there you are.
Oh yeah, and it's got Subway Surfers, so you're good.
Good.
That's the laughing guy. Do you hear?
Wait, no, I haven't started it yet. Hang on.
Started yet.
It's probably playing on your end.
Is it playing on mine?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, still just playing it.
Oh shit. Okay.
All right, hang on. I'll hit play here. Well, hang on. Let me just boink.
A bad grilled cheese. So play a song.
Right.
Maybe it was the grilled cheese
that's
that
the
was,
laugh.
and it was nice, and it felt like we left on a good note. but I don't know. I'm confused.
The real question was how was your grilled cheese? Did it actually hold up?
It was really good.
Okay. And he thought so too?
Yeah, I mean, he said he liked it, but maybe he was lying. Maybe it was the grilled cheese that was the
I
problem.
fucking hate that
Yeah,
notification
it could
ding.
be. That's happened to me
Yeah,
before.
I hate it too.
Not called a lot of girls back because of a bad grilled cheese. So
That'd
play
be
a song,
Steven.
come back, call in, and get your second date update. All right?
Cool. Thanks, guys.
Okay, hang on.
Do you know where this
If you're just
is?
joining us for today's second
Like-
date update, Amy
I
is on the phone.
I didn't
and
look
Amy's
that
not
up. I
getting
have a
call
feeling
back.
it's like an LA
She
thing, but I'm not
sucks
sure.
making
It was a
grilled
while
cheese
ago.
sandwiches.
Don't even say that
Just
to her.
the worst. Am I right, Amy?
Don't say that. I'm gonna have to cut you if you keep talking like that.
See? And that's the kind of anger that really is behind the reason Amy thinks she's not getting a call back. She met this dude named Trevor online. They were talking about their love for grilled cheese sandwiches, so she invited him over to her place to make the best grilled cheese ever. She
Okay.
actually ended up kind of starting
His
to
name
burn
is
the
Gordon
sandwich, and
Ramsay.
then when he tried to help her out, she
And
yelled
boy,
at him
did
and
he
said,
have
"I can do
opinions
it
on grilled
myself,
cheese."
you a-hole," and then went and locked herself in a room. And surprisingly, he stayed, and they finished the date, and she said he actually seemed like he had a great time. He even stayed the night on her couch, and they had a kiss. But now he's not calling her back, so we're going to get him on the phone and find out why.
And you did apologize for the freak out, but did you dwell on it too much?
I don't think so. I mean, it happened, and then we laughed about it, so I don't really think that it could be that. But I don't know what else it could be either, though.
All right, well, I'm going to dial his phone number and see if we can find out why, okay?
Cool.
This is the part that blows my mind.
It's
where
absurd
they
that
answer the phone.
anybody picks up the phone
I don't
to an
believe
unknown
it.
number.
There's no way.
I
It
never
makes
do
me
that.
feel like none of this is
Hello?
real.
Hi, can I speak to Trevor, please?
Yeah, this is Trevor.
Hey, Trevor, how are you?
And they're
This is
just
Jubal
available.
from
Especially a
Brooklyn
guy
in the
who-
Morning.
Okay.
Okay.
Hi back?
Have you ever heard of Brooke and Jubal in the Morning before?
Yeah, I think.
Oh boy.
Okay, what do you think
Yeah,
it
I'm
is
trying to
then?
figure out if this is real.
There's no way this is
You
real.
guys are like a radio show, right?
Yes.
A thing.
And have you ever really listened?
No, not really. I know the name though.
Okay, cool. Well, that's a start. The reason I'm calling you today is because somebody who does listen to our show wanted us to call and get a hold of you.
It's also absurd to me
Cool.
that people would actually use a
Could
radio
be
show
cool,
thinking.
could not be cool.
Dude.
We don't know yet.
And well,
I
guess
feel like I
not.
would know some people who
Her
would.
name is
though.
Amy,
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
and Amy made you a grilled cheese sandwich.
Oh, that Amy. Oh.
yo,
Yes, she did. She told you about that?
Yeah, she did tell us all about that. We do a segment on our show called the Second Date Update. So Amy wants to know why you're not calling her back after your date.
Oh Jesus.
It's not that
I
I'm
just thought you were a little dorky.
Not really. I don't want to like.
It's not that I'm not calling her back, but I'm not calling her back.
I'm not calling. No, it's just I don't want to talk about that kind of thing. We had a nice time. It's just one of those things.
Amy's the one that wants
He's
to
being
know.
cool.
Yeah.
I mean, we're asking on her behalf. She said she'd be willing to hear whatever it is.
Oh Jesus.
I don't really know how much you guys already know. Like, how much do you guys know?
What's up, Gigi?
Well, we know that you
like even
bonded
having
over
this
grilled cheese
conversation with these
sandwiches,
strangers is weird to me.
and
Yes.
you were at
You'd be like,
her
"Ah,
house
never-
and
nah,
she
I'm good,"
made you
and just
grilled
hang
cheese,
up.
but at one point she
Yeah, there's
kinda
some
burned
people
it
that
and
that
then
do that,
yelled
which
at
I'm like,
you and
okay,
stormed off
so
to her
some
room.
people do.
And somehow you stuck around.
That was fun. No, the burning wasn't the thing. Like, she freaked out, but it was like cute. It was funny.
She,
Okay.
she slammed the pan
Yeah, it
down,
was like-
called you an a-hole, and you thought that was hysterical?
No,
I'm into
I
that.
wasn't like dying
Yeah.
laughing, but like that's not why I'm not calling back. That
Uh-oh.
wasn't an issue at
That's
all.
not it.
Okay, so the anger issue is not a big deal with you.
No, but I slept on her couch. We didn't share a bed, so I'm not saying that at all. But before, like, she went to her room and I was on the couch, she had some pictures on the
Here we
wall, like photographs, like professionally done ones that
Yeah.
people get, and they were of her and a guy embracing and like kissing, and these were like big pictures. These weren't
Oh
like the little ones.
no.
Did they look like engagement photos or something, like that style?
Yeah, like that kind
Oh,
of thing.
no.
Like, they
Don't
hired
be
a
so for that.
photographer to take pictures of them, like holding
It's
each
just her and her
other
dad.
and stuff. So I was just like, "What are those?"
And what'd she say?
She went, "Oh, that's my ex-fiance."
Uh-huh.
And I was just like, "Oh, that's weird."
if she's not currently with her fiance, then that's pretty strange to have.
Why would you
engagement
have
photos
those up?
of herself on the
Three of them though, hanging up, and they were big photos.
I'm sure
I
she's
can't
like, oh, but
stress
I
that
look
enough,
so
like,
good
they
in
were
them.
Yeah.
And you would
No,
think that if
you'll
you're
hear
having a
her
first date with a
explanation.
guy,
It's-
that would be, I don't know, something on the agenda to take down before he comes to your house.
Yeah, but I was willing, I guess, kind of to laugh it off because I am going to sleep there. I don't want it to be like super crazy
Yeah.
and weird.
Yeah, you're just like, I'm
And
here.
I'm
she
here to
goes,
survive now.
Yeah, we're still
Yes.
really good friends. So right there, I'm like, ugh, all right, cool, I guess.
Oh.
And
Really
then-
good front. Yeah,
And
weird.
then she says,
Oh,
I told him I would keep them up until I found someone that
What
I
I
could replace them
need.
with.
Man.
Whoa.
No.
And I was
Alright.
just like, oh, cool. And
That's awesome.
How
Yeah,
great
yeah.
for you.
but like I'm sleeping on her couch. I'm not gonna have like the greatest night's sleep. So I would like wake up and then just be looking at her
Oh.
and this, ex-fiance like kissing and holding each other.
Dude.
And when you were looking at it,
Weird.
you weren't thinking, I hope that's me one day.
No, I wasn't. I was thinking I need to sleep off the few drinks that I had and get out of here.
Yeah,
Really
yeah.
fast.
Well,
Guys, I don't like how this is going. I'm
Oh,
not. I'm
oh,
not into it.
Yeah.
oh.
What's going on?
oh, Trevor, that's Amy. She's actually on the other line listening.
Yeah, I've been listening
Oh.
to the whole thing.
Oh,
Oh,
Hey.
man.
The whole thing.
I mean,
Hi, it's nice to
I'd
hear
feel
from you
pretty
after 10 days.
justified.
It's nice to hear from you too after 10 days.
God, what a change in
I'm
tone
like-
she has.
So
Yeah.
disgusted right now. I cannot believe that that's the reason
What?
that you're like
Yeah.
not calling me or talking.
Can't
to me.
believe
because
it.
it's
Can't
it's a
believe it.
perfectly good reason.
It is a good
You have
reason to
pictures
not.
of you and your ex-fiance hanging in
So
your
what?
place. How could you
I
have a
invited you-
relationship?
Listen, I invited you into my home,
Uh-huh.
and it's my space, and you asked,
What?
and I just met you.
Oh.
It's the first time I ever met you. You know why?
Why are those things in your
this guy is
space?
my best
Can
friend,
you
okay?
can you answer
and Yeah,
that?
we're broken up now.
Why are you-
but
why are you
he's a
dating with
part
that
of my
stuff on
life,
your
and he's
wall?
part of my history, and I talk to him every day, and he's my best friend.
Does he need to be
and I
that big of a
care for him,
part of your history that you
and
immortalize
I don't
the
know why
engagement?
You're,
Yes,
you're reacting
yes.
like this. I don't think
And
it's
they're
great,
like
you know?
kissing in the
Wouldn't
photos.
You have pictures of you and your best friend. So what? We're kissing in the photos.
Yeah.
I think that's the point.
Hey,
That's
Katie.
for the photos, at least.
I would
Behind
never
closed
have
doors, maybe.
pictures of me and another girl kissing if I had anyone I was kind of romantically interested in coming
Dude,
to my
I
home.
met you for the first time. This is the first time I ever met you. I
This
invited you
isn't
to
this
my
isn't
house.
the
Only
issue.
reason
Why
I
are
invited
those
you
That's
photos
was
not
up?
the
because we were
problem.
talking about
Yes.
cooking and
Take
I
those
wanted to
photos
cook you
down.
something.
Take them
I'm not
like
gonna
you're not
sit
engaged
here
anymore.
and redecorate my house for some guy that
Who do you
know,
think
I
ended
might not ever see
the
again, which, By the
relationship?
way, I'm not going to.
I have
because
a
it's
guess.
been 10 days since we spoke.
All right, whoa. You need to slow down. This sounds way crazier than I already imagined. You sound
Crazy?
like you...
Crazy? You think I'm crazy? Well, you know
Oh, yeah.
what? You sound jealous, and a real man doesn't get jealous of other guys.
Okay.
So what?
Oh.
Bye.
I don't
Click.
even know if that's
Yeah.
necessarily jealousy. It's just I kind of don't want to
I'm
see.
not jealous. I'm
You know what?
creeped out.
Amy, can't you see that maybe it's a red flag that you're not quite over your past engagement, that you haven't taken the photos down?
Sure, fine. It's a red
Sure.
flag to some stranger who doesn't even know me, but I'm explaining to all of you people
Uh-huh.
that
Oh.
he is my best friend and I care for him. And why should I take down photos for some guy I met online?
But
Why would I do that?
I have pictures of my best friend in my house, and none of them are me and that person embracing.
I feel really sorry for you because all of you apparently have a problem with intimacy.
She's
I
like
do have a
calling
problem
everyone
with intimacy.
out.
I'm willing to admit that, but it is strange to have
Damn.
a picture of your
To be so
ex-fiancé
convicted that
on
you're
your
in the
wall.
right.
You don't think so at all?
Yes.
He's my best friend. He's
Okay,
my
but,
best friend.
why don't you put some other pictures of you guys as best friends up and not the
Yeah.
romantic ones?
Right.
Listen, I
Good call.
wake up every morning and
Uh-huh.
I look at those photos and I set an affirmation for the day and I say, I am going to find a best friend just like that. It's my motivation and it's what gets
What?
me through the day, okay?
Oh, that's
no.
sad.
Okay,
though.
instead of
That's
all that, Why
sad.
don't you just try
So
some like
sad.
orange juice and light exercise?
I don't think that's funny and I don't appreciate your sarcastic tone. phone, Trevor.
Trevor!
I spent a lot of money on those damn photos. Why would I switch them out with some piece of crap?
Because you're not engaged anymore, Amy.
What are you, my therapist? Are you guys like my therapist? Is that why I
She
called
called
the
out.
radio show to get therapy? That's not why I called in. And I am so upset that these are the results that I'm getting from this.
Guys, do you still need me on this one, or can I just
Actually,
No.
No, we got
I
enough
need him
content
real
in this
quick.
one bitch
Trevor,
real
would
quick.
you like to go on a second date with Amy? We will pay for it.
No.
Pay for
No.
Come on. One more date.
Go on,
Your own
man.
grilled
What
cheese
date?
sandwich.
Well, come on, I'll pay for
Okay.
it.
Will happily make grilled cheese.
I love that
sandwiches.
any
Oh,
insult that she could
don't
possibly
worry.
think of for this guy, he'll just be, yeah, all right.
You're never
I
gonna
guess
get
this
another
means
You're
I'll
never
never
gonna
see you again.
You're never gonna
Darn.
get grilled cheese like that again.
You are such an ass. Don't say anything about my fucking grilled cheeses, okay? Because you'll never
Oh.
get anything like that ever again.
Darn. Shoot.
I'm sorry, Trevor.
Oh, and hung up.
It does sound like she hung up too.
Dude, what was that? Are you serious? He is an insane person. Oh my god.
I feel like you should have seen that coming after that whole burned grilled cheese incident.
I'm just happy I'm alive right now. I'm lucky I got
Right?
out there alive.
Spending a night at that place. Jesus Christ.
God, I love Trevor. He's my
Trevor's a bro.
Christ.
What a bro, dude.
Trevor's a bro.
All right, time for the shame call.
Have time to finish the movie. Halfway, Pomo. I've always said that Good Will Hunting is best watched like passively.
Yeah. It's just on in the background. I don't care.
Yeah, you can Subway Surfer your way through a movie like that. You launched a video game this week. Did it make it into orbit?
No, it challengered.
There we go.
There it is.
There's the sound I needed.
Alright, let's just roll quick.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
He's out.
Uh-oh. On his movie, no less.
Maybe he's also finishing the movie.
Could be.
Oh no.
Oh, shit. This is gonna reflect poorly.
This will reflect in your score.
Yeah. So I not only take the movie into account, I take who suggested it into account.
That is part of. That's a new category I have.
Yeah.
No pickup.
Wow.
no.
That's rare. It is rare to get a no like a no pickup. I mean, maybe he was out drinking,
Partying all night.
party all night.
Sorry, we just discussed Good Will Hunting without him.
Let's get to our scores real quick.
Yeah. We just might as well expedite the whole process and just get.
Let's just breeze through this thing.
Yeah, I think we can get out of the stream in a type 5.
Yeah.
Although I guess
But I made this
I
thing
can-
and everything.
I know. I went through all the work.
All
to
the
put
work
this-
for like the 2 minutes that it took me to do this.
I can start with one thing that I was thinking about as I was watching this that could be mildly upsetting, maybe not upsetting, but more like disappointing or sad.
Oh.
I think
Robin Williams is dead.
Robin Williams
He
is dead. And I'm pretty sure, and I think I looked through his filmography. This is the first live action movie with Robin Williams that I've ever seen.
What?
You never saw Patch Adams?
No.
Well, that's. I'm trying to hold on. I'm curious about this. Let's pull up his IMDb real quick. Let's go through this. I feel like that would be very difficult.
Or at least like that I was like conscious that he was in the movie.
Right. Because you think Robin Williams, you immediately think
Genie.
Aladdin.
That's yeah.
Okay.
So
you didn't watch
Jared's
Dead
never
Poet
seen
Society.
Dead
not
we
Dead
had to
Poet
watch it in
Society.
school.
No, I didn't see
We had
it.
to watch it in school.
Have you
Not me.
seen Night at the Museum?
I did, but I didn't know
Jumanji.
that was Robin Williams. Haven't seen Jumanji.
What?
Wait, so you did see Night at the Museum?
Yeah, but I wasn't aware that was him. So
Oh, but you have.
so
seen,
I guess with
seen.
that qualify, I guess I've seen Night at
Yes.
the Museum, but I didn't.
I can't believe you haven't seen Jumanji. That's crazy.
I haven't
That's
seen
a shocking
Jumanji. Man of the Year, no.
RV.
RV.
Robots.
You've
never seen
Well, not
RV?
animated, not
Live
yeah.
action.
Right,
Yeah.
live action. Yeah.
One
Hey,
hour photo.
Bicentennial Man.
Not
Oh,
Bicentennial
you've
Man.
never seen Jared.
Oh wait, no,
We
Flubber.
need, like-
Okay, Flubber.
Flubber!
I saw
Flubber.
Flubber.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
I forgot about Flubber. Okay.
Dude, he's in so many things.
Not Jumanji.
Jared's awake.
Haven't seen Mrs. Doubtfire.
That's a shame.
Haven't seen Hook.
Hook?
Keeper. Whoa, never seen Hook.
Nope.
Damn.
Not Dead Poet Society.
That's
Okay.
not surprising.
Not Good Morning
That one,
Vietnam.
I thought because in school, like I had to watch it.
I
thought
didn't
we all
see
did.
that one. It was probably was it like an English class thing?
It was an English class thing.
Yeah, I was in
what's
the
her name?
I was in
I was
the
also
AP
in the
English.
gifted English, Jared.
Which one though? Wait,
With
which
Mr. Greaves.
which
I love
which
how
English class
condescending
though?
That just sounded, Jared.
I know.
I was in the gifted class. So
Yes.
We didn't watch things.
I
Like Dead
figured
Poet
we had.
Society.
did
I
all the
haven't
same
seen Robin
thing.
Williams, Elmer Fudd sings Bruce Springsteen.
Oh well, everyone's seen that. Mork and Mindy. You never saw an episode of Mork and Mindy?
No.
Have you seen an episode of Mork and Mindy? A full episode? I don't think so.
I know. Nanu.
Yeah.
That's it.
So
That's Robin Williams.
it was so weird for me to think about. So like, I am very familiar with this man and the movies that
Yes.
he's been in, but this is I think the first movie that I've seen where I like that's Robin Williams. Like I'm thinking that's Robin Williams. He's in this movie.
Look at Robin Williams.
Except maybe Flubber.
You've seen Flubber.
I've seen Flubber.
What did he think about that being Robin Williams?
No, I didn't know that was the genie.
Well, okay.
Like I,
think
didn't associate them with like as the same person, but I wasn't thinking about actors as a kid, you know.
You're
I'm just like,
you're
oh,
just
that's
thinking
the
about
guy from XYZ. No, I'm looking at the goofy Flubber twerking on the screen.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Jared was not his attention span was very short as a child.
Rinks
And
was
to this
actually planning on suggesting this movie if she ever would have make it to the
I have never seen this,
What Dreams May
I've also
Come.
never seen it.
Yeah.
but I have heard it was good.
Yeah. But yeah, no,
Robin
I was
Williams, I think the later movies they're just a little bit more sincerity in his acting, which I think I would like one day like to see.
I mean,
Oh,
Happy Feet.
Jared.
Happy
Naturally.
Feet
I've
too,
seen but
baby.
live action. I've seen him in so many animated movies. Robots, Aladdin, Happy Feet. Not many I'm very familiar with what this man looks like. I've seen him everywhere and I love the man. And then I just had never seen any of his movies.
You never saw him on that one episode of Whose Line Is It Anyways?
I've seen like a clip highlight of that.
Mm,
Yeah.
You never saw Steven? He was on Wilfred.
yeah.
There he is. Good morning, sweetheart.
Jerry! You're here.
Jerry, I know you're like
already
30
finished
minutes
the
late,
review.
but I just want you to know it's not your fault.
Oh my goodness.
Actually, no, in this case, it is your fault.
I know.
Jerry, no, Jerry.
I know.
Jerry, it's not
It
your
is your
fault.
fault.
It's not your fault.
I'm the left
I
side of
know
your
you-
brain, Steven's the right, and we're both just
No,
it's not your fault.
It's your fault. It's your fault.
Fuck with me, man, not you.
Don't fuck with me, dude.
We're
It's your
just
fault.
right now, Jerry, we're just talking about the fact that I discovered when I watched this movie, which by the way, record time, I watched this on a Tuesday.
Oh, why did you
Well, I
watch
watched
this
this
early?
today.
I don't know. I was
Oh,
sitting on the
Steven,
couch. I'm like,
super
what am I gonna do? I don't know. Oh shit,
guess
it's
I'll
like
just watch
7
it.
o'clock. I should just
That's
just
perfect
sitting
movie
here
time.
already. Yeah. But
Got
we
a
were,
movie
we were
review
just
to
talking
burn a
about the
hole in
fact,
my
Jerry, that this is one of the only live action Robin Williams movies that I have seen.
Oh, what? Wait. a museum is alive, and there was
Night at the Museum. I feel like he more has like a cameo in that than an actual like.
No, it's not
He's
a
a full-blown-
cameo.
Well, then that tells you
Roosevelt.
how much I remember that
Character.
movie. Then
He's not Ben Stiller, but he is not a cameo.
Yeah.
He was not cameo at all. He was like a main helper.
I don't count the movies that I don't remember enough to give a rating to. Because like I don't remember anything about Night. Oh wait, I rated it. Look at that. It's a 5. Well,
See?
I still don't know anything about it.
See?
Oh.
But yeah, name another Robin Williams movie, Jerry.
And what is that? Robin Williams. What is that movie name? Name of the movie. I mean, there are a lot of Robin Williams movies.
It's a lot.
So sudden that
I'll go
Robin-
through them again. Let's see. We have
There's some classics on here.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't even think Jumanji right away,
Oh,
but
no,
Jumanji.
what is that? Oh, Captain, my Captain.
Dead Poet
Dead
Society.
Poet Society.
I know that quote.
Yeah,
Haven't
has
seen the
not
movie.
that.
Yeah. And Robin Williams.
August
dressed
Rush?
as a woman.
Mrs. Doubtfire. Haven't seen it.
Doubtfire.
Yeah.
I know the movies you're talking about. I just haven't seen them.
Oh,
There's
shit.
an RV.
Yeah. Never seen RV.
You've
Bicentennial Man.
seen
No.
Aladdin. Hey, you've seen Aladdin.
Right, but I'm talking live action movies.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
No Patch Adams.
No Patch Adams.
Patch Adams is
Yeah.
Patch Adams is there.
And
I
Bicentennial
haven't seen.
Man.
I haven't seen Patch
Bicentennial
Adams.
Man.
Haven't seen Bicentennial Man.
Such a long movie.
I've seen Flubber.
So long.
So long.
Haven't seen
Jumanji's
Jumanji.
great. That's
Jumanji is there.
I haven't seen it.
It's like
Haven't
those are
seen
movies
Mrs.
like you had to
Doubtfire.
dodge them to not see them.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like,
what
it's
the
like,
fuck
it's
is
like
wrong with you?
I don't know,
one of
man.
the
What was your
movies.
family? What was your family watching when you grew
Blame
up?
my family because even
Yeah,
when
what were you watching?
I called my mom before the Indiana Jones review because it was her birthday, and I'm saying like, yeah, we started up like movie reviews again, and this time we're just talking about Raiders of the Lost Ark. She's like, you haven't seen that? And in her words, she says, "You're so behind the times."
Oh,
Behind the time? What?
yeah.
It's your fault, Mom.
You
Yeah.
didn't introduce
side
me
of this,
to
actually.
90s culture. Jared missed out on basically everything but Pokemon from the
missed
90s.
out.
I mean, shit. Even my goddaughter and her twin brother are talking to me about like watching Terminator 2 and the Predator, or not the Predator,
my
but like
goodness.
Predator. And I'm just like, my parents didn't do that.
Did you not? Like, what sorts of
I don't
movies?
if I would.
Yeah.
How
Yeah,
old
what-
were
Robin
you?
Williams was like iconic.
What sorts of movies? Let's see. We didn't really watch many movies as like a family. To my recollection, I would
When you think
generally
of movies you
I would
own,
generally just watch like Space Jam on repeat. That I had a
Okay.
VHS of that. I also
Yeah.
got Pokemon the first movie for Easter of all holidays, and I watched that quite
Yeah.
a bit. But these are all movies that I would watch just like by myself, just hyper fixated as a
Sure,
kid over
yeah.
and over.
we all had those.
Like
Like, you didn't have a movie collection? Like,
oh, we
your
had a
parents-
huge movie collection of like VHS tapes that like my dad would like
What-
record
what
on
are
the TV
first
and stuff.
ones you pictured? Oh, they were all recordings of.
Yeah,
Y'all
they
never
were
bought
like
VHS.
a couple of
Of
them.
course
Yeah,
you would
we
never
we
go
had
to
like
Yeah.
we had like the collection of like the Disney classics and Road to but still these are all movies that I would watch by myself.
Yeah, yeah.
The only movies that we would ever watch as like a family were like the claymation Christmas movies. Honestly,
Oh, like
Oh,
just,
that what is that? That
like
movie.
Year Without a Santa Claus was a big one. That was probably
imagine
the
watching
only
those
one.
Not during Christmas, and that's just like a thing your family
That's
does.
just,
No,
you know,
we
let's
didn't
just
watch
put
them
it
outside
on.
of Christmas. I'm saying that's probably the only time that
I
we
know.
would sit down
Is
and
you
watch a
only
movie
get to watch a
together.
movie as a family.
Yeah.
Jared
Yeah.
was just in his room alone so much.
Oh, well, if I wasn't in my room, I was in the basement playing games. Yeah.
Yeah.
But like movies, we had a lot. I mean, my dad has a gigantic collection of like DVDs and shit.
I've seen the DVD like storage that y'all have.
And you just
I don't know
never
if we even
decided to
watched
take the
any of them.
time to just watch them.
Why would I do that when I got a PS2 in the basement
My goodness.
with DDR?
Oh
All
my
right.
God.
But like, yeah, like the only times that
It
I
sounds
ever
like
really
it's your parents'
after like elementary school, when I would just like be obsessively watching like Space Jam or Pokemon or some shit, I never really watched any movies outside of the things that like y'all would take me to the theater to. Occasionally, I think my parents would take me to the theater. That's probably how I saw Shrek and shit. But
Yeah, and that's just like a normal birthday party thing for kids
Yeah.
too, to go see a movie when it comes out.
Right,
Best movie.
right. But yeah, I'm so behind the times.
That's so funny. I would be like, I'd be yelling at my parents like, you robbed me of like the peak era.
Do you
of
have
movies.
any idea how much I embarrass myself in public conversations?
Iconic. I don't know anything.
People hate me just because I haven't seen something.
It's
I've already
like everyone
triggered
reference-
Gingy. For reference, Gingy, this series originally started as a way to introduce me to a bunch of classic movies because that would always be the response of like, I've never seen an Indiana Jones movie or I've never seen Star Wars. Just be like, fucking what? Why? What? And they would just get like upset. Just be like, I don't know, man. I just don't watch movies, I guess.
I'm behind the times.
Yeah.
On the times, I don't know what to say.
Because for me, like, again, after elementary school, movies were like a social thing that you went and did with people. And once I left high school, those sorts of people that would invite me to like movies and stuff stopped being nearby me. So I stopped watching movies.
The chance, like the time when movies would or would not have become a part of you were in your young years, like
my seminal years. Yeah.
Instead of just watching the same movie and over and over again, maybe like expanding your horizons a little bit.
That wasn't my responsibility as a 6-year-old.
I think Jared's family just robbed him of movie culture,
Mm-hmm.
and so, but like it missed its.
And I had
chance
to
latch
replace
on.
it with anime. They made me who I am today.
They did this.
Yeah. Everything you
turned
hate
him
about
into-
Jared, it's his parents' fault.
Yep.
And trust me, there's a lot to hate.
I learned it
And then
from
you just
years of
quickly
neglect.
replaced it all with video games. But see, like I feel like Steven and I played a lot of video games too.
We did, but we also watched a
We
lot.
also watched a lot of movies.
Yeah,
like a lot of movies. What was it like? What were Evan and Erica doing?
Soccer.
Yeah, but we did
I
that
don't know.
too.
I
We
don't
did that
know.
too.
I feel like we
Jared,
did all
everything.
the same
There's
stuff.
no way you just played video games all the time.
We-
What
I
the
can-
fuck were you doing with your life?
I can tell you, I don't think my sister has ever seen an Indiana Jones movie either.
Oh my goodness.
Probably not.
But she does like.
What did you
Bud
watch?
Light.
I got started on Bleach, Gingy.
Yeah, and then he poisoned Steven.
I have a whole willingly. Yep.
Willingly.
We have a whole list here, but let's see what I watched in like.
This list compared to the
school.
movies he's seen is what's wild. Because
Yeah.
you assume
Oh, there's
Dude,
you think about the movies you saw from ages like 2 to 10, like in the myriad of movies that you saw in those like
You know
4
my
years.
other issue about this list right here though?
What's that?
Is when's the last time you watched anime?
A very long time ago.
That's my
like a couple of years.
That's my problem with Jared.
He's also
I've
giving
replaced
up on
it with
anime.
I've replaced it with manga at this point. I have read fuck tons of manga in like the past couple of years. It's just been a little
But the gen-
transition. It
The
ebbs and
genre
flows.
has narrowed, but the genre has narrowed.
No, it hasn't. Are you kidding me? The
Isn't
genre?
it- don't you read a lot of like the similar stuff?
No, I read it like there's a mix of like slice
all
of life
movie
stuff.
anime.
I'm reading a
Movie anime.
I'm reading like an apocalyptic sci-fi series right now called Blame. This Blame, which is really neat. Vinland Saga was huge. I read a bunch of horror things.
Okay. I guess I'm only thinking about the stuff that you were
some
buying when
romance
you were
stuff.
in Japan.
Yeah, I usually buy those things in Japan just because those slice of life things they're easier to read. Like the vocabulary is not like crazy or anything like that. It's
gotcha.
they're generally just a lot more straightforward, so I can trust myself to be able to read those and comprehend them. But yeah, no, I'm reading a huge variety of things. I'm going to the point where like I'm looking at like random like one shots and shit, just be like, oh, this looks like a neat idea, and I know nothing about it. Let's pick it up. Like I'm dabbling in a bunch of
invested
things.
in manga
Yeah,
culture.
yeah. So I'm sure there'll come another time when I like pivot the other way and start watching anime again. But I'm deep in the.
I don't know.
I don't think so actually.
We'll see.
I think it's like you left anime behind the way you left movies behind. I think it's gone until you're forced.
No, but I actually liked anime.
We have to have an anime screening now.
It
Sure.
sounds that way.
We
We
could.
watch
Yeah,
a new
it's
anime.
gonna happen.
We should start one thing for each of us. So for Jerry, we'll start every week. We watch a new episode of Breaking Bad.
Oh my goodness.
Ouch!
I mean, if that's what it's gonna take to get you to
That's what
finish
it takes.
making
Andrew,
that-
I'm gonna need you to start reading Oyasumi Pun Pun at some point.
Oh yeah, Pum
You
Pum.
son of a bitch.
Yeah, it's sitting. I can see it from where I'm sitting. I'm
Goddamn.
looking at it.
Goddamn.
Right now.
Purchased it and everything.
I did. I was ready to read it, and then I remembered I hated reading. It'll come back.
You know, it's fair,
You
it's
got
fair.
us, but you
I,
can't.
I
get me.
recently reread this one shot from the same author, Solanin, which still so fucking good. Highly, highly recommend.
Pretty good.
Solanin.
My style.
Oh, you would really like it, Jerry. I've also personally recommended it to Rocco. We'll see if he ever reads it. But yeah, what did I watch in high school? It was mostly Bleach. If I'm thinking like my early anime watching days, it was
You read the monster, my man.
I have 15 episodes. I need to get back into it.
Finished.
Yeah. What was after? I mean, I was reading a shit ton of Shonen Jump every month. So that's basically my only exposure to One Piece. Was like the Arlong arc.
Okay.
Or actually, it started in the middle of the fight with Luffy. So I was very confused, but enjoying it.
Oh,
Decently
interesting.
there.
Yeah, that's not
Yeah.
nothing.
And let's see here. Yeah, it was basically mostly Bleach throughout all of high school. I think I started reading Berserk like late high school. And it wasn't until like I met some other weebs in college that I started expanding my horizons a little bit more. So that's when I picked up like hang on, let's go to the
Some
that's when I picked
horizons
up
shouldn't be expanded.
That's when I picked up stuff. You're telling me to watch anime, you dumb fuck. What are you talking about? Yes, it was when I was like in college when I started watching like. Oh wait, no, Lovely Complex was huge for me in high school too. Oh, I loved Lovely Complex. But it was like Steins Gate, Gurren Lagann, Melancholy of Heart, Who's Me. I really like that one, but that's not. Okay, good. At least I have Jerry on my side, but that's not convincing to the Ruds.
I don't know what that is.
Similar to
I
K-On!
like
It's a slice of life one.
Okay.
More college stuff. Let's see. Oran High School
He's
Host
too-
Club. Oh wait,
he's
Death
not
Note was
old enough
also
for
high school.
Dragon Ball.
I watched Dragon Ball. I watched the English dub of Dragon Ball sporadically on Toonami, but I never like followed it.
I feel like Dragon Ball was a generational
I'm gonna
thing.
hot take here. Dragon Ball's overrated.
I kind of think Dragon Ball sucked. I'm sorry.
It's like the Indiana Jones. It's history because it's so old.
I get it.
It inspired. I appreciate
Revolutionary
how
at that
much
point.
it inspired, but I don't.
But I had like
missed out by
I
not
had like
watching
an
it.
explosion renaissance in college because that was like also Code Geass. Oh, I watched Baccano in high school too, or Lucky Star in
Lucky
high
Star.
school. Yeah. Baccano.
Lucky Star.
Let's see here. What else? Elfen Lied, Higurashi, Madoka Magica, Love Chunibyo. Attack on Titan was, I think, the gateway
finished?
for that. I haven't
I guess
finished
that
it.
was a college thing.
It was a college
Yeah,
thing. Yep.
Finished.
Kill la Kill.
I remember watching the first episode of that, or the first few episodes of that in Zach's basement.
It holds. Oh yeah, Attack on Titan. Yeah.
Attack on Titan, yeah.
Hell yeah. Do that opening slap. Watamote. Okay. And then post college, there was I made another list of like I need to get back into watching anime, which is why I believe it will happen again because I made a list of all the
You think
shows
so?
that I plan
Okay.
to watch,
Okay.
and that's when I picked up.
Oh,
let's see.
I do want to see your
Pet
do
Girl
you
Sakura
have the
So.
plan to watch list filled out on here.
Not really, but we can look through it.
Okay.
It's not very updated. I might have the list on my phone actually, because that's where I was keeping track of it. But I watched Pet Girl Sakura So, underrated one. I love this. I actually own it. Maiden Abyss, fucking game changing. Vinland Saga,
Fucked up. Like,
Promised Neverlands, Agretsuko. Yeah, season 1 only. Oh wait, Beastars isn't here, but I watched Beastars, season 1 only. My Hero Academia, Wotakoi, Agretsuko. Oh no, there's Beastars.
There's Beastars.
What else? Kaiji, both seasons. Citizen Children, Devilman Crybaby, Joshiraku, Student Council, New Game. New Game's so mid.
I watched a couple episodes of that, or tried to, or something.
Yeah,
But
it's not great.
good.
So there was a time like, and that was in the span of like a couple months that I was watching all of this stuff. Maybe even like 2 months or so. I was like going through it, and then eventually I stalled out. I think on My Hero because that was so much longer, and I was invested in it. And I think I caught up with it, and then maybe that was around the time that I started applying to graduate school stuff. So that's kind of when I got busy. But let me see if I can find my plan to watch on my phone, because that's probably more, because that's where I was keeping track of like, all right, what am I watching next or whatever. It's gonna be an old ass note.
Oh, Steven, I tried to watch Andor.
Oh no, is
you?
it bad now?
I don't like it anymore.
You don't like it?
Well, that's just what happens when a TV show goes.
now
You're watching alone.
No, you don't have to.
I never even watched the
Well,
first
now,
season.
now, Steven, you don't have to bother.
If I've heard anything about Andor, it's that it's like one of the best new Star Wars IP that's come out in a very long time.
And now it sucks too. So
Oh, no.
I'm done. I can't.
Okay, I got
watching
it.
Last of Us season 2?
That I'm not even gonna try. I'm just playing. That's one where I'm like, I don't need to watch it. I can play the game, which I'm literally doing
very
right now.
fair.
All right.
I watched the first couple episodes just to see just how bad it is, and it's
Yeah,
bad.
how do you think they handled the what would shock everyone that didn't play the game?
Not great.
Of
I mean,
course.
to be fair, I think it's just like people are giving a lot of hate to the
The actress.
She's bad at acting. I don't think she deserves all the hate for her being ugly. That she has no control over that.
Oh, damn.
But a lot of people are saying that. They're like, she doesn't look like Ellie, but it all boils down to I'm not attracted to her. I'm like, "Dude, shut the
Damn.
fuck up."
Well,
You
that's
weren't
all- that's
supposed to
all-
be in the game.
Exactly.
That's all people really want is just. I want to bang this actress.
But I don't think she. At least she doesn't feel like the same sort of intensity as in-game Ellie. So I don't know.
Like,
But
yeah.
but the thing is, in Last of Us season 1, nobody likes Ellie because she's pretty. It was like there was a character that.
I hope not. She's
people
13
liked.
in the first one.
Oh.
Oh, by the way, Diesel, I have not read or watched Your Lie in April. I think that's on my
haven't
list
watched
actually.
Live action.
All right, let's see. I got my list here, and it's a huge ass list.
I'm sure it's
Big
massive.
whopping list.
Some of these I've already seen. So Wotako I've seen. Mob Psycho 100 was on the list. Then we have
Yeah.
Promised Neverland, My Hero Academia. So I crossed those out. Your Name, I finally have crossed out.
Did that?
5
Wait, you crossed out
centimeters
My
per.
Hero Academia?
Well, in terms of like, it's on the list
You
of like,
tried to
oh,
watch
I
it.
did watch this. Okay,
Oh, okay. You can say you've seen
because this
was
was made in like 2018 or something when I first wrote all this stuff
So
down.
outdated.
Yeah. So we got like Your Name,
Red
5 centimeters per
Dawn's
second.
not even on here.
Bunny Girl Senpai, Akagi, because I really liked Kaiji. Bakemonogatari, Chihaya Fuyu, Dragon Maid, I would probably like. Food Wars is on here. Fooly Cooly.
Hell yeah.
Cowboy Bebop, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood.
Fuck yeah.
Kaguya-sama Love is War. I did watch Kaiji. Katanagatari seems neat. Kids on the Slope. Kokoro Connect I did see. Konosuba I feel like I would like. Steins Gate Zero, I need to finish that one, although I did go through the visual novel, so I would
mean,
probably
I
watch
know
it.
what happens, but I think it's still good a good watch.
I feel like I would still enjoy it. Toradora, Your Lie in April is on this list, Diesel. Made in Abyss I watched. One Punch Man, Perfect Blue, Akira, Welcome to the NHK, Anohana, and Golden Kamuy.
Nice.
There was a lot that was on here, and then eventually I kind of just like stalled out.
It's too much, and then it'll just keep stacking up. There's gonna
Right,
be new
but
things.
I
that
still
show
have,
up.
but I still have a backlog of like, all right, I'm ready to get back in anime again. Here we go. Like, there's still, I read some of these, and it's like, oh yeah, how have I still not seen Mob Psycho?
Yeah,
Like,
but like a list
Do
is
you-
all fine and well, but
do
you
you
gotta actually
have-
do it at some point, and I don't.
I
think
don't
you're doing
know.
it.
I'm
if
not
you have
gonna
the
do it on
atonement
your
plan.
time,
What are you
sir.
starting with? What are you starting with? What's
Prob-
the first anime you're gonna watch?
Probably Mob Psycho,
Yeah, right
honestly.
now.
Probably Mob
What's-
Psycho.
What's number one?
Probably Mob Psycho. You want me to say it again? It's fucking Mob Psycho. Maybe Dandadan. But that was the one that popped out at me on the list when I was reading through this for sure. I do like Cowboy Bebop and Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood in particular feel like gaping holes in my weeb like
Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is
Those are
one of
kinda
the goated
historical.
10 out of 10 anime
Right.
that everyone needs to watch. So.
right.
And just
Oh, a Demon Slayer.
normal
I'll
Full
just
Metal.
add Demon
also
Slayer.
is very good.
That's
If
also
even
an
my
important
host
one.
mom says I should watch Demon Slayer, I should probably watch Demon
Whoa.
Slayer.
I
That's
also
like
just really like
their-
Jujutsu Kaisen, but I don't.
Jujutsu
You don't
Kaisen
have
is
to
another
watch it.
one.
You'd probably like it. I don't know.
I think people in a few years will call it like pretty influential.
Mhm.
I'm sure it's going to influence a lot of the anime style that you see in the next few years.
Yeah. And nobody's going to be trying to emulate the style of Demon Slayer because they don't want to spend the money, I'm sure.
They can't.
Well,
It's
Jujutsu-
impossible.
they
No one can
Jujutsu
actually
Ka-
do it.
Jujutsu Kaisen kind of went there too with like how they were
There's some pretty crazies.
animating towards the end. I mean,
You know
it was
what?
always
Fuck it.
decent, but-
While I already have this list open, what are some that were not on that list
that you
that I
should
should add?
You already added Dandadan, I think.
Dandadan's there, but I'll add it to this list so I don't forget it. So we got Dandadan. What else came out since like 2018 or earlier? If I haven't,
Solo
See.
leveling's pretty good.
Solo Leveling, okay.
Gingy also says Jujutsu Kaisen.
Jujutsu
I think
Kaisen?
put it.
Okay.
Pretty
I
fucking
mean,
It's on the list.
as me who's not as deep into this stuff, I think it's Jujutsu Kaisen. It's very much
Hunter x Hunter
unusual.
is a classic.
Oh,
That's a long one. I'll have to.
It's not that long.
How
It's
long
only
is
like
it?
148 episodes. 148. It's fine.
Almost
No
every
fillers.
single other.
Keep
Okay, if
going.
there's no fillers, that's a game changer. But almost every single other anime on this list is like 30 episodes max. So it'll be an outlier. In the same way that My
Slayer?
Hero was an outlier.
Have you watched it?
Goblin Slayer?
Have you watched the Goblin Slayer?
No, but I remember you bringing it up while we were.
Haikyuu for sure.
Haikyuu?
Jared.
Okay.
Haikyuu,
Watch
Jared.
Haikyuu.
Oh,
Okay.
That's like
dude,
Fanboy
come
for
on.
Fate Stay. No.
For sure.
Okay, here's my thing with Fate Stay though, Diesel. You seem to be very familiar with it. Where the fuck do I start?
What is
Where do I
Fate
start
Stay-
with that series?
Fate Stay Night, easy.
Fate Stay Night?
Fate Stay Night 0. Yeah.
I have no idea.
All right.
Seen those words thrown around a bunch. I don't know what
Oh,
it is.
Overlord.
Fate Zero, then Stay
Or
Night.
Fate Zero,
Okay.
then Stay Night. Whatever. I think I did watch Zero first. I can't remember. It's been so long. I've only seen like 3 of them.
Okay.
Let's see. What else is out there?
Overlord. Have you watched the Overlord?
No, I've heard good things
Uh,
about Overlord.
I like the first season of Overlord, but the second season.
Yeah, I
can't
like
Overlord.
the. Yeah, it gets bad, worse and worse. But first season is worth watching.
Mm. Either order is fine. All right, then. I'll just go with the order that Massive shared. Assassination Classroom. I have seen, or I have heard of that one quite a bit. That's the one with like the little googly moogly.
It's a smiley face, dude.
Yeah, the yellow guy with the
Yeah.
cap and gown on. Yeah.
Yep.
There's some cool parts in that.
Okay.
I think it's one of those shows where it's really carried by the really cool parts, but there's a lot of not.
Okay.
Some boring parts in it. for
Isn't
me.
the premise like to graduate from the class you have to like kill the teacher or something? Is that the premise?
Kinda,
Or?
yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Okay.
They're all like basically trained to be assassins. You kill him.
Gotcha.
and, if they don't by like a certain amount of time, then they all would fail or whatever.
I see.
Oh, what is the animation like? There's a time traveler. He goes back to time, and there's like a shortcut blue hair girl, like who is made.
Oh, ReZero?
Oh, ReZero.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
He doesn't go back in time, but he like
The little time loop thing.
resets. He like comes back to life. That's good. I watched that recently.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
I
that
watched it.
recently had a new season come out or something, right?
Season
Kaiju
3
number
just
8.
ended.
have
I
not
only
heard of
watched the
Kaiju
season
Kaiju number
1,
eight's
but that was
pretty good.
great.
I'll read the manga for this one.
This doesn't look familiar at all. Oh wait, no,
Jared,
this
well,
looks familiar.
You can relate to the main character. He's in his 30s.
Oh, sick!
Ooh,
Yeah.
you know, I think it shows growth that the romance manga that I'm reading these days take place in an office rather than a high school.
Hey, there you go. That's something.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I'm of the opinion,
I-
my anime hot take, it might not be that hot of a take in this group, but Ryokan episodes, better than beach episodes. They're the new standard.
Easy. That's why, like, are we even debating about that? Like,
I mean, they're naked in the Ryokan, so
Depending on the group of people you ask, I'm sure there will be some hot opinions. I don't think anyone in this chat's going to be upset by that take, but you go to like our anime with an opinion like that.
oh, I'm sure that would spark some debate.
Let's see. What else was that? Ghost in the Shell. I haven't seen any of those.
Ghost in the Shell.
Should I watch Evangelion? Does anybody have any
I haven't
opinions?
seen it.
Yeah.
I don't have any
Evangelion.
opinions on it.
So it's
Ooh.
so
Delicious
Evangelion
in
is
Dungeon, you should
actually
watch
my
that.
young,
yeah, I've heard of that one.
like a young, like a most favorite anime. It's very much worth watching. I'm not sure about the recent movie of Evangelion, but original one was worth watching.
Okay.
I think you should watch
But
Sunny
you
Boy.
gotta take this opinion from my younger Jerry, because like, there was nothing to do, and there was Evangelion. I watched it with my friend. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Sunny Boy, Steven?
SONNY.
This one sounds familiar.
This one is
Oh.
art. incarnate.
Oh,
and the
fuck.
music's really good.
I'm already vibing with the art style.
The art style is really good, and there's just some trippy fucking shit that goes on. In it.
Okay. Ooh, this
It's one of
might
those,
might
like-
jump to the top of my list.
One of
Honestly.
those things where it's you either get it or you don't, sort of thing. It's
Yeah.
like very like abstract. The story and
Okay,
stuff, but
okay.
I liked it. I liked it a lot.
Definitely speaking Jared's language.
I'm vibing with this shot for sure.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Okay.
But girls not wearing glasses. I'm not sure about that.
There's a
Jerry,
short
I'm not.
haircut,
I'm
though.
a simple man, but I'm not that simple of a man.
There's a short hair girl. That's fine.
Don't worry.
There's one oh Summertime Rendering was good.
I've heard of that
25
one.
episodes.
Yeah, I've heard of that one. Rendering. Let's see. Let's just go to top
Chainsaw Man.
anime.
Chainsaw Man's fun. That was
Yeah,
just more of just like for the absurdity of it.
it's
Yeah.
always been on my list because I've actually okay. Hang on, I haven't read Chainsaw Man, but oh god damn it, come on. This guy
Where did-
here, his
Where does Boink Rook?
Bonk bonk.
I have not read any of Chainsaw Man, but I did read his one-shots, which are fucking phenomenal. Goodbye, Eri. Really, really fucking good. Just like one-shot manga about a kid who like what's like the hang on. Let me just like read the back of the box here. Is a Japanese one-shot manga written and illustrated. Oh, come on now. Oh fuck, I'll just grab it. What the fuck?
I literally own it. I'm just gonna get it.
Just get it.
I have it here.
Got it right here.
We gotta be careful. We're just gonna send him deeper into his manga pit.
I mean, that's true.
So
What do we do about that?
you have Goodbye, Eri. It's only this long. Yuta's movie-making career started with a request from his mother to record her final moments. After her death, Yuta meets a mysterious girl named Eri, who takes his life in new directions. The two begin creating a movie together, but Eri is harboring an explosive secret.
Oh,
And the
She's
cool
his
thing,
mom.
the cool thing about this is like all of the manga. This is what the entire manga looks like. These little 4-panel things.
Every wow.
Because it's meant to look like it's being shot on an iPhone, and he even has like
Oh.
camera blur and stuff of like moving things around. It's all being done in like first person, like through an iPhone, and it's
that's pretty creative.
it's a really fucking cool little story. Another one that I think everyone on this call would enjoy. Oh shit, green screen.
I
Look
can't
Back.
see it.
It's called
What is that?
Look Back.
I can't see it though.
Well, did you look at the back? What's on the back?
I did
It
not look at the
recently
back.
got a movie adaptation on Amazon Prime Video that I've been meaning to watch. It's basically a manga about drawing, essentially, and it's kind of got like not as hardcore as Whiplash, but similar sort of vibes of like this person's constantly trying to
Ambition.
improve their craft, like follow their ambition and get better, to an almost like obsessive sort of degree, but also just like the journey that sort of lifestyle will take you, the people that you meet, and how they change
Yeah.
you and stuff like that, how people enter your
cool.
life and change it for the better or for worse. It's super duper short. It's got a movie that I'm definitely going to be watching at some point. Oh, it's just so good.
It's just that movie's just gonna let you down, Jared.
It might, but well, no, I've seen a trailer and it seems to I dig the style
Jared.
and it's looking good.
Jared's gonna let you down.
It's gonna let you down.
It's just
But-
gonna let you down.
Hate to break it to you.
Yeah, so that is to say that I've read some of this guy's work and I'm a really big fan of it. I just haven't seen or read Chainsaw Man. So it's on my list. I think I'm just deciding whether I want to read it or watch it, honestly. I think that's the only thing.
That's some crazy range for that writer.
Yeah. Yeah.
Chainsaw Man and Look Back. Damn.
Oh, we got
Alright.
Free Ren here. Apparently ranked
No.
number 1 on my anime
No.
list, outranking Full Metal Alchemist
Andrew-
Brotherhood
Andrew's
at this
just a
point.
hater. Andrew's just a hater.
No.
It's good.
Should add this
It's
up.
No, it's not.
It's good.
fun.
It's good.
It's good.
What
I
is
like-
good
I
about
like
it?
premises.
It doesn't
Bad about
actually address. It doesn't address any of what's interesting about her character, and it only does it in a shallow way once every like 30 episodes.
And that's
always the
purpose
same
of the
thing.
anime. He's got
This-
no like emotion, and she's
I know that's the point. They don't actually address. They barely address it, and they only address it on such a shallow, predictable level.
We gonna spoil it, right? So I'm gonna make a.
There's nothing to spoil. Nothing happens in the anime. It's boring.
These two used to be number 1 and 2, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood and Steins Gate, and they would compete for number 1 very frequently. Like Steins Gate would be number 1, then Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood.
Guys, do y'all really think that it deserves that 9.3 over Full Metal Alchemist and Steins Gate?
No, I don't think.
This is definitely like some recency bias.
What you're saying it is.
It's but my thing is it's bloated. I think we can agree on that. People
Hunter,
just
number 8.
on the L.
This is actually one of my first manga experiences ever. Gintama. It was like a preview of like the very first Shonen Jump issue that I got. It was just like, it wasn't even a part of like the serialized thing. It was just like a preview. It was like, here's the first 2 chapters. I'm like, this is fucking cool.
So
Right,
I was like very confused because people around me like saying Gintama is so fucking hilarious, but it was so deep Japanese style joke. So
dude, it was hardcore Japanese. It takes place. It takes place in like an alternate history, like Tokyo, where like you know that period of time in Tokyo or like in Japan's history where like the samurai were slowly kind of being phased out. And they kind of started, they started turning into just like swords for hire.
I don't know.
I think that's actually what it's called.
Course, yeah.
But it takes place in that period, but at a time when aliens invaded and colonized the planet. So now there's like aliens around, and but these samurai are still sort of like swords for hire for certain things and shit. It's goofy bonkers. Cool. It's cool.
I like it.
Yeah.
It's like a Cowboys and Aliens, but for the Asians.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Let's see. What else do we have here? Violet Evergarden, I've heard good things about. Lot of Vinland Saga Season 2.
Yep.
I'm gonna need to go through the Attack on Titan series at some point. I think I've only ever finished season 1.
Now that it's bingeable, it's good.
Yes.
You can just
because I had to wait like what 2 years for season 2, and by that point I was already onto other stuff.
You fizzled out.
Yeah.
That one's
the hype died.
Yeah. Kingdom. One Piece ? Number of episodes.
Dude, the One Piece being 8.73 and Free Run being I can't abide this. I'm sorry.
Let's see. 86 I've heard things about.
86 is good.
I didn't even know there was a season 3 of Mob Psycho. Fuck! I got a lot to catch up on.
Oh!
It's stacking up.
Let's see. Oh, it been stacking up. GTO was on my list. An ex-biker gang leader now becomes a teacher or some shit. Okay, let's see. Okay, so Look Back is that's good. That's good. I've heard good things about Odd Taxi actually.
Taxi. I don't know anything about it, but I have heard things about it.
Yeah. This is one of those shows where I was intentionally trying to avoid looking anything into it because apparently it's meant to be like some sort of like noir mystery sort of thing. So I'm just like, all right, I don't want to know too much about it if I'm going to watch it. It's only 13 episodes.
Oh, you know that was pretty good that came out recently that I watched was Negative Positive Angler. It's a fishing anime.
What?
It's good.
Oh shit.
Like
okay.
About fishing.
And it's like an urban fishing sort of thing where they like go to the docks and fish.
They're in Tokyo and they just go to like, the docks and shit. And, it's good.
Okay.
I like it.
All right.
Fishing. You have my attention.
Premise, I guess. Well, the main character is like dying, I guess, essentially.
Uh-huh.
He's got like 2 years to live.
Yeah.
And then a whole bunch of shit happens that he finds his way into the fishing community.
In the fishing community.
As one does.
I've actually heard good things about Ping Pong the animation, despite its weird ass art
past
style.
The animation. I couldn't. I tried. I tried so hard. It's just so weird looking.
What does it look like?
Oh, I'll show you. Oh, we'll definitely need the watermark for this. YouTube does not like it when we watch anime.
Is this a ping pong animation or is it just called ping pong?
It's called Ping Pong the animation. Yeah, let's watch the official trailer.
Madman. Okay. Okay.
Huh. So
I don't know. I
adult
find
swim looking.
there's something kind of raw and pen about it, like very
I don't
hand. Like,
I don't mind it. It's not what you picture when you think anime, that's for sure.
it depends on the tone of the show, but
Yeah.
I imagine that this is the tone of the show.
What do you mean by the tone? Like, what are you seeing tone wise?
I mean, this tone is very non-serious.
Gotcha.
Like, it's
Apparently,
very-
it
it's
does
very-
get like it gets dramatic. Like, apparently, a lot of people really praise like the story and characters, particularly just like the character drama. I think the way that I've heard this is it's sort of described in like a Haikyuu sense, where like you really care about the
okay.
characters and how they perform and how much they grow and stuff like that.
Friendship, belief.
Yeah. So
I don't know. I probably wouldn't dismiss it right away, but I understand it is pretty jarring. It's just nice
I
to
watched
see.
the first couple episodes.
it seems
You
like
weren't into
something
it.
that would take some getting used to.
It's risky. Like that's the
It's
thing.
very
I
risky.
I appreciate the risk, but yeah, if it didn't land, it didn't land.
Yeah. So let's see. What else do we have here? What is that? Nope, I don't know. Kaguya-sama, I'm sure I would really enjoy. There's Haikyuu. I've heard good things about the cyberpunk anime.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen it.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Like a game adaptation thing?
It's an it's like
It's just in the world of.
it's in a world, but it's animated by. Oh, Jared, do you know about this?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's animated by
I
Studio
saw.
Trigger, which is a very, very popular.
Oh right.
Yeah, animation studio.
I've heard of Studio Trigger.
Yeah. Dungeon Meshi. I don't know what that one is. Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann. I haven't seen any of the movies. I should probably watch that. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is kind of low on my list, but that also feels like a cultural sort of like empty.
I watched the
Black
first
hole.
season. I liked it, and then I just don't love the idea that every season's just a bunch of different characters. I'm like,
Oh, gotcha.
I like being able to follow characters.
Oh my God. No joke. I read this like last week.
Oh yeah.
It's
Is that the one with about the pancreas one?
in in English, the title is called "I Want to Eat Your Pancreas."
Yeah.
And the meme that I would see everywhere is that this fucking anime or this fucking manga made me cry. It's so fucking sad. And it's called "I Want to Eat Your Pancreas."
I want to eat your pancreas.
But in like a loving way.
Yeah, but like a good way.
The meme is real. This got some tears out of me.
Best way possible.
It worked.
It worked.
got him.
It got me. Son of a bitch. It got me. So
Right in the pancreas.
right in the pancreas. Darn. It's good.
Dang it.
I really enjoyed it. Perfect Blue seems neat. Steins Gate Zero. Yep. Still a lot of Shingeki no Kyojin. Oh, Grave of the Fireflies. Great.
Oh.
Samurai Champloo. I should watch more of this. I really enjoyed the 2 episodes that we saw in Anime Club, Steven.
An anime club.
Yeah.
That's the only 2 episodes I've seen.
Yeah, whoops.
Which one is Shampoo? I feel like that's one that I also had to
Isn't
watch an
that like a
episode of.
leggy hair black samurai story?
I don't think it's like the. No, I don't think it's like the Black Samurai, but it's got a dope ass style. Perfect. Just as soon as I turn the watermark off. God damn it.
Great.
Samurai Champloo.
That's not.
Yeah, let's do the trailer. It is the age of the samurai.
The Age of Aquarius.
A time for honor.
Samurai.
Nothing is real, everything is illusion.
Oh shit.
In a world full of magic. Time for hip hop.
What? Yeah.
This is definitely a trailer of its time.
Oh yeah.
The action seemed really neat. Obviously, the soundtrack's super bumping.
Check out my melons.
Nice melons.
Nice.
Oh yeah, that's the Cowboy Bebop guy.
Kill Bill. Fat John?
Dude, this is a Fat John joint?
Oh
No
shit.
way.
Holy. Yeah, I think the opening was pretty dope. Let me see here. Opening. And then I think this also had music by Nujabes, who is a really popular sort of like lo-fi jamming sort of DJ.
Nujabes. Yeah, I think I had to watch an episode of this in like college for Asian history art class.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting choice. This is giving me like Boondocks vibes.
Yeah, right?
As much as I am a sucker for like the classic sort of like cliche anime opening with like all the characters running into the sunset and jumping into the air and stuff, it's always cool to see openings that do different shit like this.
Yeah.
I like challenging style. That's why the Don one I think was just so
Yeah.
like, whoa. I don't see stuff like this a lot, you know?
For sure, for sure.
I'll even give credit to like B-Stars for their like claymation
Oh,
stuff.
God.
That was good. Yeah.
Oh, Beastars was so cool, and it was that's another one where it's like a very not anime sort of song, right? It's like swing
Not at
jazz.
It is like a band that does a lot of anime. So I think maybe they're just really popular now, Yosobi
Yes.
or whatever.
Yes, yeah, they do.
But it doesn't sound like an anime opening.
Exactly. Yeah. Umamusa. Oh my god. Fucking. This is huge in like the mobile game market. Like
Oh.
horse.
The horse girl?
Yeah, horse daughter or something. It's like
Oh,
it's
the
horse
horse-
racing, but they're all cute anime girls. But they're still horses.
Yeah.
And there's a whole gotcha game involved with it where you can like roll for specific like horses and like get close to them and
Play a
things like
horse,
that.
and they are
I'm
like
pretty
horse
sure
race.
there's a dating aspect. Oh yeah, no, they have horse racing stuff.
Can you mate them?
Oh,
Is that?
Jerry.
You're asking
Jerry,
the important
That's
questions.
what- Okay, that's what's happening in.
Why do you want to
Rose
make
Friend
them so
3,
badly?
Okay,
Can you mate them?
that's what's happening.
Can you mate her?
So there you go. That's
So those
Umamusa.
are two best
Man.
horse, so we mate them and make it the best horse.
Why do you want to mate with them so badly?
Shut up about the mating. One Punch Man, I've seen a couple episodes of. ReZero, yeah. Summertime Render, okay. Nichijou is great. There's Fate Stay Night. Banana Fish. I'm not. Nothing's really grabbed me about Spy Family, honestly.
Yeah.
Eh.
Okay.
My niece
Fine.
loves them. It's
very
like
just,
she's a
like,
huge
wholesome show.
fan.
It's
Oh, it's-
very
it's-
accessible.
It's hugely popular. But and I don't even I don't even think I would hate it if I watched it. It's like I'm not
There's nothing
nothing
really
really
that
that makes you
special
want
about it.
I'm not too excited to watch it. So
That's
it's kind of low on my list.
I watched most of the first season, but that was just because I was at home.
You were watching it with your
Parents'
family.
house. Just watching it with my
Yeah.
sister.
Yeah.
Never-
We,
not
we
to
watched
do.
the Christmas special.
Oh.
It's a very safe
did not.
animation to watch
We'll
with
see
the,
one.
with the young.
Kimetsu no Yaiba. There's Hunter x Hunter.
That's one of my favorites still.
It's so good.
I think it still might be my favorite.
Very good.
Kaguya-sama, I know I will enjoy. It's not a high priority one though. Okay, now we're getting to like the 200s. So at this point, like,
At this point,
Yeah, you don't
we
need to
could-
bother with anything down here.
Well, there's Haikyuu to the top.
That's just what the
Haikyuu
most
as a
recent
whole is
Sure.
It's just
random
Haikyuu.
season.
Oh, Baccano is so good though.
Doesn't matter.
I look the K-On movie down here deep in the 200s.
A solid 9 if I've ever seen one. What an
Free
excellent
run's probably
send off.
better.
I mean, objectively correct, according to the
how
stats.
Do we, how do we sort by the most Gooner anime?
Yes, that has
We
to
go
be a
by
filter,
most
right?
favorited.
Ah, perfect.
Okay, well, hey, you know what? I bet if you go on R34,
Most
that is
popular.
true.
Okay.
Eh.
Sword Art Online number 6.
Are they still
Not
making
sure
that?
about that.
Is
No.
that still a thing?
No, I think they're still making season of that.
No Game No Life. OVAs perhaps. OVAs can be
Maybe.
uncensored, but nah, I don't think so. Top
Ooh.
TV series. Heh.
Show me the Gooners.
I don't
Where
know
are
how
the
you would.
Gooners at?
I don't know how you.
Where's
let-
the Gooner
You know
button?
what? Let me just look it up. Goonerist
Top
anime.
Gooner anime.
Top Gooner. Oops. It's like, did you mean goriest anime? No.
Nope.
No,
sure didn't.
I know what I was typing.
I know what I'm about, son.
Top Goon anime. What anime shows do goons like?
I love this new term.
Best Gooner anime.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm looking for Gooner anime recommendations, says.
That was
this
an honest
person.
request.
Yeah.
Perfect. I want to see how many of these Jared has read the manga for.
Okay, let's see here.
God damn it, that's a lot of stuff I own.
This can't be one. Gushing over magical girls? No.
It's too direct.
It's too direct,
It
right?
can't just be. It can't just be like.
Oh my
porn.
god, it exists.
Is it just porn?
Let me see.
Like when I think Gooner material, I'm thinking like it's not meant to be porn.
Okay.
That's
I feel like the
too obvious.
Gooner.
Well,
anime
I
are,
do
like, totally
know
based
one
on
I do know one
Oh.
Gooner anime that hang on, let me just do. Have y'all ever heard of can I show this?
I don't.
I
just
think
do not know.
As
I
long
can.
as it
I think I
doesn't
can.
show titty or.
Oh, it shows plenty of titty, just no nip.
Oh,
that's fine.
That's fine.
It's
That's
called
like,
it's called interspecies reviewers.
Oh, I've heard of this one.
What they do is it's just these two guys that go to a bunch of different brothels that have different like monster girls,
species.
and they fuck them, and then
Yeah.
they write a review about it.
Yeah. yeah. Awesome.
This show was apparently this show was
Of course.
apparently taken off the air because the people airing it didn't realize just how fucking close to hentai this was.
Oh my god.
Whoa.
It basically
Seen
showed
dicks or what?
everything but the genitalia.
Damn.
Damn.
This
Well,
was
that's
this was
some good
absolutely like the Gooner anime of when was this released?
How many episodes have you seen?
Zero.
Why isn't it ranked? Why isn't it
Why
ranked,
do you
Jared?
think? Oh, there's 12 episodes, but I haven't seen it.
Well, you
It,
start
it,
marking
it
them
just
down, 'cause
it just
you definitely have.
dominated the discussion when it
Goonsphere?
came out. Yeah.
Community.
The Gooner sphere.
Countless diverse races, from perky fairies to oozing slimes, inhabit the world.
Oh.
Naturally, such a melting pot of creatures has a broad and alluring variety of brothels. With so many options to choose from, it's hard to decide which suck you girl you to have a meaningful interpersonal experience. Fortunately, tight group of brave warriors has come together to enlighten the public. These perverted adventurers take it upon themselves to assess the appeal of all types of suck you girls and through hands-on research, whether it be the scorchingly hot salamanders or the utterly humongous
Ew.
cowgirls. The Urano Gloss reviewers leave no species behind.
So, is this the first anime we'll watch for our little anime?
I think
book
so.
club where we watch
I'm
one
in.
episode a week.
I'm in.
And then we talk about it. Hey, did you masturbate to that one part? I did.
Oh,
Oh, me too.
Women love it when you call it an oozing slime. But here's gooning to magical girl or gushing to magical girls.
Magical
Let's read the
girls.
premise here.
not much.
A
better.
team of 3 magical girls known as Tres Magia protects the town where Utena Hiragi lives. Like many others, Utena loves these magical girls who valiantly fight in the name of justice. One day, a mysterious black mascot character, appears
Whoa.
before Utena and grabs her the opportunity of a lifetime, a chance to transform into a magical girl. However, the offer is not what it seems, as Utena has been recruited for an evil organization to fight the magical girls she's always admired. Utena is then forced to confront Tres Magia in battle, but instead of feeling remorse, she unexpectedly finds pleasure in inflicting pain on the magical girls. Completely giving in to her desires, Utena embraces her role as a villain, slowly transforming her adoration for magical girls into a new sadistic obsession.
Oh, hot.
Can we talk about that cover art for a second?
Yeah, sure. Let's open that up. Just like
I do see some blushing.
I feel like something.
Whoa. Okay.
Hey.
I have seen this one back in the day.
Oh, Jared knew about this one immediately.
Yeah. Oh, I just remembered it. High School DxD. Oh, I've seen the whole first season.
Oh.
Yeah, I've watched it all. Just the first season. There's multiple seasons, though. High school student Issei Hyodo is your run-of-the-mill pervert who does nothing productive with his life. Peeping on women and dreaming of having his own harem one day, things seem to be looking up for Issei when a beautiful girl asks him out on a date, although she turns out to be a fallen angel who brutally kills him. However, he gets a second chance at life when beautiful senior student Rias Gremory, who is a top-class devil, revives him as her servant, recruiting Issei into the ranks of the school's occult research club. Slowly adjusting to his new life, Issei must train and fight in order to survive in the violent world of angels and devils. Each new adventure leads to many hilarious and risque moments with his new comrades, all while keeping his new life of a secret from his friends and family.
I gotta think he must be
they're in high
coming
school.
Fountain.
Yeah,
if there was any doubt about how old they were, it's called High School DxD.
High school. So I mean, that just tells you I need to know.
Correct. Wait, hang on. Let's go back to that. Let's go back to that
Goon
goon
list.
list.
Where that goon
Virtue of a
list at?
healer. I don't know much about that show other than it has a very famous.
Is that rape one or whatever?
Yeah, it's got a very famous rape scene in it.
Damn.
Prison School. That's another good one.
That sounds hot.
Well, all I know about this is the character design. I think. Let's see. Yeah, there we go.
I've seen this cover before.
Yeah, it's a very popular
Oh,
cover. I know exactly what you're looking at, Jerry. It's what everyone does.
Look, there's a short-haired girl, Jared.
Great. What else do we got? Gooner, my guy, that's not what weebs call it. It's cultured. Okay. Oh, wait, no. We got, what's that fucking one called with like the 8 exclamation points?
Oh, I don't know that.
8 exclamation.
Oh, Keijo.
Oh, is that the butt one?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You know what? This one has to be, you have to see it.
What is it?
Can we see it? Keijo.
Keijo.
Oh, no.
So, remember that butt battle minigame in a Dead or Alive?
Oh, yes.
It's a sports anime now.
But a whole.
The whole anime?
The whole anime, baby.
What?
Oh no, she's surrounded.
What do I do?
What do I do?
Step to your left, please.
Oh, boy.
Ah!
Here we go. I don't know what's gonna happen here, actually.
Oh, well. Oh.
Uh-oh.
What'd she do to her?
Oh!
Oh shit!
She just fucking kicked!
She's
Oh,
dead!
so loud!
Wait, no, was that all butt?
It has to be.
Wait,
slow-mo,
what?
I'm sure.
There was butt?
I think that was all butt.
Oh yeah, we got this little moment here.
Oh, yes.
Pew!
What the fuck?
Oh my goodness. Jeez.
Good lord.
Let's oh wait, hypnosis. What's this? Uh-huh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Hypnotized.
Uh-oh.
I'm hypnotized. I'm hypnotized.
Sky rockets in flight.
She's swaying her boobs.
Fantastic. Oh.
I think this counts as Gooner anime.
All right, I understand.
Yeah,
This
it's absolutely
is Goon material. Yeah, all right, I understand.
Wow.
Keijo. Oh, see, Pomo knows.
Yeah, Pomo, what are the biggest Gooner anime? That's what we're trying to figure out right now.
Yeah.
And
I'm sure you would know.
Not porn,
Not
but
the- yeah, not porn,
Gooner
Yeah.
anime.
It has to be able to air on TV.
Yes.
Fairy Tail? I mean, that's what Mastiff said too. Really?
Interesting.
Okay.
Y'all knew that real fast.
I thought that was just a really common like a shonen anime.
It is.
It's goonery. Yeah, so you have to either use your tip, you had to either use your tits or your butt. Those are the only things that you could use to knock someone off the ring.
And she's a tits girl.
She's a tits girl.
I guess so.
Let's check out that opening.
I'm pretty sure that other girl like broke the sound barrier by whipping her ass around.
Oh
and
yeah.
knocked that girl
I was
out.
expecting that girl to like slice in half.
I thought she was dead. Wait, is this Fairy Tail?
This is the Keijo opening.
Okay.
Hip whip girl.
Whip girl.
The 8 exclamation points are mandatory.
Oh, I guess so.
I like the enthusiasm built into
Yeah.
the title. I'm surprised butts aren't more forward in this opener.
I'm sure they'll have their place.
Just wait till the anime drop when they all start fighting each other like My Hero style. There we go.
Oh, damn. These characters.
Boom! Whoa! Bitch had some Beyblade shit going on.
Hold on. There's like a society built around this.
Whoa!
Get it!
Holy shit.
Fuck Mob Psycho. I think I know what I'm watching next.
This holy shit.
Why is it so hype?
Because it's a sports anime. It's what they do.
Everybody.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Is that like her Uber?
I guess so. She ulted.
All right, well, there you go.
That's a certified goon anime.
Look at him go!
Softcore goon. Holy shit. My favorite is that, you know, these things still have like fairly quality animation.
Dude, Jesus Christ.
Like when you think about the work involved with creating something like this, just the amount and the variety still blows my mind.
Yeah.
But it's not like reserved only for like the highest of class. It's anything.
100.
I want to see what Fairy Tail is.
Sure. I don't know. Is there something specific we can search for Fairy Tail? Because that's like hundreds of episodes, right?
I feel like I watched like the first couple seasons.
What's just the opener? Just the Fairy Tail opener.
I don't think that's gonna show it.
I don't think the opener will show it because
it's
it's mostly just a shonen.
I'm gonna need y'all to describe. I'm gonna need y'all to like describe a scene that I can type into YouTube because like
what's a good Gooner scene from Fairy Tail?
I do not have any sort of perspective of Fairy Tail being Goonie at all. I just have a perspective of it being like kind of like a knockoff Naruto. Like that's all I kind of view it as is like that's the tone of it. So what's so goonery about Fairy Tail? I need some enlightenment.
I guess one chick like changes her her like clothes go off and like changes her armor or something like that.
I mean, did you not see the fucking Keijo opening? Are you telling me that I'm not talking to you, Steven? Are you telling me that Fairy Tail is more goonery than Keijo or anything else that we've been talking about? Okay.
Look up Lucy Star dress. Lucy's the blonde girl, if I remember correctly.
This? Do you want me to search like a video of it? Oh, I should be careful here. Like this?
Careful. This? Is this it?
This? Star dress? This?
Keijo, it's respectful. They don't focus on.
Do not try to justify. You're
trying to say Keijo is like this
okay, so
wholesome...
here's the thing, Pomo. I will also defend like Honey Pop for having good gameplay, but you still have to admit that like it's a sexy anime and it's meant to be gooned to. Like it could have good story, good characters, good drama, good plot. But they're knocking people off of platforms with their tits and ass.
But you're saying like, they don't focus on the main. Everything
Did you see that? Did you see that hypnosis thing with the tits?
Yeah, come on.
Fairy Tail breaks everything to show you tits. It sounds like an early 2000s shonen then. Like that kind of really cheap fan service, which I'm not like I don't particularly enjoy. But it's not not unique. Like fuck Naruto does that. Bleach does that. Like,
yeah, One Piece does it all the time.
Also, Fairy Tail is just
it's so often it sounds to me that like it's more of just filled with like a lot of annoying fan service, but it's not like I don't know, man. That just sounds like cheap juvenile fan service and not necessarily like tits and ass going ham.
in Fire Force, there's a character whose whole identity is just getting herself into like weird erotic situations on accident. Like she'll trip and fall, and then oh no, my
It looks like she's
panties
about
are showing
to-
or something,
okay.
or like I got my bra caught on something or some shit like that.
Do not
So-
watch this on Twitch. What the fuck?
Okay, so have you actually
what are you
linked me
posting
like
here?
porn, Pomo? Because
Hold
if
on.
you did, I'm gonna have to take it like.
So that
I'm gonna have
page
to
didn't
delete it.
exist, or at least the second one.
Okay, let's see here. I'm watching it.
They
All
say
right.
that don't exist. What are you sending
She's
us?
undressing. Okay. Okay,
Not
she's taking off her
there.
top. I've
Wait,
seen.
why can't I see it? What the fuck?
You have to have a
So
Twitter
this-
account.
Oh,
I've
that's
seen
bullshit.
I've seen more pornographic stuff in Code Geass, honestly. Like, yeah, this stuff looks like unwarranted and stupid, but they're still hiding her nipples. They're still like she's just walking
Yeah.
around naked.
They do that. Yeah, like One Piece does that all the time.
This is pretty.
Happiness
Oh,
punch.
fucking Nami, baby.
Nami
This
is
this
just
is
always
this is
naked.
pretty this is pretty
Nami's just
typical,
always
like
naked.
just like, and I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying like I see this in all kinds of like, especially super popular anime.
It seems like a shonen staple.
Yeah.
That is.
Lucy's the same as the girl Steven.
I
was
mean,
describing.
you can say you don't like it, and I would probably agree with you, but like
But starts with
it's
less
pretty
on.
it's pretty
I don't know.
soft
The girl in
core.
Fire Force is basically just wearing like a bra for a shirt and then a jacket.
I mean,
And
okay,
she
so
wonders why she gets herself into those situations.
oh, you can't watch it, Steven, but like I would say that the shit that I saw like in the 2 episodes that I watched of Food Wars was like far
Yeah.
more
Food
explicit
Ooh,
than
Wars is
what
very-
you've just shared with me, Pomo.
Food Wars is
What?
definitely
No.
unapologetically gooner, but
It knows
also
what
has
it's
cool
doing.
Food in it. It knows what.
I get this. I get the sense that you guys just enjoyed Fairy Tail until it started being like really trashy.
Okay.
Maybe.
Or,
I remember
Like
the
if you
reason I stopped
if you guys had like an
Fairy
attachment to the characters in the story, and then suddenly it started to turn to like really cheap softcore porn, I could understand why
Yeah.
like that would really suck, and you would have like a
Where
huge
you
disdain
only
for it.
think of it.
But from what I'm seeing, I'm like I said, I'm not saying that this isn't gooner material, but it seems
Yeah.
pretty tame.
Well, it's
Compared to
also
Keijo?
just Fairy Tail just sucks because every season is the exact same plot.
Ew.
So that's another reason why you should.
I like it on Food Wars
Like
because it
Handmaid's
kind of
Tale.
fits in the bit. Fairy Tail just doesn't. So you just don't like the fact that it's just like shoehorned in fan service. I think. Which is
fair, but I mean,
understandable, but I still
everything kinda
think
does
that there isn't anything that I have seen in this or that I haven't seen in like Naruto or Bleach or One Piece.
all the classics.
There's literally
Yeah.
just like there's a scene in Naruto.
I don't
where
agree with it, but it's kind of a staple of this genre.
Yeah,
you know.
sexy,
Yeah.
sexy jutsu.
sexy jutsu
Yeah,
where he's just
first
like turned into a
episode.
naked girl.
Yeah, yeah. It's just covered with like cloud.
Maybe so. Well, here's the thing. Maybe you're not the intended audience, Pomo. Maybe this is one of those rare like anime that's actually meant for like prepubescent boys. Maybe.
Yeah, just maybe it is just for horny boys. But
Right.
I that's what
I don't
any
like I said.
shonen
I don't know. I've not seen this. So if you actually enjoy Fairy Tail, call me out.
Like,
But like
whenever-
from what
whenever
you
I
guys are
watch-
describing, this sounds like something that a 13-year-old boy would fucking love. You know?
Yeah. Well, I thought that was just a staple of shonen anime where there's lots of kind of gratuitous horniness in it.
Yeah.
Because you're like you're a horny teenager, of course you're looking for that.
I mean, and granted, like if the entire show, like you guys are describing, is just constantly stuff like
If it's
this,
just that.
I would probably drop it too, because my least favorite
Yeah.
aspects of those sort of shonen shows are those stupid like horny moments. I fucking hate whatever the purple ball kid's name is in My Hero. He has never been funny to me ever when he's been on screen. I'm like, get him the fuck out of here. This dude
Grape Rush!
sucks.
He's so fucking.
I was flabbergasted that like in that day and
He
age,
has
like
a
this
little
is
diaper
still a
body.
thing. This
Oh,
is still a thing that
everything
anime
about-
is doing. Are you kidding me?
Where
Come
there's always just
on.
like, but they're casting him as like a this is a bad thing, and maybe that's why they like that character.
They're not
trope,
really
is
though.
that-
Well, I don't like it just because like every single time he's on screen and there's another like character on screen, I'm just like, all right, I know exactly how the next 2 minutes are gonna play out because this guy's a part
I
of
know
the
the
scene,
joke.
and it's
I know
exactly
the
how
joke.
it plays out every
I know the
time.
joke.
And it's
Well,
like,
that's
great, cool,
it's
awesome.
Well, that's the
I'm
same with a lot
bored
of
at that
shows
point.
like My Hero, where
Yeah.
you know, when My Hero is not a great example of like.
I still
every
really
character has-
enjoy My
there's
Hero
some-
though.
There's some like there's other characters also where I know once they show up and I'm like, oh,
Yes, there are some pretty flanderized characters in My Hero, but that's I think just because they have just a massive cast that like
There's a
sometimes
lot.
they struggle to focus on one.
I
But I
hate-
don't think you can focus. I don't think you could possibly tell like a Midoriya arc, or what's this kid Mineta arc, where I will like endear
No,
myself
not
to
real.
him. You can
Not
explain to me
really.
how
Not
he
really.
started acting the way that he did.
No.
I hate him. I don't
Oh,
want to
no,
know
he's-
more about him. Kill him, please.
I also think he's just kind of an ugly character. Like
Yes.
not like the drawing, his style, like the jokes. It's really not
So
very
like
attractive.
so if you feel the same way about Fairy Tail as I do about that one fucking character in My Hero, I get it. However, it's not the horniest thing that I've ever seen in an anime. Not
You
by
have
a
no
long
idea
shot.
What Jared has seen.
Wait, the WoW sound effect is from Fairy Tail?
Oh, is it?
The fuck? I don't know. I like that.
Oh, that's like
That's
the
from Fairy Tail?
meme sound effect.
Oh, I'll be damned.
But what is like? What's the context?
That's how goon
of
it
the
is. It's
WoW?
from motherfucker. I could search up so many other things. Let's do fucking my. Hang on.
Oh, My Hero.
My
alone
dress
is-
up, darling. Measurement scene.
Oh jeez, what the fuck?
What?
Careful.
Bam.
Are you looking up porn right now, Jared?
Nope.
Jared.
This was an extremely popular anime while it was airing. This person was like waifu of the year for like 2-3 years running. I've been reading the manga. It's pretty great. But
Of course you are.
it's shit like this.
違いますよ。今はひな人形にもまつげがついているも
She's
のがある
not
の
wearing
で
glasses
試し
and
に
she's
買った
not
んです
Yeah,
Shoko.
what the
この子
fuck?
なんで
I
す
don't understand.
What the hell, man?
かわいい今こんななの買ってもらったらガチで嬉しいやつじゃんてか着物柄バラだし
今のひな人形は
Oh wait, heart squeeze. Wait, I don't think this is what I'm looking for. Let me see.
Get undressed
No,
already.
no, this
Yeah,
is a
when do we see the
different.
titties,
Yeah,
Jared?
where's
Come
my
on!
kids?
This is a different one. Let's
I
see
promised.
here.
I was promised kids.
Huh?
I was promised tits, and I will riot if I don't get them.
Let me see here. Let me see here. Where can I measurements scene? Yeah, about to come off. Sure, there's that.
Just type in "my dress up darling nude scene" and see what happens.
And do that in Google search with safe search off.
Just get some like fan made animation. Like, oh, what the fuck?
So look, clearly this is the most goon of the anime.
Where are the memories?
The memories. I
Thanks
hate
for
that
the
term.
memories, even though I thought
So bad.
How about this?
like, oh,
Whoa.
大丈夫音
Oh,
が
oh. Look at. Okay.
大丈夫です
Okay, we are going somewhere.
ダメだ正面は取り乱してしまう一旦後ろなら
Wait.
Oh, whoa! That highlight.
高さもちょう
Jeez.
どよくない
And
全然
they're drawing in a lot of curves.
Oi, oi,
here.
yoing. Wait a minute. hang on, I think I found.
Oh
like,
my
this
goodness.
scene.
Right I wanted to bring that up
Grim Fables, I feel like you always tune in at like our worst moments.
Right?
Can I just point that out?
This isn't fair. This doesn't represent us.
or our
I
best.
think you
I
might
don't
have
know.
to find someone else to do that part
To the point where he actually like measures her and shit.
Touching her
Goddamn,
body.
why'd you-
Oh my goodness. This is a long scene with a lot of.
It is a
extra
long
lines.
scene.
Damn. Okay.
By the
come
way,
on.
on Chronically Offline for Furry versus Feet, it was her feet that was sourced.
Oh,
Guys, can I also point out like Free Run is just like that's her thing is she has feet and it doesn't mind being naked.
That's true.
じゃあ
Okay, I'm watching this anime.
You should. I think you'd like it,
Already
Jerry.
now. Watch it alone.
You're gonna want to turn. You're
Light
gonna
a
want to turn
candle when you're watching
safe
this.
search off when you're watching this.
Have your bottle of Jergens like Jared does on hand.
You're gonna want to use the Goon Cave for this show.
Oh my
I'm getting
god.
to Goon Cave.
Goon caves.
Goon
ready.
Cave.
Goon Cave is ready.
Jared, do you keep manga in the Goon Cave?
Here we go. Just the ones that I don't plan on reading again.
あなたはだんだん眠くなる
I want.
Oh, this is the same show.
Goon Cafe.
This is the same show. So the premise is that like this premise is that she really loves to cosplay. He is an apprentice for like a Hina doll sort of family business, so he's really good at like dressing up like dolls and things. She discovers his talent. He's used to people like making fun of him for that. They strike up a sort of friendship, so he makes a bunch of cosplays for her because she's a massive weeb.
And
All right,
gets to touch-
objection.
I want-
No hot girl like that would do the
skin,
cosplay in real
That's
world.
that's why she's
That's the
so
fantasy.
appealing to so many
okay.
weebs in the world.
Yes.
Also, there are plenty of girls like this.
Fantasy.
I've been hoping I find a girl who wants me to draw her this way.
I want you to watch this, especially you, Pomo, and
boy.
tell me
Pomo.
that
Listen
that fairy tale is goonery than this, please.
最後なんですが
Seems like the intention of this show is.
By the way, this photo shoot, they go to different areas and like take photos based on like what they think, where they think the character should be. They booked a hotel room for this. She didn't tell them that it is a love hotel, so this is currently happening in a love hotel.
Oh
perfect.
my goodness, the posture.
Wow.
Okay. All
Whoa,
right.
whoa,
All
whoa,
right.
whoa.
Okay. Jesus. All right.
Is he
You really
inside
have
her?
to see on her
Uh,
fucking John Dory?
Okay, come on.
Hang on.
The extra lines.
Jesus Christ.
You can see that.
Oh, Jesus. What the
Whoa! Don't.
No. Stop. Stop.
Yeah,
Stop
right,
this.
right.
Oh, my
Okay.
God.
I mean,
They actually cut out quite a bit. They're slowly settling into the moment for like 15 seconds, and then the call interrupts it.
Jesus
Yikes.
Christ. All right, we
Okay.
cannot watch
Hey,
any
I'm
more of that.
searching for it.
Fine.
Okay,
Too
I'm
much.
searching
Too
for
much.
it.
whatever that show is, it wins.
My dress
It
up
wins.
darling.
Gooner show for sure.
I'm sold.
Jesus.
I'm sold. I'm sold.
They really spent a lot of time animating.
Who hasn't
I-
been in
I-
this? Right.
Ah, yeah, classic.
Think of all the guys out there with like deep knowledge of how to dress dolls, and they're like, "Where's my whatever?"
Yeah,
her
where's
name
my
is?"
hot girl who wants to cosplay, discovers my talents, and then we have sex inside a love hotel? God damn it.
I will say some friends of mine being professional cosplayers love hotels in Japan. They are actually like dude. Love hotels. They go to the fucking nines for like decoration shit. There's a bunch of like
I
themed rooms and
appreciate
stuff.
that. I
Hang on,
appreciate
let me real quick check.
If that's my intention, is to go and do a little bit of themed play, I mean, go for
Yeah,
it.
so that's what I asked if you guys want
Okay,
like a
yeah,
one
like,
night in
fucking
a love hotel in
check
Japan.
this shit out, man.
That's why you were asking that.
Fucking crazy. You can get like the
Because I've
you can
been
get like
there.
the
In Korea,
Hello
we have,
Kitty
like, a similar culture.
room.
So I've been there.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, I get it.
A
I get it.
casino
If I was
room?
look- If I was just looking for like a bang pad, like you might as well do a fun one.
You might as well do it in Candyland.
The candy,
oh my
donuts, and
goodness.
ice cream. Oh my god.
Right?
It's hard. The
Or
only
like
thing
the
that's hard for me to
space
get
room?
around is
Whoa.
it's hard for my head to get around that this is just a bang room. I know
People
that
just
that's
go in here and there's cum everywhere.
I know that's what hotels are, and every time you stay in a hotel, it's literally just like a cum-covered, dusty room.
That
But
was
there's
actually
something about this. Something about this is just like
but it's
Willy
on the
Wonka
walls, Jerry.
levels of cum and fluid.
Okay,
dripping
hang
down
on,
the
Pomo.
walls.
You're starting to
turn off
become
for
a
me, I
little
don't-
bit more persuasive here. This is more what I'm looking for.
This is fairy tale.
wow.
This is
what the
fairy
fuck?
tale.
Okay.
This is fairy tale.
This is more. I love this little NVIDIA recording has started in the video itself. These are the examples I was looking for
通りの真ん中なのだ
What?
to explain to me.
だから
Okay,
Okay. All
Okay.
right.
Okay. Okay.
I'm understanding now.
That's a pretty good example.
All right. I'm convinced.
体制だな
And this is the same girl as the one that he shared in the Twitter link. Oh dear.
Oh wow.
Oh dear.
断る
We're gonna linger on this, huh?
Of course. Oh, Jesus! All right, you're
Fine.
making compelling arguments,
Look at her
Pomo.
All
fucking-
right.
Let's
You're
see.
making
All right.
compelling arguments now.
All right. Okay.
I will admit, this
Oh.
is not what I pictured fairy tale to be about.
No, it's
That's
not.
okay. This is a lot more than I thought it would be. This
You're
is worse
making
than One
very
Piece.
compelling arguments.
Very compelling.
Because this is explicitly sexual. The thing that you sent me is just like an eccentric anime girl stripping and walking around, which is like a trope at this point. Like,
happens all the time.
This is straight to
Just
SM.
listening, hearing the slapping in the background.
Christ.
But my biggest thing is there's a level of detail in the drawings
There's
that,
a lot
yeah.
of detail.
and,
that they
and
put
to
in
me that's usually what separates like the more pornographic stuff from just like this is anime
Yeah.
is the level of detail you put into the curves. And when you get to like a butt area, when you start having like
ripples.
pubis, you start having like
Oh,
pelvic
Little-
shapes and
yeah.
pussy lips pushing out the bikini. Like, all right, we get it. There's a
That's
vagina in
probably
there.
Too much.
That's the same as like drawing like the silhouette of a dick in the underwear. It's definitely like more. It's now it's porn.
All right, you've made your point, Puma. I don't think we need to watch the rest of these.
I
understand now. I understand now.
I get it.
It just took you a little bit to come up with a
muster up an example.
Yeah.
Grim Fables, what's your favorite love hotel in Japan?
Yeah, top 10 love hotels.
But the thing that Grim described is actually the reason that those two went to a love hotel in the first place, because studios were so expensive, and a love hotel is decorated to the nines and makes for a good photo shoot.
Decorated.
Yeah. Apparently that's a common thing that cosplayers do.
Let me describe. Like there was one love hotel with full of glass.
Yeah.
Everything is like a glass in the room.
Oh my god.
It's like a fucking hilarious.
They are cheap as hell, Grim, because you can rent love hotel rooms by the hour.
Yeah.
We should have just done that. I did.
All right. Why not?
I don't need.
I asked, and you guys didn't respond.
Well, something tells me that if just 4 dudes came up and like, one hotel room, please, they probably would not give one to us.
Asakusa
I mean,
oh no, you say
Love Hotel is
Nasakusa?
not like a man.
I'm sorry.
How do I say this? There is no man. It's like you just do the banding machine.
Where was this?
Something like that, and you go in there, something like that.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Oh wow, you stayed really close to where we did then. So here's Sensoji, and then also I don't like this area though.
I hate it. I hate that.
This area. When did you go, Grim? Because we went last year. And especially these days with like the over tourism stuff, it's like you see so many obnoxious gaijin in this area.
It's literally more gaijin than Japanese.
I felt bad because we were just blended into November. You're remembering.
If it was a while ago, it might have been better. But this area in particular, I'm just like, too many people that I don't like.
Did not like it. Very touristy and not really in a redeeming way.
It is pretty nice to be like centrally located in Tokyo. So it has a. Oh my God, you're like, this is Asakusa Station? Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Wait, oh, nice. 3 years ago? Okay.
We
were probably in Asakusa at the same time then. Wait, no, that was like 5 years ago for us.
5 years ago.
Yeah, we went in 2019.
5 years ago, I guess.
We went in 2019 right before COVID was a thing.
Yeah, we went November.
November of 2019.
A lot of timing.
Yeah.
It's great timing.
That was prime time. And unfortunately, this last time there's a lot of people.
Yeah.
But it does sound like it got way worse after.
Yes. Oh yeah. Once they actually open up their border, like it actually gets reported in the Japanese news about the problems of over tourism, stuff like that. To the point where they're actually starting to develop a service for people landing in the country to check their luggage in. Yeah, to send the luggage to your hotel so that you don't bring it on the train, because people were crowding the train with their luggage.
Yeah,
and I hated that part of the trip because I knew I was an asshole.
We couldn't do anything about it, but we were like still an issue, right? Like
it does make me want to do the Jerry style, where like I wear the same shirt every day and just bring underwear.
Shirts. I pack like a.
I just don't bring. I just bring like a little plastic bag filled with just maybe like some toothpaste and a toothbrush, and that's it.
That's it.
I'll find clothes there.
Those, like all-in-one liquid.
Asakusa was nice when it wasn't overcrowded as hell with foreigners, which is very rare. Although it was nice when we were walking around at night. When we were in Sensoji at night and like picking up those fortunes and just kind of like chilling out in that area. That was nice.
I liked that.
But let me tell you about the nightmare journey that it was. I bet. The journey just to get to Asakusa, or just like the journey of like being around Asakusa? Because
did you
getting there was
specific?
Yeah. Where were we again? What was that hostel called?
The last time it was like more north and to the right. Like we're in this corner here. Like
we were in this corner. Where was that Family Mart?
Down one of these streets.
There's that Family Mart. So it was around here. I think it was this.
Really close.
There you go.
I think it was this, right? Yeah, Sakura Cafe, Asakusa. Yep, this is where we stayed last year. And you're saying you were right here. Boy, we were like 5 minutes away. Well, with a 3-year time gap. But
that temple area, the fortunes over there walking around.
Sensoji is neat once it's closed down for the day. And all you have is like Japanese locals like grabbing fortunes or like praying at the temple and stuff like that. But when like the market's open and everyone's walking around there, most of them just a bunch of like white people just going like,
ugly
Fucking
ass.
goobers, man. Goobers, that's what I call them. They're so
Fucking-
stupid and ugly.
Fucking goobers.
So
And I
many
hate
damn ugly people.
Ugly.
It's crazy.
ugly, ugly,
What,
ugly.
and what I hated is that no matter what we did, no matter how respectful
we were
tried to be,
associated with them.
I know.
We were
I
put in
know.
the same
I-
group as them.
really,
like being grouped with the
really
people I
hated
hate.
that.
I hate
Being
it, I
being
hate it.
being shooed away, it felt so bad to be shooed away from a place.
Yeah.
Because we got
To be
that
fair, I
at
don't know if I would like that
multiple.
place
Yeah.
anyways.
Well,
but-
no,
I
but
mean,
there were-
I feel like I liked them.
Jerry was always our Trojan
there's a Japanese
horse.
in there, so there must be a good group. They might think like that.
and yet you were the
Nope,
one who
I
did
am
speak
the-
Japanese.
Yeah.
Careless.
I am the worst.
I think we could have used Jerry as our Trojan horse to ask for a table, and then the three gaijin
And we
like
just
walk in
walk in,
behind him. They
And
already
then we
said
slam our fists on
yes.
the table and say 4.
4.
No more.
These are for individual servings, right? Can we bring it? Is this the biggest table you have?
One of the fucking
We went. I don't know if we've told this story on stream. We went to an okonomiyaki place, a like local okonomiyaki place. Oh Jesus, I don't know.
This was in Fukuoka.
No, yes.
It was only
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
coin
it was
place.
only Fukuoka.
Yeah.
The coins hostel. So if you find that in Fukuoka, so you remember the name, that was helpful.
Yeah. And then it was like down one of these
I
streets,
remember
right?
because I'm the one who
Yeah,
picked
yeah,
it
it's
out.
nearby.
Suck it,
It was
Jerry.
nearby.
You get out to like the main street and then down towards the train station or the bus
No,
stop.
it was just like
It was
down
on
the
an
street a
off
little bit.
street. Yeah.
There was, but it was at a corner near like a
Yeah, it was
bigger
in the
road.
corner. It was,
It
It
was
was
at
like
a
down
corner
there
near.
somewhere.
There was a faster street.
I don't remember.
I think it was.
Fuck.
this.
If I was there, I'd walk to it
No.
immediately. I'd know. But
I
I'm
know.
not.
Of course, I know.
Just look up Okonomiyaki and see what pops up here.
I don't think.
There's a nearby thing that you can
Okonomiyaki.
click. The nearby.
Yeah, usually
Where's
it'll
the
search
Okonomiyaki?
it'll
Where's
search the
nearby
area
thing?
around here.
Oh, this.
It's
Okay.
underneath next to the directions and shit. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okonomiyaki.
And this place was like a destination for us because it seemed like it was always full.
not
That's
that.
not it.
Wasn't that?
No, not that one. We may not be able to find.
Oh, that must be it. That must be it. No.
No.
I don't, that's
I don't think
music.
so. It's a very small
It,
place.
it might take us too long to
Don't
Could
find.
know.
that be Menjushia or something?
But
I thought it
anyways,
was literally-
we
yeah.
went to this
Anyways.
okonomiyaki place that was super tiny, like local, like basically like 15 people could fit into it max. We tried like 2 or 3 times to get there, and then by the time we got there, it was always filled up. Finally, we planned ahead. We went like right at opening,
Right
and
when
we
they
got a
opened.
seat for us where 4 people could barely sit around the table.
Yeah.
And
Especially when
we-
you are guys in.
We all
Gigantic
looked at the
legs.
menu, and there was also a table that wasn't like sitting at a table in a chair. It was just like pillows
You're on
on
the-
the ground. You're all
Yeah.
so our giant ass legs were like
Whoa.
jutting out everywhere.
God,
we
Very
all take a look at the menu. It's like, oh, I could just go for like they're recommending this one, so let's just get this okonomiyaki. Let's. Are you guys getting that
Let's all
too?
get
We're all gonna get that. Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
cool.
So-
Yeah, yeah.
So it's
we're
like
good.
for those,
we
yeah.
have more. It's like we'll just have this, but just like 4, please, just 4.
Yeah.
And I wasn't paying attention to what like the waiter was sort of how the waiter were sort of behaving, if they like raised their eyebrows or if they said anything
I
at all.
didn't pay attention.
But they're just
I
like
didn't pay
4,
attention.
okay, all right, I'll get right on that. And we're sitting there, we're waiting for our food. Some other people are also like sitting waiting for their food. They already ordered. And I'm slowly looking around, and I'm noticing that all these tables of like 2 to 3 people have just one order of okonomiyaki to share between the 2 of them.
Here's the thing. So our very next table, they were like a
Oh.
couple.
There was just a
men,
couple. Yep.
Just one small okonomiyaki they were sharing. It.
Just
They were
one.
sharing the
That's
okonomiyaki.
where-
and
And I
then
couldn't help but notice, again, this is before our food comes out. I couldn't help but notice that the 2 people sitting at that table with their one platter of okonomiyaki and one plate between them, I'm like, damn, that basically takes up the whole table right there.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Foreshadowing.
We have the exact same size table, and we have 4
Uh-oh.
people around it, and we just
3 more
ordered
coming.
4 okonomiyaki. They couldn't even bring it all out at once. They had to like bring 2 of them out, and then we got all the place. Was like, oh shit.
We
Okay.
were literally scrambling.
we had to
like-
we had to scarf that shit down.
And I
to
gotta
s-
add the fact that it took tremendous time. It took so long.
It took a while for them to cook it because probably they were cooking 4 orders simultaneously.
I think this is when Jared like kind of overheard. We weren't sure if what they were saying, but something about them like, oh, we gotta like get another one out. Like they were getting. They were.
I think I heard when they went back and they were talking to the chef. There's like, they ordered 4.
Yeah.
I think that's what I heard. I'm like, oh fuck. So they brought like 2 of us out. The whole table is completely crowded up. It's like, all right, I'm cutting these in 4s. There's yours. There's yours.
Yes.
There's yours. All right, this platter's done. Y'all gotta scarf this down before they bring more of them in there.
A plate to get in order to get one more plate.
And we dude, we were like in and out of there in like 45 minutes because like once they gave us our food. Because we felt, dude, we ate like fucking gaijin, not because we were like starving, but because we were so embarrassed we wanted to get the hell out of there.
So embarrassed.
I love imagine what they were seeing. We're just 4 gaijin coming in and they're like, 4. No, we got 4. As soon as they bring them out, they're just gone. We're
so that was
into our mouth.
That was the joke for the rest of the trip. Anytime somebody's like, "How many do we?" I was like, 4.
4.
Yeah. I think that one of my highlights of the trip, but where we definitely felt like the most outsider to the town.
Oh my god, yeah.
Holy shit. Oh my god, hang on, I gotta catch up on these.
Grim's got a tale here. Let's go ahead and just read.
So I lived in a poorly reachable part of the Neverlands called, oh god, I'm sorry, Ternezun.
Wow, that's a long tail.
I had to travel to Amsterdam 3 days before my trip. They announced a major train line would shut down in a month due to breakages, so I had to plan an overnight stay in a horribly shitty hotel, carrying my luggages up 5 flights of circular stairs.
What?
Because the elevator was broken. I had to deal with annoying Dutch folk the whole time being snarky and whatever. I'm assuming that's how you meant to write it.
Yeah.
Anyway, flight happens, flying to Helsinki for a layover. Now this was tail COVID, but start of Ukraine war. So we had to fly around and around it, making it blah, blah, blah. Sorry.
Like clear that, like you
so
could
much
making it take so much longer. Worst flight ever reaching Helsinki, but the actual flight to Japan itself was sweet. I'm assuming because you took Japan Airlines, perhaps.
Ooh,
3-seat row, and the middle guy was missing. Made friends with a Japanese manager for nuclear plants. You and I are very different people. I do not speak to anybody
Don't speak to me on the
who
airplane.
doesn't speak to me. I'll speak to flight attendants, be perfectly polite to them. Anyone sitting next to me, all right, hang on.
Grim's got ads.
Anyone sitting next to me, headphones on, not talking to anyone. Like, we fucking barely talk to each other on the flight, Ruds.
No, we were just, I know.
We were just doing our own thing. Like, we would occasionally like coordinate. So it's like, all right, we're starting Freaky Friday in 3, 2, 1, go.
Exactly. That was important. But otherwise,
I just do not talk to people on the plane, much less strangers. I just don't. And now we'll kill some time waiting for Grim to come back, because I thought I dismissed the ad break or like delayed it, but apparently the ads are already running. So,
well, damn.
Steven, do you have ads on your stream? Do you have stream open?
I do, but I might be.
Oh, you're a subscriber.
Oh, no, I'm also in mod. No, that shouldn't matter.
So I have no idea when ads are going to be done.
No clue.
What, Jerry?
No, just that I want to show my avatar.
Oh, of course. Yes, you got to get that in there.
Free from ads.
Awesome. I was talking about the fact that you and I are very different people. I do not speak to anybody on a plane ever. So the fact that you made friends with like some Japanese manager of a nuclear power plant is just, I can't process it. But good for you. Got his business card and everything if things ever went wrong. What? Flight lands in Japan. We have a huge ass line to clearance that took 1.5 hours. Yeah, we had a similar situation. Customs in Japan is fucking insane. Yeah. So many people who just don't know what to do, despite being told like dozens of times, have these 2 papers, go this way, go that way. Oh, that's my biggest pet peeve, especially at airports. People who get to the front of the line at baggage check and then just don't know what to do from there. They're just suddenly surprised by every single fucking question that gets asked of them.
To any line. If you're waiting in line and you get to the front and you don't know what's going on,
you go to the back of the line.
Drive-throughs, like people who go up to the drive-through and they just sit there like, oh well,
what do you have?
I remember.
What do you got there?
I remember timing it, Steven, because you were behind somebody who was just a nightmare getting their bag checked. It took them like 6 minutes, and then I timed you from like table to my like front of me, and it was 45 seconds.
Yep.
You were just in and out. You just like put the bag on. All right, can I see your ID and boarding pass? All right, yeah, cool. The number of people who go up there is like, why do I need my boarding pass? Or like, why do I need my ID?
Even then, I still had to pull out my baggage check ticket.
Yeah.
That I didn't think I needed. But that still only took me 2 seconds because it was just in my fucking backpack.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh yeah, here you go.
Oh my god. Anyway, sorry. Made it through. My friend arrives after me from the US, and they have to go through the 2X line for that. Yep. Ironically, by some miracle, I actually bumped into a friend of mine who was a wrestler for New Japan, and we shot the. What the fuck?
Wrestler.
You know some people, goddamn. As my US friend comes up, the guy who's my wrestling friend was waiting for runs over and throws up over my luggage. No.
Oh no.
No. Great. Overpaid for a taxi to drive to the hotel. Oh man. That is probably after an ordeal like that, a taxi's probably the better way to go than navigating the trains. Arrive, our pre-booked room, gone. Dude.
Fuck that.
Dude. And I'm imagining that, like, because you had a layover as well, like you've been commuting for a while now. God knows how long you've been awake at this point. We had to go into a smoker's room. Did have a better view though. Japan itself, amazing. No border announcements yet, which meant it was chill. Oh, that's nice. That's really nice, actually.
Snuck right in there.
Well, I think it was around the time that like borders were open, but they hadn't announced it yet, is what Grim said. Holy shit. I didn't intend to make a friend. We were just like, open seat. You take half, I take half. Use the middle as a general table. Dope. And we started talking from there. No. See, my conversation would just be like, I probably wouldn't even take my headphones off. I'd just be like, he'd put his stuff there. I was like, sweet. I'd put my stuff there. That's it. I am so like non-conversational when it comes to strangers, especially on airplanes, because the moment I get to an airport until I get to my hotel at my destination, during that entire duration, I am in the last place that I ever want to be in that moment.
Yeah.
Everyone,
I'm not in my comfort zone.
I am unhappy the moment I enter an airport until I get to my hotel room. I'm just like, no matter where I am, I'm like, I don't want to be here. I just want to get out of here as quickly and efficiently as possible. I am perfectly polite to every single service person who has to work there, who has questions for me, who has to see my documents. Those people I will be perfectly polite to. But if there's anybody else in the airport and you don't work there, by default, my opinion of you is like, I hate you, get out of my way. I'm not rude to you, but I just assume that you're the worst person in the world and I don't want to interact with you. Because it's a pretty safe assumption for the majority of the people, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Oh, my patience is like the lowest it can ever possibly be when I'm in an airport or on an airplane. I hate being there and I just want to get out, but I have to be there as a necessary part of getting to where I need to go. So I tolerate it. I keep to myself. I don't have any other like unnecessary conversations. I am in a foul mood when I am traveling.
Not trying to meet
internally foul mood. I'm not like externalizing this to anybody, but I do not want to associate with anyone while I'm traveling. Yes, you like the moment you said you made friends with some like Japanese nuclear power plant guy, I'm just like, you're already leagues ahead of what I would ever engage with on an airplane. Yeah. I got a good sense of the kind of person that you are from like a social aspect just from that. I'm just like, yeah. Because I know people who have very similar stories. Like my boss talks about all the friends that he's made on his flights to Japan. I'm just like, how
Can't really
and
call
why?
them friends though.
Yeah, let's be careful about
people
how
he's gotten to
loosely
know.
we-
Whatever.
I think you just like sort of just talk to a person. I would not even call you acquaintances, like anything. You're nothing,
You will
you're
ne-
nothing
you will
to
ne-
each other.
You're
never talking to these people ever again. So why even bother?
They're a minor memory. They're a thing that happened. The same way that like I might remember a thing that happened at like a fast food drive-through. That's as significant as it's ever gonna
Like
be.
they're just a thing to pass the time. And guess what? I'd rather pass the time with a movie.
Oh, it's so true.
I guess I'm a social person because I had in the Helsinki layover or shooting the shit with someone who was playing Stardew. The airplane guy was fun. Emailed back and forth a few times. The wrestler being in Japan was entirely by chance because I forgot they were starting a tour. Almost got a tour backstage. That's awesome. If I was ever able to make it in time. 30 plus hours of travel. Dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, because like,
that's a very coveted thing, Grim.
It's a very well. I told y'all that I had this conversation with like a girl at work. She's like, "We're friends." I'm like, "No, we're not."
we're coworkers.
And it's funny. It's funny because I was also like driving with her. Like we left work to go get like a snack at like a market and come back. So it was a friendly thing to do. And I told her on the trip that we weren't friends. She couldn't. She could not believe that.
I mean, are your coworkers ever gonna be your real like?
Well, that's what
friends.
That's what I mean. When I eventually quit this job, I will never talk to them or see them again.
That's what I'm saying.
Hold up. I need to point something out here that just threw me for a loop.
What?
Grim? Do you spell Grim with an L? Can you type another message real quick? Because the Cabbage Bot automatically like auto caps everyone's names, and I'm just now realizing that your name is GRLM Fables. Is that I in your name and undercase L?
Have you been lying this whole time?
You're Gurlum?
Grim Fables is it clever. That just threw me for a loop for a second. I'm just like, everything I know is a lie.
I thought Jared was gonna be like, I was the guy on the plane. I was playing Stardew Valley.
I was the Japanese wrestler.
Oh,
Grim, I own a nuclear plant in Japan.
No, you're a manager of the nuclear plant.
I'm a manager, but I've been promoted. A lot has happened
to owning it
since our trip
I got promoted
together.
from manager to owner.
I also presumably stopped being Japanese and became a white boy.
Weird how that happens.
And things changed in the course of a few years.
It's been so long. You owe me two
waters.
So, anyways, I'm probably gonna go refill my drink, and you know what? Maybe it's time.
I'm gonna
talk about that. I'd also like to really point out that, like, Jerry, I really appreciate your prop of choice.
His prop,
applause,
Jerry.
very good, very good.
I love it, and we'll get into it.
We'll get into that.
Every time I watch it, it just blows my mind.
I will be back.
I'll be right back too.
Just think about how soft that leather is, Jerry. That's my come on, Jerry. That's my little league glove.
I mean, it's like a little glove, so it's small and it's been used, so it's been tamed.
Ew. That scene shocks me every time. I just think it's so fucking funny. Jerry, when did you watch this? Did you watch it yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday, but I mean, I've been watching this like for
I know this is.
so
I assume this is like
once a year.
This is like one of your favorite movies, right?
Yeah, one of my favorite movie.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is also one that's really shocking that Jared had never seen it. You know.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and he quoted the fucking most famous like thing in the movie. Like,
very iconic, extremely iconic.
Iconic, and
well,
he quoted and he didn't watch the fucking movie.
Never seen the movie. Well, that's what he noticed about Raiders of the Lost Ark as well, is just how much he knows about the movie having never seen it, which kind of proves how important the movie is. Yeah. Mastiff, you watched it 2 hours ago. I noted. Well, all of y'all did better than Pomo, who was supposedly finishing it while the stream was starting, but we gave him quite a head start. We gave him 2 hours. Even if you started watching. If you started watching the movie when our stream started, you'd be done with the movie right now. As we're starting to talk about. Yeah, so like Pomo, we gave you plenty of time.
So there you go. No excuses.
I was gonna say we gave Pomo enough time to finish the movie, right?
We did.
Yeah, 100%.
All right.
And apparently we gave Mastiff plenty of time too.
You know what? That's a fair assumption, Mastiff. I like to think that you watched the movie while having us on your second screen unmuted. Mm-hmm. So that must have been quite the experience.
The things that we were saying while you're in like the deeply emotional parts of this movie.
All right, boys.
And Grim, are you aware of our movie stream? I don't know if you were here for any of our past ones, but
no.
Let him know. Let Grim know what we do here, Jared.
Yeah. So this basically started as an original series that we did a couple years back, well, it's.
Original to us.
Planned programming is more maybe a better way to describe it. In terms of like, it was basically a movie book club. I am notorious for not seeing several movies to the point where it makes people upset when they hear I haven't seen certain movies. So the goal of that was to have these guys here and people in chat suggest movies that they think I should watch. We would spend the week, everyone would have a chance to watch it, and then we would discuss it the Friday afterwards, give ratings, and just shoot the shit about it. Just basic podcast shit. Eventually, we hit a sort of plateau on that. We watched 46 movies, 47 actually, with The Happening. Each time we watched a movie, we would take a screenshot or make a little souvenir that represents that movie. We currently only have 2 in the works now, and we've limited it a little bit more. This is just going to be a limited 12-week event called Spring Screening. We're on week 3, so we're officially a quarter of the way done.
Wow.
But yes, so currently we have watched the 2009 J.J. Abrams Star Trek, Raiders of the Lost Ark, and now Jerry's recommendation, Good Will Hunting. And I gotta say,
that I really recommend.
My enjoyment of these movies is slowly climbing up as we go through these.
We're climbing.
We're
right?
climbing. We're climbing.
Does that make you nervous about what might come next?
No, I know. Law of averages. It's gonna slingshot right back in the other direction. I'm sure.
We can't have this trajectory forever.
But yeah. So I've heard of this movie everywhere. I've seen like 1 or 2 iconic scenes. I think the only things that I've seen from this movie before watching it was like the bar scene and the "It's Not Your Fault" scene. But I didn't have any sort of context for him. But I had a good sense of like what the concept of the movie was. You had like this genius janitor, and I actually didn't know the role that Robin Williams played. I just knew he was kind of like a part of it.
Really?
I wasn't sure if he was like the teacher or I guess obviously he was a therapist, but
yes.
Yeah, that's all I knew. It's just like the two of them, and it's just like a bonding moment between these two guys. That really undersells it, but that was my understanding of that was my high level understanding of what this movie was going into it. I mean, shit, I've seen Charlie Day try to recreate the bar scene in Always Sunny and shit like that. So like I'm aware of like some
movies or shows that reference.
Is this where How Do You Like Them Apples comes from?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's insane.
It is.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yes.
You caught it. You fucking.
I was like, wow, this is really of its time. Don't tell me that this movie pioneered that line. That's insane.
That is what people are referencing.
Yes.
Crazy. But yeah, this was a really good movie.
It's a very good movie.
Objectively a classic.
Objectively good.
It really holds up. I had no idea until I, as I do, looked at trivia after IMDb. I didn't realize that this was like a Matt Damon and Ben Affleck like
a breakout
screenplay. This was their movie.
Together.
Yep.
Like it wasn't like Matt Damon's like first role, or I think this is early for Ben Affleck, if not his first role.
This was apparently the movie where people actually started taking Matt Damon seriously as like a leading man because he wasn't getting roles like that.
No.
But I don't
kind
even
of an incredible
know where to like
from like
start.
people you just think of as actors.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Well, I'd like Jerry. This is an important movie to you.
Yeah. You suggested this movie, so maybe you start this sort of discussion.
So what aspect should I start?
Why is this movie important to you? Why did you suggest this movie?
Yeah. So how I felt the movie, like throughout the movie, the why this movie is significant to me is like it's not exaggerate. It's like the normal life. It's not about like development. He's already developed. He's already genius. He knows things, and he likes to like read a book. So he's already like a fucking genius. He's got a lot in mind. There is no development throughout the movie. It's about like a change. No, not change. It's more like a heal throughout the movie, like how he got
emotional growth rather than
yeah. He has an arc.
Yeah,
for sure.
Exactly, something like that. And like let's talk about like a scene, like after he bonked the Robin Williams, like oh you got your wife wrong, so your life is like, and Robin Williams was like furious after that scene. So Robin Williams took the Matt Damon to out, and like he was talking about like yeah, you may see like a
I had to rewatch that scene on YouTube. That was a great fucking scene.
Yeah, that was fucking great scene. Like you may analyze the stuff, but you don't know shit about like something like that. When he's like talking to the Matt Damon like in that way, we've all been there. Like when we did something wrong, and there was like an adult, maybe father or maybe teacher, like set you down, and talk about like how your behavior is not like a long, but it's like it's not the right way, right direction, and they give you advice like how you can improve something like that. We've all been there, and we are like just sitting there, and maybe a teardrop, one or two teardrop. Like Matt Damon was like acting like he was like holding the tear.
Dude,
like
he plays it really good.
He's like a little kid.
Both of these actors' facial expressions were extremely on point.
That's where we realize that he hasn't grown up since the little kid. He's just a little kid with just a lot of knowledge. Don't know shit about what to do with this knowledge. And like Robin Williams is leading the way. And throughout the whole movie, Robin Williams is like not taking more time that they got like a time's up. First in the first like scene that they met together, like the Matt Damon was like happily, well, time's up, and he just fucking left because he didn't want any time more.
No,
not a single second more like staying in there. But throughout like a whole story, we know that Matt Damon like getting more like a will more one time, but like Robin Williams is like Robin Williams is saying like time's up, and Matt Damon is like, oh really, already, something like that. Because I can feel that Robin Williams is approaching very slowly and carefully because this dude, the Will, got hurt, and he needs to be like tread carefully. So it's not like he's going very slowly. Because that I kind of feel like that's how he treat him like very carefully and like very well, something like that. So and fucking the fucking family, not the family, but friends, but we consider them as
they're basically family.
Family.
Each
we
one of those
all have that family. We all have like that kind of like a family and friends. Like while I watching this movie again, like I really miss the fucking old car that Andrew got, because we've been like that fucking old car. There was a fucking stain.
That bar might as well have just been the spot for us.
Oh
right.
The fucking like the fucking smell of the cigarette and the fucking stain on the car seat. I really miss that.
You remember that?
Yeah.
That's fucking wild.
It's like their family, but it's not like exaggerated. We did have that. We have that kind of like a family friends, something like that. That situation is so real. So everything about this is so real, except the Will's like super intelligent. But we know that throughout the history, we did have that kind of like a super intellectual genius.
Well, those people exist.
It's not unbelievable.
And the movie also, the movie also, to sort of disparage any like, oh, so it's just some like random smart guy. Like it brings up historical references to other people like that, and even the specific one, the story about the man in India with no like formal training, just like naturally having like a genetic predisposition for those sorts of like mathematical.
Like Mozart and Beethoven, they just knew how to play. I know how to.
Yeah, I like that
sort of thinking.
And that really is the explanation. It's like kind of inexplicable, but some people just are born. And that it's really pointing out like that sort of the class divide is such an important part of this movie, and like that how you're born and then the expectations put upon you, and the whole idea of being born with these opportunities is the same idea as being born with money and like how you use it. And that's why
like that. Yeah.
That's why like his girlfriend, like Skylar, is important, because like she, like her gift was being born with money. But like that comes with a cost. Like Will was born with this insane intelligence, but that also comes with a cost. And like that, you see this always sort of like contrast of like people people dealing with the same sort of principle, like motif, but like handling it in different ways, and it's just so clean. Just like drives me wild.
If I add a little bit of something, there was a cherry on the top, like early part of the movie. It shows that like Matt Damon's when he's alone without like his family friends, he reads a lot.
He just
because
reads
that's
books.
the only thing that he can do while he's alone. So he reads tons of books.
He just
while
reads.
I
he's
love just
alone.
how
So he
fast he
shows
just
that.
reads through that one
Fuck
psychologist
off.
book before he goes there. Just like
Fucking
boom,
Chris Traeger in
boom,
it.
boom. Like what the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's just a lot of like really great sort of scenes and motifs and conversations in this movie that kind of blows my mind that these sorts of things were
They thought about it.
And this was like 1997, you know?
Yeah.
99.
Okay, whatever. Still,
Still before millennia.
but so in particular, one of the scenes that I remember that I like, probably one of my favorite scenes of like underrated scenes maybe was the whole confrontation with Skylar asking him to like come to California with him.
Oh my goodness.
And then Will goes on that rant to be like, what if I go there and then I break up? No, it's like it's before that. It's like, what if we want to go there and then we break up and then you resent me and then I'm sort of stuck in California? I'm just like, yeah, fucking right. I've used those exact same arguments.
Oh, yeah.
Like the stuff that he was spouting about like why his hesitations for going to California and why he didn't want to go there. I've literally had those thoughts and have expressed them in relationships. And I was like, just like, because I'm always dominated just by like the logic and the what ifs, and that will, you know, the point of this, or one of the points of this movie is that sort of stuff of just you'll miss out on things and on life. And it's like, it's one of those moments where I'm just like, yeah, I totally get you. Oh shit. I see myself and I don't like it.
You guys remember I had a girl that I wanted badly married.
Yeah.
But she was like staying in Korea, and like I was so fucking pushy to call her out, like, and like, oh, come with me in America, or I come to the Korea and we get married and we will see what's next gonna happen.
Yeah.
I was so pushy to like do like actor. I was so added. What if she comes to America and we are gonna have a hard time? We break
and it
our
doesn't
heart.
work out,
Or
and now
what if I
she's stuck in
come to
America. Sort of thing.
Yeah. There was fucking.
Absolutely.
And I lost my dream girl. I lost my dream girl.
My last relationship was very similar. Of just like, she was studying law, and the way that like lawyer jobs works is that you apply to certain firms in different states, and then you stick with that firm for like a couple of years. You have to take the bar exam in that specific state. Once you like move to a different state, you have to retake the whole bar again in order to like be able to practice law in that state. Once you commit to a place, you're there.
Yeah.
And I was out in San Francisco at the time. She was considering places all over the place. I knew that she wasn't much a fan of San Francisco. I wasn't either. I didn't know how long I was going to be there. But her options were like, she got accepted to both San Francisco and Chicago. And I basically told him, it's like, you should go for Chicago, because like if you move out here and then I decide like I don't want to work in this place in San Francisco anymore, or if like we break up or something, like you're going to be stuck here in a city that you hate, and then you're going to resent me and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Maybe I want to move maybe I don't want to be stuck in San Francisco. Like I used all of these exact same arguments, and I'm seeing Will do this in the movie. I'm like, damn it.
I'm in the chair.
It's just one of those things where like, and that was always like a constant like strain on our relationship as well, of just like one person was driven by like emotion and let's see what happens, we'll figure it out when we get to there, and then the other person was trapped in their head in terms of like trying to think about everything logically. Cold was a word that was often thrown around. I just feel like, do you not like care? I'm just like, of course I care immensely. That's why I'm thinking about this so much. Like that's kind of what I would say with that kind of stuff. But like there comes like a point or a line that needs to sort of be acknowledged in terms of like, sometimes you just think about things too much to the point where like you miss out on experiencing things, you know? And I think that was like, I don't think that was like the It was definitely
It's
a
not the
big
main
part of the
point.
movie, but it's not the main point. It was one of my
point.
favorite points though that like I
No.
sort of saw in that.
I think more importantly than that, like I mean, if we want to start talking about theme and stuff, like trust is far more important in this movie
absolutely.
than like the experience and sort of like understanding yourself.
Hmm?
But I think that the finding it, like allowing yourself to try things like that is like a result of trust being such a strong theme in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like trusting someone enough to go do these things. Like when like Gerald Lambeau wants him to start pursuing career, it's like, yeah, he does not trust any of these places, so he's not going to go and pursue any of it. The same way that even Sean like doesn't trust anyone anymore. It's not that he doesn't trust people. It's like, why would he take a chance on anything new after his wife dies, right? Like that's sort of, I don't need to. I'm not going to open myself up to that. Like I don't trust it. I've been hurt. That sort of thing. So I love that this movie has the capability to navigate other like nuanced feelings in a way where like both you and Jerry have some like connection with this movie, even though neither of you has been abused by anyone. And I think that's beautiful that this movie can have a very iconic character with a very colored past, but you can still relate. I think that's so important.
Yeah. Oh my God, yeah.
And then I think the part that hit me, since we're all like talking to things about the movie that hit us, when Sean's calling out Will of like, what do you want to do? I'm like,
yeah. He's like, you can't give me a straight answer. I'm asking you a direct question. You can't give me an answer.
Scared
I don't know.
Yeah.
And just don't know.
You don't know. And also
and
just
the fact
the fact that Will like responds to things with like just joking about it and like making it unserious, like sort of defending yourself.
Oh
like,
yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah. You're just like,
again, it's such a genuine movie. It really just understands just the most basic things. Like it's not tackling some special isolated feeling that you have to learn how to understand. Like this is something that everyone goes through.
And I do think it's important to highlight, like even during that scene, right, when like Robin Williams is asking him that question, Matt Damon isn't saying anything, but he's conveying so much with his like mannerisms and his face. Like both of these two leading actors fucking like made this movie.
It's one of those things where he always has some sort of snarky comeback or comment.
Yeah.
But
You can tell the moment.
You can tell he just doesn't.
There are a couple of moments where you see him sort of like revert back into like that scared kid, and he encapsulates that like aura so perfectly.
His age changes when he does that. That sort of sort of mature control that he has and that confidence. And then whenever he's humbled and that posture changes, his like cheekbones relax and all of like,
it's wild.
Unbelievable control of these characters. And Sean as well. Like Sean has this thing where like that forced personality of being really welcoming or trying to ignore the sort of snipes that
you can tell when he takes damage from those sessions for sure. It's I'm glad that it, because my initial impression before watching this movie was that like Robin Williams was just like the always in control adult that puts this problematic child back on the right path. I had no idea that there was like a pushing from both sides in terms of making each person better. And like the fact that they would both hurt each other in very significant ways, very significant ways. Like, you see like Sean takes some critical damage from his sessions with Will.
No doubt.
But he still keeps coming back, and like
because we've seen
some wild acting and character like.
I think that's the best part of this movie. Yeah. Just the fact that they're both growing together. It's not just a one-sided.
And that's I love that.
I'm telling you how to do stuff. They're both teaching each other things.
I love that conversation when Robin. I keep calling Rob. I'll just keep calling Robin. When he asks him like, do you have like a soulmate, someone that like pushes you to do better? I had never really like heard of a soulmate described that way in terms of like not necessarily like he probably meant it as like a romantic partner, but like. In a sense, both of these two characters were kind of soulmates to each other because they were pushing each other to become better people. And that was such just, I liked that concept. It's very, I don't have a word for it. It was just very enlightening to see and hear it put that way.
Well, especially for Will, who's never had anyone in his life care about him more than themselves.
Yeah.
And even like the times where it happens, those people, and that's where Gerald's character comes in, as seemingly caring about Will or pretending to care about Will. But really, it's all about
They got their
him.
own selfish motives.
Like Sean is the first person to come along that actually cares more about Will than himself and is willing to like take on the pain of giving Will what he needs and defending
I think
that.
Charlie is pretty up there as far as people caring about Will.
Yeah,
I love
true.
when they're
There's
talking.
a difference.
Yes.
That's when they're talking to the
construction
construction
job,
site.
he's like,
Great fucking scene.
My favorite 10 seconds is when I walk through the door. I'm just hoping that you're just.
Oh, that shit.
I really love that scene.
Mind every time.
I really love that scene, and I love the development of it. Unfortunately, when I first watched that scene, I'm like, fuck, I saw that in BoJack Horseman first. I saw that referenced in BoJack Horseman. I know, but that doesn't stop my brain from automatically connecting neurons like that. I'm like, oh, that's where this is from. It's still a great fucking scene.
Yeah, it is.
And
every
real
acting wise kills it in this movie.
Kills
That's
it.
the crazy
Even Morgan.
Even Morgan, yes, even Morgan. He does his act. He's like a juvenile, childish characters that like a crown in a class, crown in a group. And but the funny thing is when they fight, he is in the group. He fights.
He jumps right in there. He's like, fuck, all right, I guess we ballin'.
And he just goes and kicks that guy in the face.
So good. That just like pull over and beat a guy. That's very Boston.
Yeah, it's a very South Boston thing to do. And I'm saying that with no knowledge about Boston at all. But
it's everything that I would picture Boston to be.
This is what movies have told me.
Movies
South
have portrayed
Boston
people from Boston as being like this, and you know what? I appreciate it.
I like it. I want that consistency. No one tell me otherwise.
I think it's fun. It's good.
So I have a couple of bits of trivia that I would like to share from IMDb. So apparently they shopped around this script to a bunch of different producers, and they had a litmus test in terms of who they would decide to go with. And that litmus test was on like page 60 or something in the script.
Wow.
They inserted a very explicit sex scene between Sean and his like the math teacher guy.
Yeah.
And if they didn't bring that, if the producer didn't bring that up during the meeting, it would be like, you didn't read the script. There was one producer who did like, I love the script. I just have one huge note. What the fuck is with this sex scene going on here? Why is this here? It doesn't make any sense. It comes out of nowhere. It's like, I think there was more to the meeting than that, but that was at least like they knew he read the script. For better or for worse, that man's name was Harvey Weinstein. And then to add to that trivia, apparently he didn't want Minnie Driver to be the romantic lead for that was Skylar, right?
Yep.
Yeah. He was pushing for somebody else because in his words, he didn't think that she was cute enough to be a leading lady.
Damn.
Yeah.
Cool.
She wasn't young enough for Harvey Weinstein, basically. Is what
yes. And then another fun fact in the Minnie Driver sort of universe, apparently the character Skylar was named after Matt Damon's real life girlfriend. I forget the timeline. I think it was either during or before production they actually broke up. And then during filming of Good Will Hunting, Matt Damon and Minnie Driver started dating.
That's ouch. I feel bad for the original Skylar. That's brutal. He literally replaced her with another Skylar, huh?
But how long did that last, though? Not long, I'm sure.
I'm curious.
Done,
I think the IMDb page says like they became romantically involved. I don't know if it was just like a fling or they started dating.
I feel like that happens all the time in Hollywood.
But what's weird about it is that she was playing a character specifically named after his girlfriend.
Wild.
But it's always just like these characters who were playing the roles.
It's like, wow, they have such good chemistry.
Good chemistry. And then they end up together for like a month, and then they
like
not anymore.
Once
the movie's over, the magic.
You're filming these very intimate scenes, you know,
right? With all these like really like all these things that that are written out that normal people probably wouldn't say. So it's very like
Yes.
romantic sounding and stuff like that. So you get
Yeah.
lost in the moment.
Yeah.
And you're acting, and you're trying to like be
You're getting
sincere.
into the character, and the characters are in love. So
One
Yeah.
one
it's
thing
not
that
a
I'll
far
also
stretch.
add as like a positive point for me with this movie was like I'm glad that like there wasn't much of like I'm glad there wasn't any fan service in this movie. You know, it's rated R. It's got romantic involvement.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
no like explicit sex scene or anything like that.
No,
I
it
feel
was
like that
actually
really
really
kind of
good.
would have just taken away from like
Honestly, the quote unquote sex scenes.
it was just them
completely clothed.
cuddling. Yeah, they were just kind of
she
cuddling.
She has clothes on, and
It
he's
just
sort of
showed
and they were
kissing.
talking
I never
about
got
fucking,
close.
but like that was it. Like
Yeah.
it was just natural dialogue. I'm glad I didn't need to
I
like
love that it focused on like just more how comfortable they were with with each other, not how
the intimacy,
not, how hot
not
for
just
each
like
other they were.
the fucking mash and
it was-
pisses.
It was more about the cream than it was about the steam.
Mm-hmm.
So I did appreciate that restraint, that the R rating was literally basically just for the
The
language,
swearing and and
which
So-
you can't make a movie in Boston without an R rating.
a little bit of
Boston.
fucking.
You can't.
Oh, well,
You just
fucking.
can't. Jerry, just
Oh,
question.
Okay.
Don't be embarrassed. Are you able to watch this movie without subtitles?
No.
I feel like that's probably the case for most like
No,
ESL people.
and
Because like
Well,
I would sometimes struggle to hear what these fucking Bostonians were saying.
Yeah, it's
They-
very hard to
Yeah.
for me to
They talk
understand
fast.
what
They
are
do talk
saying.
fast
I mean,
and with a thick
I-
accent.
I did watch with subtitles on, but that was because
I-
it just was on,
it was
and I
quiet.
didn't feel like turning it off.
The beginning
was
of the
quiet.
movie
I had
was
subtitles
definitely a
on.
little bit quiet. So
I don't know
so-
if it was just the
That's,
version
that's
that
kind
I
of
watched.
most of the time these days. I'll just put subtitles on just to,
Yeah.
in case I miss something, I can
Right.
look down and see what it is.
I think I
So
watched Star
only-
Trek with subtitles too, because like
I think
some of the
only
stuff's
one I
like
can
big
clearly-
groaning ship, and then the dialogue was kind of quiet. It's like I need. They're in shadows. I can't even look at their lips. Just okay.
What?
I need these subtitles. Sorry, Jerry. What were you saying?
Only one I could clearly like understand without subtitle was Robin Williams. like,
Because
Yeah.
he always talks in a calm, slow tone
slow
with
tone,
a
yeah.
minimal accent. I can understand that.
Yeah.
Which is so out of character for everything
Robin
that I
Williams.
know Robin Williams to be before this movie.
man.
He's always just this like crazy goofy guy, and then in this he's so just
Mm-hmm.
calm and reserved.
Even in like the society, like that society, like poem or
Poet
something
Society.
like that, he was like exciting teacher, like how I'd like to teach this, something like that. He was exciting, not this calm.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah, very, very just serene man.
but that's what I love about Robin Williams. He's got the range.
He's actually a bit of an actor,
act.
but unfortunately, like I just think that he's one of those people so talented that thing sort of wore on him.
Apparently, he was giving an interview on like the Tonight Show or some sort of like late night talk show where he's like, "Yeah, like this it's so weird. Like you can get this Academy Award for Good Will Hunting, and then like for 2 weeks, people will just like, hey." They'll see you on the street, be like, "Hey, Good Will Hunting, good job, man." And then after
Yeah.
those 2 weeks, they're just like, "What's up, Mort?" It's just like right back to it.
Like, yeah, right back
Yeah.
to it.
Ay, ay, ay. But yeah, it's fuck.
It's definitely just one of those movies where we can only just say good things about
It's
it.
that's what I was
I'm
gonna
not
say. I was
gonna
like, this is, I was gonna go into this review. It's like this is probably gonna be a really boring episode because we're
That's
just
what
gonna
I'm
be
saying.
gushing about this movie.
I
you know?
wasn't. That's why I was
Yeah,
like, I'm
there's
okay
no
with us
fighting.
wasting.
I'm
the
glad that
first
I've
2
watched
hours.
it. You
I'm
know,
glad, no, it's a very,
very-
Curling Jew,
very good
hello,
movie.
Zach.
Zach, I love you.
Oh,
Um,
Jack,
you're
sexy
my
daddy
daddy.
incoming.
It's a classic and it's just good.
There's just like really nothing major to complain about,
Mm-hmm.
honestly. All
I
the
don't- yeah, I-
characters are super like genuine,
Yeah.
and the acting's really good. I don't know. It's
Fucking
just
acting, man.
it's
But
very
what do you-
just
what-
well done.
What do y'all think about? There's only one person that I think is like not super necessary in the movie, and really he's just there to fill out the
Shoot.
group. But it's the curly-haired friend who is also, might I add, because Jared might have also seen this, the villain,
Billy.
the villain from Too Fast, Too Furious.
Oh, is he?
But that friend has very minimal lines, and he's really only kind of like on the
He's
outskirts
just kind of
of
there
that
to
group.
bully Morgan a little
Yeah.
bit.
Yeah, like he's just like filling out that group, but he doesn't really serve much of a
Yeah.
role.
But
Mm.
in my thing, is there was like a four people in a like a friends group, right? So there
It's
is
a good number.
there is a father figure, the Chop, and there is like a last kid who
The baby.
baby the Will, and there is like a funny guy, the Morgan. So there's gotta be like a one guy that
Need the
like
muscle.
keep the middle ground.
Yeah.
I think he actually keep the balance in the between the group.
So Jerry, tell us about the scene that inspired your costume.
Oh yeah.
Motherfucker.
Stop jacking off my mom's bedroom.
I'm so glad that all three of you have picked like the 3 least significant parts of the movie to represent your costume.
Me and Andrew
Mine is-
are
Are you kidding me? Steve and I are thinking the same thing.
exactly on the same page.
Jerry
like
took
them
the most
apples.
obscure route. That was a shock.
But as soon as I saw the mitt,
I know
I knew. We
what
all
it is.
knew. We all fucking knew.
Zach said it's no
And that-
Smoking Aces, but
Oh my
Zach,
you're
damn
right,
it,
it's
Zach.
not.
Basically,
This is very different from Smoking Aces.
It's
For
equivalent to the
example,
boner from
example, I like this movie.
Oh,
Anyways, Jerry, explain that scene.
I just want to know the logistics of cleaning up after yourself with a catcher's mitt.
How?
And then bringing it
How?
downstairs.
And then bring it downstairs and
And wearing it.
Why would you bring it down? Why are you
Because-
wearing it?
Because they implied that he was just like coming into it, but he's like, no, it's just for cleanup. But
I
where's
can't
the
imagine
cum
a
going?
more
And then you're
uncomfortable way to clean
What's
up.
happening? What's going on with that?
I think even though that scene's supposed to be like a funny, just like these are goofy friends and look at how close they are, I actually like that it's just showing even further just how like honest they are with each other.
Yeah.
Oh my
Like
God,
they don't, they just they're so comfortable that they'll jerk off in each other's houses and tell each other about it. Like there's literally nothing
Those were the
held
days.
between each other. Like I appreciate
The
how
movie does a really
wholesome
good
that
job.
was.
Like, yeah, it's like gross and like weird, but it shows how just close they are as
Yeah,
friends.
they're really family.
They're more than
They're-
just like superficial friends.
Right.
Which is
Yeah.
really cool.
They're close in like a let me think here. Because outside of the scene at the construction site with in the car or on the car and stuff like that, that seems to be like almost like an exceptional conversation that they don't engage with as much. Like they tend to do like stick with like the just they're friends in the same way that like you're friends with your bros sort of thing. It's like, oh, I've known this person for years. I think he has a kid or something. Like you don't know like these really important aspects of their life, but you're so close to them, you hang out with them so frequently that you're so comfortable with them. But
I
they
think the
don't
big thing is-
necessarily talk about like the heavy stuff unless they really have to, which is like that moment at the construction site was one of those sort of moments.
Well, that's why like
Heart to
that's why
heart.
that scene is so important. But
Yes.
I think
Yeah.
the main thing with them is just they know each one
They can-
has
they can
each
count on
other's
each
back.
other.
Like they
That-
can count on
Yes,
each other.
yes.
There's a and that's
Absolutely.
what Andrew was saying about the whole trust thing.
They got that
That's,
ride or
like,
die
the theme of the
mentality.
movie.
Mhm.
They all trust each other so much that like if I go and I want to fight this kindergarten bully, I know my 3 friends have my
The
back
boys.
and
Yeah.
they will back
Oh,
me up,
for
even
sure,
though there's
for
like
sure.
6 guys that were fighting.
Yeah.
It's just like that movie Four Brothers
Oh, maybe that'll be
With
my
my-
suggestion.
with Mark with Mark
It's-
Wahlberg.
Mark.
I think it's like a thing. There is a guy like a Steven is fighting and he's getting beat up. We are not gonna just watch it and watch.
I'm
like,
gonna
he's
kill a
gonna
man.
Get beat up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to get there and block it or fight it. It's like that kind of situation.
Yeah.
I'll scratch his eyes out.
No, absolutely.
plug your eyes
But
out,
at the
bitch.
same time, I do think that group of friends, particularly like the not Charlie friends, were kind of characterized as sort of being like the sort of comfort friends that aren't necessarily like holding you back, but if like you get
But they're there. They're still there. They're still part of
They're
like
there
the
for you,
dependable
but they're not
crew.
gonna be like you're not gonna talk about the issues.
they're not your soulmates, quote unquote, because they're not
That-
gonna push
that-
you.
right.
They'll make
why
sure make sure that you're taken care of and that you're comfortable. But that's kind of why like Will was so like enamored with the idea of just like 20 years having a couple kids, still going to the bar with these guys, like just keeping they're the safe route, just like keeping status quo. It's comfortable, it's easy, it's nice. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but like it's not like
It's not gonna be challenged by that.
you're not going to be challenged by that. So like if you want to grow, you have to not necessarily leave them, but expand your horizons, like expand your world. So I did like the sort of role that they played in that regard, especially when Charlie eventually like goes right up, like straight up to be like, I know this feels great right now, but if you're still doing it in 20 years, I'll fucking kill you.
I'll fucking
That's
kill
what
you.
I'm saying. Like, I love that.
It's a great scene. It's a great scene.
Good. It's so good.
Because it's very eye-opening. I think a bunch of people need to be told that kind
They
of
need
thing.
someone in their life that'll say that.
Yeah, because growth happens outside your comfort zone, and you have to force yourself to leave it in order for that to happen. And it's so easy to just not do that, because you don't have to until like you want to, like 20 years down the line, and you regret not doing that. You need somebody to basically tell you, to be like, you gotta. This feels great for now, but like, it can't be forever, sort of thing. Like you have to do other stuff, expand your horizons, and just grow as a person. I feel like as a friend, I would be doing you a disservice, or I would be like basically hurting you if I just do this for 20 years.
Over and over again
Yeah,
for 20 years.
Yeah.
The better thing about this scene is like the better thing about this thing is like Chuck like literally dear him. I bet Chuck would like to have Will at his side and just doing some like a chore and doing some family thing.
Yeah.
But he cares.
Chuck loves Will, but
he
so
cares
Chuck
too much
would
about
love
him
to
like let him stagnate though.
Exactly. So Chuck would love to have him, but at the same time, Chuck loves him so much, so he doesn't want Will waste his potential to just go waste like a family.
It's a clear example of another rare person in Will's life who cares more about Will than they do themselves.
Right.
So
like, like he would love nothing more than to hang out with Will for the rest of their lives, but he knows that Will deserves better than that.
Yeah.
It's just
it's good. It's a great scene.
So genuine, and it doesn't feel unearned in any way.
No.
Sometimes a movie would just likes to insist that these guys are friends, so they got each other's backs. But
no, the dialogue in this movie was too good to like insist
so
that.
Well written. Hats off to Matt Damon and Ben Affleck.
My goodness,
crazy man!
How did you write this movie so fucking well?
It's so good.
Doesn't this okay? When I watch movies like this, it makes me more mad at modern movies that I see.
Right,
Honestly,
because again,
like,
this was in
1999.
1999. I don't maybe because I'm not looking for it, but I think I can deserve some credit for saying this because this was an Oscar-winning movie. This was a movie that everybody has seen. It was a big movie at the time.
Yeah,
so I'm sure movies like this still exist in like the lower indie sort of space. But as far as because I'm not looking for these movies. We've talked about how I don't like actively seek out specific kinds of movies.
Me neither.
But the fact that like I think blockbuster is the wrong word for this movie, but like high profile movies today in like this sort of era, they're not exploring stuff like this, which is why I was so surprised that like this movie in the 90s was like it's exploring these concepts and these themes, and it has this dialogue that is resonating with a dude who was born 5 years before its release, like I'm watching this in 2025, decades after this movie has released, and I'm just like, God damn. Oh fuck, I see myself and I don't like it. It's such a raw and honest and vulnerable movie that I don't see movies like this get as high of a profile like nowadays, which is probably why I'm not interested in seeing most movies, because this is kind of like this is my standard in terms of what I would look for in terms of like, I want to go see this movie, this looks like it appeals to me, I'll go to a theater to watch it.
It has a fucking voice to it.
It has a voice
by metrics and shit.
I'm not
it has intentions, it's got something to say, it's got craft behind it, it's
got stuff that I can like not only relate to, but like it can teach me things about myself that maybe have just been like dormant in my heart that I haven't really thought about. It's exposing.
It actually falls into the category of art because it can reveal something about you.
And I understand that not every movie can be like this. You can enjoy your Star Treks and your Raiders of the Lost Ark. Those movies are fun and they have merit and they should exist. And I enjoyed watching them. But like, I wish movies like these weren't as rare as they are, if that makes sense. You know,
this is difficult because Steven was kind of saying this.
Not every movie can be like this.
To be that genuine, like you kind of, it has to be very personal. Not every like creator, and especially movies are much more. There's too many people involved in movie making now.
Yeah.
Right. It's
Like,
very
the
rare that
amount
it's
of-
just someone's just like, I'm making this because it's just
vision.
my passion project, and this is all like about me, sort of thing.
Those sort of
Everything
things
is all
don't get funding though.
committee-based now. That's what I'm saying. Like,
You have to prove that it's going to be profitable. And for any sort of media these days, TV, movies, games, if you want the funding to make it, you have to prove that it's going to be profitable. Like that's
You do,
the
right.
main motivation for it.
and it's hard for me to think that. All right, assume that someone's
Funny
trying
you
to
should
make a
say that,
Good Will
Funbase,
Hunting-
because you are correct.
like, imagine someone trying to make a Good Will Hunting type movie without like, assume that everyone in the movie is not famous or whatever. That would
Right.
not get greenlit today, I don't think, because
I-
that does not sell to audiences.
Granted,
No,
I
it's
do
so
I do think Robin
personally
Williams
written.
being part of the billing is probably one of the things that sort
poll.
of brought
Who would
it
get
was a poll.
cast in this movie today? Who, like,
Dude, if
it's
all
in
right,
today-
Goodwill Hunting remake, let's see.
Oh
Yeah.
God.
Let's start.
Jim
No,
Carrey.
go-
Jim Carrey is Sean.
No,
No.
way.
No.
Yeah.
Actually,
You know? Right?
Hold on.
Maybe.
Because
We've seen Eternal Sunshine.
Maybe.
He
He's
knows to
old
be
enough to
serious.
play that
he's
role
older,
now. Because
he's older.
in his earlier serious
up,
roles, he was
Matthew.
kind of like I don't know
he
how to
was a goofy,
describe it.
not taken seriously.
No, I'm talking like Eternal Sunshine, Jim Carrey.
Okay.
He's
okay.
not mature, but he is very serious and like
Dramatic. It's
dramatic.
dramatic.
But
Yeah.
now that he's like up there in years, he can probably play more of that like parental figure.
Even though his
seriously.
most famous roles now are Dr. Eggman.
I mean,
and
oh,
Dr.
you know what?
Eggman's
That is true.
father.
I did forget about his latest billing stuff, so maybe not.
But within that timing, so
Ooh.
Goodwill Hunting coming out with like in the time around when Aladdin came out, you know, like just a few years apart.
Yeah.
Think about Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and this movie coming out around the same time for Jim Carrey.
Well, no, I think it's easier for Robin Williams because he has like an animated character to hide behind. You're literally seeing like Jim Carrey gut in Sonic 3 and shit. He's like batting it around and stuff. Like you see his face there. Pomo brings up a not
Tom
bad
Holland.
suggestion.
Yeah.
Tom Holland,
okay,
I can kind of.
Maybe.
He's a bit maybe too baby faced.
I feel like I think Tom Holland.
I don't know if he could pull off a
does well
Boston
in
accent.
some aspects, I do not think he could pull off a Will
He's
Hunting.
Tom Holland is a good like goober, if that makes sense. Like he
I
plays
think
like an
he
everyman
can-
who's kind of like out of his element a little bit. He
Yeah.
can play
He's
that.
quirky. He's
Yeah.
He can
quirky.
still- I
He
think he
doesn't
can
exude
play-
confidence to
He
me
can
in
play
terms of like a
specific
character that
roles
he's
really
played.
well, and he can do like dramatic stuff.
Uh-huh.
But I don't think he can do a I've been abused my entire life
Yeah.
and I'm fucked
No.
up from it sort of
No.
vibe. I just don't get that from him.
Well, because he's
Yeah,
not
maybe
he's
not.
not tough. He doesn't have edge to him.
He doesn't have
Try-
that
ima-
edge to him.
Imagine him trying to deliver the monologue at the bar scene, like
No
to
fucking way.
the Apples guy. Just try to picture Tom Holland's like raspy, like
That's just
like
funny.
cracky voice doing that. Too good.
Ghostbusters cast as all women. Done.
That's fucking genius, Zach.
So then we would have Melissa McCarthy as Robin Williams.
Oh.
Done.
Wait, what about Jenny McCarthy as Robin Williams?
Ew, she's even
And
worse.
it's more about like an anti-vax sort of thing.
Yeah,
How about Robin Williams' daughter, Casey Williams, or some sort of.
Zelda? Robin Williams'
Zelda.
daughter is Zelda.
Oh, Zelda, yeah, Zelda
Yeah.
Williams, yeah.
I don't think she's an actress though.
No, I don't think so. I think
I think she's
she
just
does her own
does
thing.
her own thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually can't think of like casting now that would align with a movie like that. It
I
would have
just,
to be
like, I
nobody.
feel like
it would have to be nobodies.
I'm so glad
has
that
to be
this
at this
movie,
point.
similar to like Back to the Future and other like legendary
Only.
movies, has sort of like dodged that like remake or sequel
Oh yeah.
bullshit.
There's
You
no-
certainly can't make a
gain
sequel
nothing.
to this, but like
You can't make a
it's
sequel,
certainly
but-
prime for remake material,
Dude,
right?
Imagine they tried to make a sequel where it's
Oh,
just
fuck off.
Will living in San Francisco with Skylar.
Fuck off.
That
Fuck
would be
you,
so
fuck you,
stupid.
don't
No,
fucking
no.
stop.
I could see Hollywood stooping low enough and people being into it of a Skylar and Will got married and now they're old and then they have a kid and what it's like actually trying to. I could see in San Francisco raising a kid. I could see
Massive.
this.
I don't
He's so
don't
bad,
doubt
though.
Hollywood's capacity to make a sequel. I'm talking about like a good one though, which is impossible.
I feel like this is one of those sacred movies almost.
Yes.
Don't touch it. Don't touch it ever.
Not touch it.
If anything, just re-release it in theaters every few fucking years.
Yeah.
I'm glad that's how they do things like the Jim Henson movies with Labyrinth or Neverending Story.
They're recently doing that with the Star Wars prequels, actually.
Oh, interesting. I guess it's May the 4th soon. But that feels like a better way to honor these movies and get people excited. Re-release them in theaters. You get the nostalgia.
Because not everybody was alive to see this on the big screen, you know?
Right.
There's value in that, I think.
On their TVs at home. So I think just re-releasing them is perfectly valid. You do not need to make a sequel or
people will go watch.
And you'll probably make a good chunk. You'll literally have to spend barely anything, and you'll probably make a decent chunk of change out of re-releasing it. I'm pretty sure Revenge of the Sith was that episode 3?
Third.
Yeah. That movie was doing numbers when it re-released in theaters.
A lot of people went and saw that.
Yeah.
I would have seen it in theaters if
and
I
they
had
didn't,
some like Star Wars crew.
What do you have to spend to make that? Maybe like some logistical fees and things like that to get into theaters, but that's peanuts compared to making a movie from scratch.
You don't even need a commercial. It's already commercial itself.
And you've already got a fan base for it. Star Wars is different, like that.
Sure.
But I do think you can release classics like this, and I think most theaters do stuff like it. But I wonder if it's actually successful because the way they present it is like 10 people at best show up.
To my knowledge, the way that it's done is that like the theaters would probably reach out to the publishers and say like, hey, can we air this movie for XYZ dates? So it's more like, I would imagine, profit for like the theater side of things than like a large scale re-release across the country sort of thing.
Definitely, this is more for that individual theater, like the franchise, to try and pull people to their local theater.
Yeah.
Because people just don't go to the theater anymore.
Why would they? Why should they? Chicken jockey.
On that subject, I saw an article of theaters welcoming people and saying you can go wild in here.
The director is encouraging it.
What the hell?
Yeah, it's wild to me if theaters are actually encouraging that. That's wild. It must be like higher ups at the theaters who don't have to do the cleanup. Because
that's what it is.
Ain't no way anybody who actually works the theater is encouraging people to do that shit. But I understand because, like you said, nobody's going to the fucking theaters anymore. Here's this like cultural event that will bring people into the theaters. Why wouldn't you encourage that if you don't have to clean up the aftermath, you know?
But doesn't that take all the fun out of it? Like, if I'm a vandal and someone tells me come vandalize my house, that takes all the fun out of the vandalism.
The fun, unfortunately, isn't like, it's not the vandalism that people go to that movie for. It's being part of like it's like being part of like a football crowd after a touchdown gets scored. It's like, yeah, it's for the meme. It's not necessarily to just like trash the place. It's just to like be a part of this meme. And the vandalism is kind of just tertiary to that, you know?
A symptom.
You went to Thunderbolts, Pomo? How was that?
Y'all gotta stop Pomo. Okay, I know that's just Pomo. Whatever. You know what? Have fun. Keep watching all this stuff. It's fine. I'm ready to start seeing the articles where Thunderbolts is like a magical experience. Yeah, there it is. Okay, cool. I'm sure you.
You know,
it's just not for me.
Fun movie.
What's that?
Not that it was good, Until Dawn.
But fun.
I hear that. Okay. All right.
It has no
what a wild
connection to the game at all.
For anybody who's not familiar, and I can explain this to you, Andrew. Are you familiar with just like the game Until Dawn?
Yeah, your coworkers were playing it one time.
One of the big appeals of Until Dawn is that like you have this wide cast of characters, and you play as each of them for a little bit at a time. Like you constantly switch between perspectives, and you make choices at these characters. You have quick time events with these characters.
It was like The Quarry, right?
At any point, one of these characters could die if you make the wrong choice, if you fail the cutscenes, and then they're dead for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
So, to adapt this into a movie,
oh boy,
what they did is that they have this wide cast of characters. They go into this haunted house area, and they all slowly start to get picked off one by one. However, once they're all dead, this little hourglass turns over, which is a common motif of Until Dawn, this little ticking time hourglass thing.
Yeah.
And when that hourglass turns over, a time loop starts and they all respawn and the night begins again. And they have to try and figure out how to survive inside this house until dawn. They do have memory.
Dawn. If they survive until dawn,
so they turned this game that is famous for not having any sort of like respawn for their characters, no reset, no undoing your choices to a time loop story.
Yeah. There's literally like 5 characters and it just loops through them, and then each night.
The premise sounds really cool though, because there's like a different sort of like like one time it's a psychic killer, another time it's like, or not psychic, like a psycho killer, another time it's like this supernatural thing, and they're trying to understand how this works so that they can escape. It sounds like a neat idea. It's not until dawn.
No. It's also just not a good movie.
Okay.
But it's a fun movie.
Okay.
And all I'm gonna say is, if you do watch it, the drinking the water scene,
that's what I hear is like the highlight. I was trying to find like a death compilation on YouTube.
The greatest thing I've ever seen.
It looks so, it sounds so cool.
It's one of those things where I'm like, I don't know if are they trying to make a comedy movie?
So
or
I'll spoil this. If people in chat don't want to hear it, plug your eyes or plug your ears. But the concept, and I was desperately trying to find a clip of this on YouTube. But so I think it's like for the second night or something, they're all holding up in the bathroom. And there's like, I think we have to survive until dawn. And so let's just hunker up in this bathroom and wait it out.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think eventually like they start getting thirsty or something, and like a water tap opens up.
They're in the bathroom.
Yeah.
And one guy is just like, well, I'm thirsty, so I'm gonna go to the sink and whatever. In previous nights, another girl was always like spawning in the bathroom. That's where her like load point was, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. And there was never the water was never running in there. And so he goes over to he takes a cup over there and starts turning the faucet on. She's like, oh, the water doesn't work. But then it starts coming out brown, and then it turns to clear. He's like, oh, well, I guess it works now.
Yep.
So he fills a cup and just drinks the whole thing.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, okay.
Why
Does
not?
anyone else want to drink? And everyone's thirsty, so of course they say yes.
Yeah.
Then they're having conversations about a bunch of bullshit. I'm just gonna go ahead and spoil this.
Yeah.
Do
it. Yeah. That's where I was
They're
going.
having these conversations about a bunch of random bullshit talking about like, oh, how are we gonna survive this, and how like what are we gonna do? Like what's the plan here? Do we just stay in here until night? The first guy who drinks the water, he just starts coughing. He's like,
oh, just wait.
And then there's like a kind of funny moment where it just kind of disregards that, and he's just coughing in the background while all the characters are talking about something completely different. And then he starts coughing harder, and he's just and at one point he coughs up a little blood, and then there's like a really funny moment where he looks at it and no one sees him cough up the blood, and he just like wipes it on like the shower curtain so no one sees it. He's like, I don't want anyone to know that happened.
I'm dying.
And then it just switches back, and you just hear him in the background. And it's just so like obscenely like weird that they're just talking about and not commenting on it at all.
That he's coughing and dying,
and then he starts coughing even harder after that. And then they start looking at him like, "What the hell's going on with you?" And then he keeps coughing. And I forget what he says right before it or what happens, but essentially he coughs so much that he literally just explodes.
Yeah.
A gory, just million pieces. Like, imagine those, like, super old...
Like Jaws type stuff?
Like practical effect, like, just exploding, like, just this, like, meat thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that was him. And then it turns out that just everyone drank the water slowly but surely.
They all start just, like, inflating and exploding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's literally, like, there's, like, one scene where, like, for some reason, one girl's leg just blows up for some reason, and then her stomach starts expanding, then it blows up after that.
Oh my goodness.
It's so
wild.
I literally, like, I was dying laughing.
I'm just like, I saw a couple of people reviewing this movie, and they also was like, this was the best scene in the movie for sure. I'm just like, I need to see what this looks like.
It is so just like B-movie feeling during that scene that I could not believe it. And I don't know. There's still some people I was talking to that still got scared during the parts of the movie. Or
it is a little body horror-y, I guess, but like.
Yeah, but like it's so over the top and goofy.
No, they just drank the water. Apparently, the water makes you inflate and explode.
Yeah, it just makes you explode if you drink the water in this thing, in this like little like time loop that they're in. Yeah. So that I could not stop laughing the entire thing. And then there was a separate scene where a guy basically just like killed himself by drinking the water on purpose because that was something that happened on a previous night. So he's just like a monster was coming at him, so he just started drinking water from a pipe, and he's like, "Come at me!" And they just blows up.
Seriously,
it's so.
But does the movie at any point try to like insist that it's a bit campy or it's
the whole thing is ultra campy?
Okay.
I think it tries to rely on its jump scares a little bit. I would say, which I'm not scared of those.
Yeah.
So I just kind of sat there. At no point was it scary. It was more of just like a funny thing that was happening for me.
Wacky.
But I was sitting nearby this like one lady who was the classics, just like maybe horror's not for you. Like getting scared of like the dumb shit, and then when a character's going off, they're like, no, don't go there. Don't go by yourself.
Lady.
This is literally the most cliche thing I've ever seen. Are you seriously questioning it right now? Because fuck you.
Lady, please.
But I had some good laughs at least. So
yeah,
it was fun.
The most like cliche campy horror movie I've ever seen.
That's fucking hilarious.
And it has nothing to do with the game at all.
It's so insane how like they maybe saw the title of the game and that's about as much as they knew about it. It seems like.
So there are a couple like Easter eggs, obviously.
Yeah.
So you see Rami Malek, one of the main characters from the game, but he's just a little picture on like a piece of paper of like a little like document.
They couldn't afford him, just his likeness.
And the main like therapist guy that you see like in between like sort of stuff where he's like giving you ink blot tests and stuff like that. He's actually in this as basically the same character, kind of, I guess, or that's what it implies, that he's like a doctor that's causing all this sort of shit. But that's pretty much it. Everything else is just completely off the walls and nonsense.
Wild.
But it was.
It sounds like a fun
explode.
movie. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything. It's all just it's movies that are good, I guess, just to go with your group of friends and just go
Pretty
laugh
much, yeah.
at.
I wouldn't recommend it as a movie that's worth watching, but
everything is Thunderbolts.
Do premonitions still happen? No, I don't think so.
No, there's no totems or anything in the movie. They do have there's like an interesting scene where so they're resetting after they all die and all that sort of stuff. They retain their memories, but eventually they start forgetting how long they've been there or how many times they've died. There's one scene where apparently the one guy has been recording videos of each night, and even though they're resetting, all of those videos are still saved on his phone. So then they just sort of play through a couple of just random
like death scenes
weird
and shit.
things that happen. Death, like, nothing. Yeah, I don't know. That was kind of interesting, like seeing like what's happening to them. There's like a weird siren that's happening that's making them bleed from their eyeballs. One of them's like a weird parasite digging into some chick's
I saw that in the
cheek
trailer,
or something like that. And then a couple other things I can't remember, but
the idea of a time loop horror movie sounds fun.
Yeah. But
it's kind of hilarious that it was Until Dawn that decided to do it.
I don't know. There's no reason for it to be called Until Dawn.
That's so funny.
I'll say that much.
Funbase says, it just occurred to me who's closest probably to the modern Robin Williams, and they are a canceled person. Who the hell are you talking about, Funbase?
Who would that be?
Like I can't keep up with all the canceled celebrities, man.
Comedian?
Everyone's been canceled at least.
Don't
once,
say
so.
Kevin Spacey.
Well, Kevin Spacey, I don't think is a Robin Williams type.
I'm sure Funbase is thinking a comedian. What, like Louis C.K.?
Oh, I've seen him play. I've seen him play dry roles, but not serious roles.
He would not fit this one.
Who's been canceled?
Comedian wise?
I don't know.
I mean, I could barely tell Robin Williams and Matt Damon apart, so don't ask me.
What?
I'm kidding.
That's crazy.
Guys, you want to hear a fun fact since Pomo was talking about Marvel? Both Matt Damon and Stellan Skarsgård are also in a Marvel movie together.
That's true.
Thor. I forget
Oh,
which
Matt
Thor,
Damon. Oh, it's
but-
probably Ragnarok, right? Didn't he just like play like a
Ragnarok,
random
yes.
scene like in the play thing?
Matt
He's in
Damon
a
was in
random
like
scene.
that like random like
play
drama
reenactment, right?
theaters.
Yeah.
that Loki was putting up. But
Oh fuck.
there is a
Stellan
Marvel
Skarsgård
cast.
plays the actual important character.
One of the
Thor
professors.
plays. The professor. Him and Jane are the only humans that Thor likes.
I'm looking at just like a list of canceled. Oh, Bill Cosby.
Dead ringer for Robin Williams.
Would have made a lovely Sean.
Jesus Christ.
All right, here's the real question, and everyone be honest.
Yeah.
Did you cry?
No. I think I teared up a little bit.
I cried in this movie.
I teared up a little bit during the "It's Not Your Fault" scene. I didn't cry during the "Come to California with Me" scene, but it was definitely the one that I think resonated with me the most.
Yeah.
I don't think I think the closest I got was the "It's Not Your Fault," where I'm just like kind of tearing up a little bit, especially when he gets to the part where it's like he's gone past like the "don't fuck with me." It's like, don't do this, not you. I'm like, oh
yeah, right.
I'll point out 3 scenes that made me cry.
Yeah.
Obviously that one.
Yep,
one is
for sure.
one.
It's good.
Yeah.
The Ben Affleck scene where he's talking about I want you to just be gone one day. I thought that was really good. And it's not the "Come to California with Me."
No,
it's
not
the
that
part at the end of that where
when he's like going off on her.
I didn't know that. Like, do you want to
that
know
was. I think I got close there too. Yeah.
That shit.
Dude, she was so good in that scene
Damn,
too.
she sold that.
God damn.
You feel so bad for both of them.
So
Yeah.
No. I very strongly admit the same as Steven.
All of those scenes definitely like emotionally hit me, just not in the way that would like elicit tears from me. There's like weirdly specific things that make me cry. Usually it's like some sentimental like father-son stuff, or like father-daughter, father-son sort of dynamics. Like those always like really hit me in the heart for some reason. There's like a big motif of that with like Telltale's Walking Dead and shit that made me cry. So like looking back to the past for like in like sort of a nostalgic way, like
anime stuff.
So for an example, not anime stuff, but well, I guess maybe those sort of motifs. But I'm thinking, I'm thinking like opening minutes of Toy Story 3, where it's like going through Andy growing up and stuff like that. For some reason, like that sort of sentimental, I think, is the thing that will make me a blubbering mess. And then those sort of like tragic parental dynamics that will also like elicit tears out of me. The stuff that you're describing definitely like hits me emotionally, but not in the way that would make me cry, if that makes sense. Like I feel strongly about those scenes, but not in like a tears coming out sort of way. It's weird to describe it. Like I can become a blubbering mess at like some very insignificant things, and then some other things I'm not like emotionless, but it's more just like God damn, that was really good. That was strong, but I'm not like crying about it. Exactly. Exactly.
It seems like seeing people experience pain is not what gets you.
No, I can feel it, but I won't like cry about it, if that makes sense. That sounds dismissive. I have empathy. Tears coming down your face does not mean empathy.
No, well, okay. I'm curious. Jerry has never cried in his entire life. So
That's
Jerry,
true.
which scene did you almost cry at?
Okay, for me, it's like I could hold a tear in middle of the scene of like Skylar and Matt Damon. I didn't know. I was a fucking orphan. I didn't know I could hold a tear, but I almost like cried out. Like
you felt it.
No,
you felt it.
I'm not crying. I'm a big man.
I'm a big man.
I don't cry. I don't cry.
Let it out, Jerry.
Who was there to judge you, Jerry?
Well, Jerry was like knuckle deep in 2 ladies at that moment. He's like, I can't have either of them think less of me.
That's true.
But I have to watch this before Friday, and this is the only time I could fit it in.
This was like an hour ago.
So,
It was already on the stream.
The moment that like there's it's like it's okay. I gotta say something like it. It's not your fault. Yeah, sure. I know. It's not your fault. I know, man. Yeah.
I know.
It's not your fault. Don't fuck with me. It's just fucking. I couldn't hold it. I couldn't hold it.
That breaks.
Stop
It
talking
breaks
to me,
you.
man, not you.
Not you.
Dude, he breaks down so
Oh my God,
realistically
I'm
as well.
sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh my God, I
It's
couldn't hold
really
back.
well
and I
done.
think, and I figured that would, especially if you're the sentimental type, like the movie spends a lot of time to get you to that moment of the trust being built between Will and Sean, and how Sean can disarm Will the way no one else can, and to see that like final moment of like completely making Will like accept things and finally open up. That has to, like, if that means anything to you, like that's gonna get you. That's gonna
another
get you.
moment that like I love in this movie, because Robin Williams always call him like Chief for sport.
Chief
and
for
stuff,
sport.
but he
Starts
finally
calling him
calls him son.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That gets me so much.
It's just like, it's
he
those
has
little
a fucking
things.
father figure for once in his
I
life.
know.
God damn.
Yeah.
How about you, Andrew? Did you ever?
Oh yeah, no, I agree. It was same as Steven. Like
They're basically the same person.
We're basically like
We have
and
emotions, unlike Jared.
and it is the same as you too, Jerry. Like the when Will starts expressing like, you want to know all these things about me, like that moment, I'm like, fuck, because I am someone, I cannot watch other people cry. That is a problem for me.
Yeah.
And I get it from our mom. So I
Every
can't
time
do that.
every time I start tearing up or crying during a movie, I just think of our mom and just how
I do.
easily she cries.
Yes.
I'm like, this is where I get it. God
Oh
damn
my
it.
God, damn it, mom! Like I like to think we're not that bad. Like
No, I'm not that bad, but
I'll never hold it back. Like if I feel that, like unless
yeah.
I'm around you guys. I mean, I don't want. We're men, right?
Exactly.
But-
Men don't
I
cry.
admitted to
Men don't-
crying
men
to
don't
I want
cry.
to eat your pancreas this stream. I think I'm in the clear.
But yeah, like that's actually something I enjoy. That's why, like Whiplash too. Like I think there's times where like tears will well, not as like a that's really sad. It's just like I feel like you feel just like the tingles of like a moment,
I'm feeling
and
the emotions.
you kind of get like caught in it, and it like catches like the blood rushes to your face and pushes the tears out. You know, like I enjoy feeling that. So now if I'm feeling like cathartic and a movie like this is on, I'm not gonna let that hold it back. So yeah, definitely the moments for me were the same as Steven. I think I also get a little bit just like the scene of the first time Sean is monologuing to Will at the pond.
Yeah.
Just because I'm thinking of how significant that is.
That really kind of just like it happens a little bit later in the movie, but that really sort of like cemented what like the tone of this movie was kind of gonna be, and that's I was already into the movie, but that's kind of where I sort of locked in was during that monologue.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is how real we're gonna get. All right, let's get it. Let's get this done.
It starts so focused on Robin Williams' face.
Yes. What a great one or two,
and
man.
you start seeing like just how just like
it's just destroying
like,
Will.
oh, fuck.
Yeah.
It's destroying Will at the same time. Because he's always been that just like cocky, confident guy, and then you finally see him disarmed a little bit.
Yeah.
Man.
That's what gets you.
And honestly, like this, seeing that like watching a character get like broken like that, and then again the acting and just like that solemn face.
But then also,
I was really feeling like what it was like to be in that position.
But then also, it's a great way to sort of establish like how vulnerable Sean is as well. Because yeah, he had that little outburst in the office where he's like, "Don't talk about my wife like that." But then he straight up talks like, "That one little thing you said like kept me up all fucking night and blah blah blah.
Right.
You destroyed my life for that one moment." It's like, God damn. Okay, these people are like doing damage to each other, but they're both like, it's not destroying them in a way. Like these are very strong/willed people that are like sort of clashing and trying to, well, mostly Robin Williams is trying to help Matt, but in an indirect way, Matt Damon was also sort of pushing Robin Williams to not necessarily like get over his dead wife, but to not let it sort of define him and keep him stuck in this rut forever, right? Like he's doing these things, he's doing similar things that Matt is in terms of like staying in his comfort zone and not deviating from it because of something tragic that happened in his past.
Right.
They have a lot of parallels, and what I find super interesting is that I didn't really like connect those dots until Robin Williams saying like, I'm gonna go traveling, play my hand and see what sort of comes back. I'm like, oh, okay. Because like I was like throughout parts of the movie when especially during that conversation when they're talking about like soulmates and stuff, do you have someone that like that pushes you and like tries to make you better. And he's like, yeah, like, you know, Nietzsche, Shakespeare, he lists off all these authors. And then Robin was like, those are all dead. Like, I'm talking about someone alive in your life. And then Matt Damon turns the card on him. He's just like, what about you ever think about remarrying? He's like, finding a new soulmate, like remarrying. He's like, well, my wife's dead. He's like, yeah, hence remarrying. He's like, she's dead. I'm like, that seems a little, I understand. I'm like, that's very sweet, but that's a little hypocritical of what you just said. And what I find interesting about this is that like Robin Williams' character development is kind of happening a lot more in the background compared to Matt Damon, but it's definitely happening. And it feels very natural for like when that resolution happens to be like, I'm going to go travel, see what sort of like play my cards, see what kind of money I make or whatever his line was. Like very clear and intentional growth because of his experience with Matt Damon. But it's just interesting that sort of like happened in the background. You know, I'm not saying that it should have been in the foreground. I think it's neat that it happened in the background and it makes sense. And I think it's
well, I think it's important to show that Sean was making Will more important than him. You know, like that, and that was that making him. Will was obviously important to him. Yeah, and it was important to save Will. But I think in the end, it's like Will saving Sean also was just like it was a side effect and not like the goal of his involvement with Will versus like Gerald, whose goal was from the beginning was to get some benefit from Will.
Yeah, but it didn't feel like any sort of like sappy ass pull or anything like that. All of this stuff felt earned and genuine, you know?
Yeah.
So now, aside from like the sad stuff, I will say the thing that made me laugh the most was that fucking cuck Tom. That was Gerald's sister.
Yeah, when he's getting so jealous of Will during that whole thing. Fucking Tom, dude.
I think the most I laughed is when he went up to like that other math guy's like, don't worry, sometimes people just get lucky.
I couldn't get over that man's fucking voice. Every time he spoke, I'm just like, I never expect that voice coming out of that man's mouth.
It's so soft and weak. And just seeing him in rooms with Will, and Will's like completely ignoring him.
Dude, when Will and Gerald have that little like high five moment when they're just like, and then you see just Tom just like staring at him like, I'm not part of this.
Poor little Tom.
I think it was also a great comedic scene when Will just sends Charlie to his interview. And he just takes $70 from a guy at the table.
Retainer.
Damn.
You want my money?
I'm watching you.
Suspect. Ollie is. Was Ben Affleck in anything before this? This feels like very like.
I don't think so, because another little bit of trivia is as this movie was filming and after it was released, Ben Affleck was actually extremely concerned about only being remembered as Matt Damon's dumb friend.
He was in some stuff before.
Oh, was he?
Was he?
He was in, like, Dazed and Confused and shit.
I know he's in Pearl Harbor not too long after this.
He was in Chasing Amy.
Chasing Amy.
Oh, he was in a bunch of Kevin Smith films. Actually, this movie was almost directed by Kevin Smith, if you can believe it.
I'm glad it was this guy though. I think this guy had a good sensitivity to how to shoot people.
Yeah,
for sure.
Like I will say I love the photography in this movie. Like
it's great,
the framing is just good. Like everything is like it's very rarely is there any synthetic light used. It's always very much in scene light, like a lamp or a desk light, or it's always natural sunlight, things like that. Just making everything super clean and honest. And it's pure film, like super filmy. So you really get that grain to everything. I know that was a little bit more common in the 90s, but you can tell that they were trying to just be a little bit more authentic with the like shooting these scenes in Boston. It was meant to be like a little bit rough. But man, the isolated shots of like whenever people are alone, I'm like, damn, that's just like good photography.
Good shit.
Yeah. Good shit. Okay, come on.
Where's I really have to pee, bro.
Go pee.
I don't know how much more of this was there that I just didn't notice, but things like Will starting. There's 4 chairs in that office with Sean, and the first time Will goes in there, he's in the farthest seat. He's sitting really far away from him. Yeah. And the next time they're there, he's in the next seat a little bit closer.
Oh yeah, that's true. I never noticed that.
And then eventually he's in and then he's in the seat next to him. And then at the very, very end, their seats are pushed together and their knees are like almost touching.
Yeah.
And they're leaned.
It was really Breen-esque in that way.
Oh my goodness. That's probably where he got it. Look at how close they are. Yes. Oh my goodness.
Oh, you just reminded me of like the 4 chairs in that room. Another great scene was Sean talking about the day he met his wife. Great little sort of like setup and like playing with like the baseball footage and stuff like that and just like retelling that story and amping it up. And then he's like, no, I didn't rush the fucking field. I wasn't there.
What do you mean you weren't there? I was at a bar. I was talking to my wife.
Yeah. Oh, it was so sweet. Such a great way to sort of really convey an honest, genuine sort of love that he had for his wife, even though we've never even seen her at all. To be able to convey a relationship like that and understand just like the depths of this man's love for this specific woman without being like super sappy or cheesy, and especially like conveying it in a way where like somebody can understand how a person could feel that way, like it felt like earned that he cared about his wife so much. It wasn't like insisting, it was like, this guy's wife's dead and you should feel bad,
right? Yeah.
No, it never went to like the cheap tactics.
Yeah,
I do love when he's talking about like the idiosyncrasies are the
yes. Oh, that's like, so great.
It's so good.
Yeah. And also, I'm just remembering that one line from his monologue where he says like something about like the doctors know that the words visitation hours don't apply to you.
Don't apply to me. Yeah.
Fuck, man. Damn.
You're making me feel like my wife's dead.
Yeah. It's just really good dialogue, man.
Yeah.
I'm running out of words to say good.
I know it's.
This is a very boring review.
I'm one of those people who is like opposed to therapy, like not on like any like really principled stance, but I just like it's really hard for me to think that like therapy would ever be good for me. But a movie like this, I'm like, damn.
I need Robin Williams.
I need Robin Williams right now.
I got bad news about that.
Where's Robin Williams?
Robin Williams needed therapy too.
Oh, that's tragic.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm not gonna be one of those people who is like, that guy meant everything to me, and suddenly like start building shrines to him. But it is still sad.
Apparently, when he did die, though, a bunch of people went to this bench from Good Will Hunting and laid a bunch of flowers.
That's nice.
That's pretty beautiful. One of these days, I need to go to Boston.
Yeah.
Boston.
Apparently, also that bench scene. Apparently, that bench scene. Robin Williams was already a pretty big name by the time this was out, obviously.
Yeah.
During that bench scene, apparently in the outskirts, there was like 3,000 people gathered around to watch the filming of that scene because they wanted to see Robin Williams there.
Yeah.
So like when they're talking on that bench, there is a gigantic crowd of people around that area that you never see.
I mean, that's impressive.
It's crazy.
Kind of work through that.
And I watched that scene again, knowing that, and I'm seeing like these sort of like cuts back and forth from like him and Matt Damon. I'm seeing like behind them as well. I'm just like, there ain't a goddamn person in sight. That's impressive.
No. Yeah, they had to really control where people were.
God damn.
Yeah, I think this movie is just like everyone has their own little sort of monologue that happens at some point in the movie, and they're all
it's like defining.
Phenomenal.
Yeah,
it's so good. It's so good.
Steven,
we're just gonna gush about the movie a little
Steven
bit.
or Jared, were either of you distracted by Minnie Driver thinking either A, that's Jane from Tarzan?
No.
Or B, that's the prima donna from Phantom of the Opera?
I had no idea about either of those. I didn't know about Jane.
Oh my god, no!
That's crazy.
I did not even like think about who she was. I was like, just British girl.
Yep.
Honestly.
Yep.
British girl.
British girl.
British girl.
With a very strong jawline.
I will say that
when she tells that joke with the Irish accent, I was like, holy shit.
She's got
see the chiseled jaw of that,
my
of that
goodness.
girl. It's
What
crazy.
a Chad of a woman. I mean, that square face and those teeth, like they really leave
Maybe
her head.
Harvey Weinstein had a point.
Oh.
I mean, not to take sides with the sexual assault person, but my first instinct watching it isn't like, because usually when I see love interests, you're like, oh, I want to like also find this person attractive, and I don't find Minnie Driver attractive. But I think that the movies where you have less just conventionally attractive or predictably, the relationship always seems more sincere and real.
It feels more genuine.
So it feels more genuine, and then I only see the acting and not the boobies.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's very just good casting all around.
Yeah.
For sure.
And I'm sure if I saw Minnie Driver, I'm sure I'd think she was gorgeous.
I'm gonna have to keep that in mind if I watch this movie again, because I had no idea that she was the voice of Jane from Tarzan.
Just listen to talk like this.
Yeah, it's just British.
Every time she draws out a note.
I don't. Maybe
She's the beekeeper?
You know what? Maybe all British people sound the same to me. It's like, okay, this is the British accent person.
I never in a million years would I have guessed that she's the fucking prima donna from.
You wouldn't? You wouldn't? Oh man, a lot.
Because I thought she was like Spanish or something.
Really? Because she doesn't really speak English. No, she says, your role is silent. She only speaks with like a heavy Spanish accent.
Like a Spaniard woman.
Yeah, that'll change you. That one was always funny for me when I watched this movie. Is I hear Jane from Tarzan and I see the prima donna from Phantom of the Opera. Because I saw both of those movies before I saw this.
I mean, that's fair, but even I just did not connect that at all.
Did you at least recognize the Too Fast, Too Furious villain?
Of course not.
I did not. I didn't know he was.
But featured here as a redhead instead of with black hair.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just change the hair color, and I don't know who they are anymore.
That disguise will actually work on Steven, and definitely Jared. I mean, you can have the same. Thank you, Mastiff. Thank you. I know someone else out there catches these people. I feel like, I don't know why, my brain is working on overload sometimes if it thinks it recognizes people. Just like in Star Trek, recognizing that Meredith's son is...
Dude, that was a clutch pull.
Is the kid at the beginning of the movie that you see for 10 seconds.
For like 2 seconds, he's not even like, it's not even like he grows up to be an important character.
No.
He's just completely pointless.
Very pointless, but damn it, I spotted him.
Sure. Good job.
I got him. You got him. Good. I'm good. I'm good.
You're so good.
And I'm good.
It's good.
It's good. It's good.
It's good. It's good.
Hang on. I'm just gonna. Oh shit! No.
Oh!
Undo that.
Oh! I still love that. I still love Windshield Guy.
Windshield Guy.
Every movie needs a Windshield Guy, don't you think?
Even Good Will Hunting.
Even Good Will Hunting needs a
Windshield
Guy.
So.
But I think I have a memento for Good Will Hunting.
Ooh, I can't. Ew. Ew.
No.
Ew.
Unless we can think of something better in the next 25 minutes.
Oh
That's
no!
That's my, come on, man. That's my Little League
That's
glove.
my Little League bit. Oh.
Because there's not a lot to meme on this movie.
No?
I mean, I could just pull up Jane from Tarzan.
I thought you were gonna just. Honestly, I thought you were just gonna get like Genie from Aladdin.
We could do that.
No, the glove I think is pretty fair.
It's very fair.
Pretty iconic.
Why we all zeroed in on the fucking glove?
Jerry was the only one who did, and then I'm just like, all right. So this is what Jerry remembered from the movie.
Yeah.
There was nothing. I wasn't even like joking on the nothing stood out in the movie where I'm like, this is funny.
I mean,
there's like
if
Tom the
we
Cuck
really
is funny,
wanted to
but...
get obscure with it, we could grab a screenshot from Keijo, but that's about it.
Oh no, we don't need to do that.
No.
I think the glove.
Keijo would turn her butt into an apple.
Ew.
Ooh.
What do you think about them apples? And then
How, 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 how,
Aladdin Genie seems too obvious though.
It is too obvious.
And we already
It's
have
too
an
obvious.
Aladdin Genie souvenir from another one.
We do. We used
It's
the
just-
genie last time.
It's just again, just to reiterate, this was going to be a boring episode from the outset because we all loved
It's
it.
always
Yeah, I mean,
it's
So
okay.
so no
But-
no hot discussions
That's a
came
good-
out of it.
Yeah,
No wild
there's nothing-
tangents.
There's nothing to disagree on here. It's just we watched what is probably historically one of the best movies ever made.
How about we replace this movie poster with some of the Gooner anime people that we were talking about earlier? So put the
Oh,
Mind
just
Dress
little-
Up Darling Girl as Matt Damon.
Sure.
And then
Hang on, I got this.
I need a Keijo girl and then the girl from your dress up thing.
Don't say my dress up thing.
your dress up thing.
Oh, that
Jared's
dress-
dress up darling.
You're that dress up anime that you
Jared's fantasy, basically.
like.
All right, let's see here. Let's see. This one could work. All right. Let's see. Let's see how we want to do this here.
What kind of images do we have? You got to find these postures, but just facing from the other direction.
I got a
Dude,
face looking
just the-
this way. Let's see.
It's just like the same poster, but from behind.
Oh Jesus. Yeah, there's not a lot. Oh wait. Hang on.
Wait a minute.
This one's not bad. In terms of just like
Oh.
direction facing.
The actually matching Matt Damon's.
Okay.
Sure.
Chilling.
Hello, Peachling.
Oh, Peachling. Peachling.
Welcome to spring screening. You must be
Yeah.
new
Wait.
here if this is your first time seeing the bathing suit,
Don't-
not bathing suits, the
That's
sleeping
true.
bags.
Our little sleeping bag.
Try to not be distracted by the myriad of imagery you're seeing
Don't
on
worry
the
about that.
screen.
In case you're curious, we talked about Goodwill Hunting today. I hope that sums up the entire stream for you.
I
Well,
love
at
watching
any-
Jared do this in the most correct way possible.
How else should I do it?
Oh.
Literally any other way.
Describe one to me. Teach me, motherfucker. This is a teachable moment.
You got a fucking like polygon select tool or like anything?
I don't know what
Oh.
software he's
I'm
using.
using
He's using-
paint.net.
Paint.net.
I don't think there's like a lasso.
Is there a,
like-
like a
There's a
selection
lasso
lasso.
tool.
But is there like a polygon lasso tool that you could use? Or you
No,
can,
I
like,
think it's a
click.
drag and drop or a dragging sort of thing. Let me see here.
Like you like hold click on it on the tool and see if there's other options.
Oh, hold click on it. Let's
I
see.
don't.
No.
No, okay.
Wait, hang on. Yeah, it's a click and drag sort of thing. So
that's
if I
just-
if I
that's just
mess
as
up,
bad.
yeah, if I mess up, it's all fucked. So I just go with the.
Fair enough.
And it's. I think with Paint.net, this is what we get. That's okay.
Oh,
we
to-
did,
No,
To-
you can
to fill you-
get some plugins for it. I could look into that.
To fill
but-
you in, P Chilling, we're doing a movie review stream about Goodwill Hunting.
Yes.
Yes.
And I hope that's clear from what you're seeing
That's
right now.
clear enough, right, from what you're seeing?
that's just about as much information as we can give you.
Yeah, But we generally Photoshop some sort of memento or memory from the movie, but it usually ends up being one of our tangents, which is what it's going to be this time as well.
Unfortunately,
especially
today's
this one.
tangent was extra
There was no
goonerific.
shit.
It was literally like 90% of the stream was talking about Gooner anime and why.
Which
they're so
anime
prevalent.
is the goonerist?
What's the Goonerist anime that we can find? And apparently, this was a front runner.
I wouldn't say a
Clips
front
we saw.
runner, but it's just like an obvious, like I can find another anime within seconds that's goonery than the clip from Fairy Tail that Pomo shared.
Oh, fair.
Eventually, Pomo found a way.
He
But-
did.
There's always a way.
But what he initially
You don't know
shared, I'm
what
like,
goon
that's not
means?
very goony.
I guess
he's
gooning
telling-
is technically a new term, but I'm
We're-
30. I'm
we're
31
30.
too, and I know what gooning means. So give
Yeah.
the times already, P Chilling.
Yeah, I know we sound a little chuggy, and sometimes we
We unked out from time to
Unked
time.
out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
online.
I've been known to unk every now and then.
guys, my review of Goodwill Hunting is that movie 8.
Oh, that movie 8. Dude, Matt Damon 8 in that movie. Are you kidding me?
Definitely 8 in that movie.
So gooning is when you're edging for so long, you goon at the end, correct?
You hang on, I got this.
Here we go.
There's a Game Grumps song for this.
Oh, perfect.
There was. I think that was the first time I heard the term goon.
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Here we go. The definition of gooning.
According to Urban Dictionary.
No, we got to go to the song.
Suck my goon scepter. I'm going to read the Urban Dictionary definition of gooning to this music.
I hope you learned something, Pete Chilling.
To be even more accurate, when the gooning status achieved, the man's body becomes, for all intents and purposes, an appendage to his erection. The man becomes free of all social codes of conduct. He may become very vocal, while his body and face might take on the undignified expressions and poses.
You just become goon mad.
The intensely exquisite caresses his penis is exposed to.
That state usually achieved after a prolonged edging session.
As the term goon, since at this point the man effectively looks like a silly, foolish person.
As a result, a quote-unquote gooned out man will become very expressive and demonstrative.
Gooning is not a narcissistic manifestation. Narcissism is extreme selfishness with a grand wild view of one's own talents. Rather, gooning is closer to a meditation experience where the mind and body align, focused on a single thought or feeling. This entry was written by Funky Jerker.
So there you go. I hope that was enlightening.
Yeah, I hope you learned something here.
This makes Sonic feel like the original Subway Surfer.
Yeah, it's got like just a text and someone running away from the screen.
And I'm so glad that you're part of the gooning community now, because I've been gooning for centuries. Let's not say that if there is a community, let's not put ourselves in it.
I don't want to be part of the gooning community. So anyways, that's what we're doing.
So that's gooning.
Yeah, we weren't gooning. We were talking about gooners.
Right. And the kind of anime that they watch. You know what? Maybe I'll just cut it off at like the necklace here. That seems.
And whether or not we agree that it's good goon material.
Y'all have literally watched me do this for like years, and you're only just now calling me out.
Just as impressed today
I feel like you've done Magic Wand Tool or something in here before.
Yeah, but like not when there's like a background that I have to cut out.
There was he couldn't select a solid color.
No.
Guess so.
I can select a solid color, but like when there's like a busy background and stuff, it generally gets pretty muddy in terms of what gets cut out.
That's pretty good. I mean, for the resolution we're going to be viewing.
Exactly. That's usually when I do stuff like this. It's like it's going to be zoomed out. It'll be fine. I mean, your guys' stuff was made by doing the exact same thing.
And we've been using it for years.
And nobody complained. Oh man,
that's gonna be
holy moly.
That looks pretty good.
That's not bad. Wow.
Yeah, thank you for calling us intellectuals. I appreciate that.
Okay. That's not bad. All right, so who's the other one then that we want to do?
We need some from Keijo, right?
One of the butts from Keijo.
Just a butt from Keijo.
So we're gonna make Robin Williams a butt face.
Yeah. To fully show our respect for this talented man.
Oh my god, I just typed in Keijo butt and I got the perfect one. Hang on.
I'm intrigued.
Hang on. Image number 1.
Imagine
Oh my god.
Holy
Fun fact. It's a GIF.
Jeez, that's some cake.
Boing.
Should the butt Should the butt be facing Will?
It needs to be. It can't be like straight on like that. That's too straight.
Okay.
Do you want to get one of those where it's turned a little bit?
Yeah,
I immediately already got you.
Okay.
Oh, hell yeah. Dog.
Easier. Yeah, better.
Easy.
See, that one's like turning its head to look at you.
Exactly.
That one seems like it cares about Will.
Yeah, it really is showing its tender side.
All right.
But see, like when you remove it like this, it loses all its context, and I feel like I'm looking at.
This is what you asked for.
This looks like Mineta's head in My Hero Academia.
God.
I'm assuming. Do I want some like flesh or where do I cut it off?
We're gonna need cheek in there.
Yeah, that's
all
important.
the legs. Yeah, just the.
Maybe the legs are like the neck. Maybe this is all sticking out of the collar of Robin Williams.
Oh, I see. This is.
You know when they say like someone's all legs, like this is kind of what they mean.
Oh, I see. It's their.
I've never understood that before until just now.
When they call someone a butt face.
Hey, butt face.
Butt face.
Butt face.
Butthead.
That's my reminder to call someone a butt face genuinely at work sometime.
Oh, good lord. I'm really cutting into that cheek.
Be careful with those cheeks, Jared.
Pretty sharp
It's
butt
precious cargo. This would be a good time for Grim to tune into the stream again.
Yeah, because
I feel like whenever we do stuff like this, we like summon him.
As soon as we
had earlier, we already got him.
We had a genuine conversation about Goodwill Hunting this stream.
A vulnerable conversation about how we felt.
Talked about when we
feelings.
cried.
A short one.
Yes.
A short one.
We had feelings. And then he would come back now.
Yeah, the other like 90% of the stream was just talking about this sort of stuff. So.
Yeah, but I mean, we learned something.
Yeah. We learned that Jared knows way too much about Gooner anime.
Goddamn right.
I mean, Robin Williams literally in his classroom scene makes a sex joke. What does he say?
That's true.
I wrote it down.
Something about like get them while they're vulnerable.
Nail them while they're vulnerable. So I mean, we're in the vein of the movie.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Close enough.
Close enough.
Oh, Jared, also when they reference the Unabomber in the movie, I thought of your passport. It is because he also went to University of Michigan. I'm like, oh damn.
Yeah. I didn't know. I don't know much about the Unabomber. I didn't know he was that like educated.
That is a different movie. Honestly, what movie is that?
I don't know.
Oh wait, no! Don't expand the canvas. Keep the
No
canvas size.
Quasar, that the storyline was deep, so many regrets.
You
What
know
is
what
that one
you know what
about?
that
Should
is?
I not look that up
Oh,
with like just Google Images?
How do I make this work? Do I rotate it?
I don't know.
No Quasar. What is the premise of this?
Just make it look like it's sitting on top of his shoulders. I think that'll do. Like just like a little bit higher.
Oh, I see.
His beard kind of gets there, but it's actually not bad. It does look like he's turning his head to look at her.
It is an aptly angled ass.
No, Jared, there's one last thing. Can you change the word good to goon?
Yes.
Goodwill Hunting. Yes.
Hang on.
Yes, thank you. That's perfect. Cherry on the top.
Hang on. Oh, I'm trying to find the exact font.
The fonts? Ooh, good luck.
Let's see.
I wish I knew enough fonts to be like, this one will work.
Yeah.
I just looked up the anime that Peach.
Oh wait, I can just do this. Hang on.
I'm gonna read the storyline while you're doing this.
There you go.
Yeah.
Just steal that N.
Yeah. Read it to us, Steven.
All right. When Tomo and her adopted sister Mafuyu Oribe rescue a strange wounded man, they have no idea what they're getting involved with or what the consequences will be. Alexander Nikolaevich Hell is an Iron Quasar, one of many opposing factions of super warriors who can each draw upon the power of the element and wield it as an almost unstoppable array of elements. And unfortunately for Mafuyu, Alexander's faction is there to gather the mystical relics known collectively as the High Circuit, which puts her friends, family, and school at Ground Zero. Battle, blah blah blah. But there's a more disturbing twist, as Quasars require a special liquid diet to manifest their powers.
Oh no!
One provided by the women who serve as the Quasar's partner, and that means that the nursing Mafuyu's already given Alexander is the only kind of nursing he needs.
Whoa!
So, are they just like sucking on titties?
I think so.
This is when you were first getting into anime?
That's an advanced anime right there. Holy shit!
Like you started with that? Why did you go to Reddit for a recommendation?
Don't go to Reddit for recommendations. That's just the worst. But did you like it though? Like, was
Yeah,
it
but
good?
so isn't it good?
Would you
was it
also
good?
recommend it?
How many minutes in is the breastfeeding?
I guarantee you, it's probably one of
It
those where it's
opens.
like the first scene.
It's got to open. Peach Chilling, does it open with breastfeeding?
Immediate
Is there like one of those YouTube videos? Like first 5 minutes.
Jesus Christ.
Did you end up finishing the first episode just to see if it was anything more than that?
Something tells me that they probably stopped after a while. Goonwill hunting, baby.
There we go. We got it. We got there.
That's beautiful.
I love it.
It's a good
I love
encapsulation of what the entire review was like. I also think it would be a disservice if I didn't post this in Discord.
You gotta post it in the Discord. Let the peeps see it.
Just so
you
that
download it, you're gonna commit.
Everyone who
for those people that missed out, they'll know what our opinion of Goodwill Hunting is.
It's this.
I can't wait to have this plus our average score after. Pretty good movie.
My suggestion is going to be the last Harry Potter movie because Jared hasn't seen it.
I actually do think it would be funny to watch some out of order, isolated.
Yeah, just the last movie in a fucking series.
All right.
Wait, Gerald hasn't watched any Harry Potter movies?
I've seen so many. We've been over this. I've read all the books, just not seen all the movies. Sue me.
Not seen the 7th or 8th movie, I don't think. Or is it just the 8th?
I haven't seen like the 5th, the 6th, and the second part of 7.
Okay. You saw the first part of 7.
Yes, in theaters because you guys took me. That's the only reason.
Right.
And you never actually finished the Harry Potter movies.
No, but I finished the books before anyone saw a single movie.
Did you know that Snape is Harry's father?
Yes, I've heard that from you so many times.
I read the Lord of the Rings, but I went to watch the movie. How about that?
Yeah, so get on
He's
Jared's level.
a real fan.
Okay, I'm not a real fan of Harry Potter.
28
Next.
years later.
28 years later? It
Are
does
they
look kind
making
of
a
interesting.
Is that the trilogy now to the
28 days, 28 weeks, 28 years. They skipped months.
They skipped months, I see. Seasons, 28 seasons later.
But I mean, it seems cool. The original director,
What's his
Danny
name?
Boyle, I think.
Was that right? Oh, that sounds right. I hope it's the same composer. Composer is good.
That would be nice. It won't have the same characters, obviously, but I mean, it's got fucking guy from Kick-Ass.
Cillian Murphy. Oh wait, that dude. Oh.
Yeah, it's got him in it, I think.
No, Cillian Murphy. That's okay, I guess.
I think
I
Cillian
like.
Murphy's- I'll be honest. I don't remember if I've seen 28 weeks later.
No, we
I've
saw
seen 28 days later.
No, we watched Weeks Later. We didn't really like it. We liked.
Oh, that's
28
right.
Days.
28 Days Later is good.
It's a good movie. Yeah.
Is he in there? Okay.
All right.
I think we're there.
It's rating time, and also time to spin the wheel.
Woo!
So, I'll start. I have very few, if any, like negative things to say about this movie. Maybe the fight scene on the
At the very
basketball
beginning,
court was a little cheesy.
Very cheesy.
That's so good.
But it was fun.
Slightly jarring.
Yeah. Characters fucking great. Dialogue top tier. Like I said, this is like
the kind of movie you
the
want.
kind of movie that I will seek out to watch generally if I think to watch a movie. This is the kind of movie that would probably get me into a theater. These very real characters, this very authentic dialogue. This movie makes me feel seen. I don't want to say it in a way that like, oh my God, Will Hunting is me for real, for real. That's cringe and not true. But there are aspects of his character. There are themes and ideas explored in this movie that really hit home for me in a way that I didn't expect. Looks beautiful, really tugs at the heartstrings. I can definitely see myself watching this movie again. In the same way that I could definitely see myself watching Whiplash again, which I did. So
wow,
that's high praise.
That's shocking for Jared.
Yes. And you'll never guess where I watched Whiplash a second time on an airplane.
Airplane, yeah.
Which I historically never watch movies on.
Oh, that's true because you have a Switch.
Exactly.
And you have what, that poker game? So why would you do anything else?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Why would I do anything else for 12 hours straight?
Freaky Friday at least once.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So, obviously of the three, this is my favorite of them, just because of how much I've gooned over it.
For sure. That I understand that.
That unfortunately means that I don't have a lot of interesting things to say that haven't already been said for the past 20 years since this movie's been released.
But now you get it. Now you understand.
Now I get it and I understand. And it is rather shocking to me that a movie like this holds up so well after such a long time. It is the very definition of what I would consider to be a timeless movie. So just like Whiplash, where like I can't immediately give it a 10 right out of the gate because I need to marinate on it. I need to let the emotions simmer, maybe even see it again, all that kind of stuff. Initially, I came into this discussion thinking it was maybe a really high 8 out of 10, but the more that I've talked about it, the more that I've started to appreciate it a little bit, I think it's broken the threshold to a low 9 for me and could only potentially go higher in my opinion. I would give this movie a 9 out of 10.
Oh yeah.
Good job,
Good Will
Jerry.
Fucking Hunting.
Yeah, Jerry picked a good one finally.
Jerry, from chef to Good Will Hunting? What?
From chef to About Time to Good Will Hunting.
About Time to Good Will Hunting.
Chef is a good light, just munching movie, okay?
Yeah. Unfortunately, those aren't movies that I enjoy. Personally. So, that's me. Jerry, how about you?
Exhausted from how much he likes the movie. 9.
I'm just struggling to be interesting with it, you know. I can't. I just can't.
I understand.
These are all going to be sort of short.
It's real. It's this is probably like the coldest take review we've ever done. You know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, what do we really say other than just we love it?
Yeah.
So how about you say it a different way, Jerry?
It's 10 out of 10.
Whoa.
Yeah, of course.
This is like the movie that I've been watching regularly. This is like a standard for me for when I decide which movie is 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
It just touched my mind, and I believe it can touch like so many people's mind, like how they can resonate with the movie, oh yeah, I've been there, or something like yeah, this will be like a hard. It's like the whole package inside it. The acting is just phenomenal, and it's the plot and the mood is like it's just promising. Music is there when it's like boosts the mood. It's not like outstanding, but it just fits the theme. Every music, I think. And it's not just see, Will and Sean is like a crucial part, and they did their acting so greatly. But at the same time, the sub character, the important sub character, not the fucking stupid ass like a Harvard student that Steven is wearing, not that just pass the sub character. The important sub character, they have their characteristic, and they took their time to show their character, like a Chuck and the professor, and even the professor's how do I say it? Servant? Not the servant.
Tom?
Yeah, the Tom
he
shows the Tom is like showing their character, he's jealous, but at the same time that he is how do I say that? He's supporting his professor and try to help him, something like that. And Chuck and the Morgan and Billy and the what is the character's name? Skylar. I fucking love Skylar. She's not my type. I don't even like the appearance or something like that. I fucking love Skylar. Fucking dream girl. Not because she's West, because she's got character. She's got character that is so lovable, and it's she's trying to reaching the Will, but because Will is so fun, it's like every fucking package that make me this as a standard 10 out of 10.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
That's a hot 10 from Jerry.
Yeah.
We got the poll up in chat if anyone else would like to share their ratings of the movie.
Yes. The classic poll.
Pomo did start off this review by saying that he's enjoyed the movies less and less as we've gone on.
So he's just wrong.
Good Will Hunting is his least favorite of the three, if I can extrapolate with that.
That's fine. He got back from the Minecraft movie and still had cum on his
pants.
There's
no chicken jockey jokes in Good Will Hunting. That's the problem.
Go ahead, Steven.
Where do you even start with this movie? This is one of those movies.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough.
The fact that it makes me cry, that's already pretty solid. I think every character is so real and genuine in this movie. It is so well written and well acted. Everyone killed it, and so I just get so immersed in it that I'm just paying, I'm not thinking about anything but just what the characters are going through, and so I feel that emotion sort of build up anytime the characters are feeling emotion. I feel it with them, which I think is super a very important thing for this movie because it's a very emotional movie. I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. There's just not a lot. I don't really have anything negative to say about the movie. I don't know if I would give it a 10 out of 10 like Jerry because it's not personally important to me. But I have seen this movie a decent amount of times, not a ton, where there's still stuff that I forgot about in this when I was watching it again because it's been a while since I've seen it. But I think it's just there's a reason. It's a classic for a reason. You can't really deny that. I don't know. I'm just sort of at a loss for words right now, so I'm just gonna say 9 out of 10.
Yeah. See, I think we're all in the same boat of just it's just fucking good.
We've already said everything that needs to be said about this.
Yeah. It's such a milquetoast take too.
It's just good.
Alrighty, Andrew, take us home.
Yeah, we have said enough. I'll just say my score is it's a high 8 out of 10. I gave it my total score is an 8.6 out of 10.
Nice.
I think I don't really have much criticisms. It's just it's obviously not the perfect movie, but I think that everything it wants to do, it does it really well. My favorite part by far, same as Steven, the reason it's a 10 out of 10 entertainment because it makes me cry. I think I get into it. I fully become a part of the movie. I'm invested in everything happening. I think that's cool. It disarms me. I love that. But the thing I love the most is just really good theme. You all know I like theme, and I love the theme of trust. It's consistent from the beginning. They say it out loud. They use it in a bunch of ways. They use it to show the contrast of characters. They use it to show the development of characters. And I love when a movie is just so honest about what its theme is, and it holds to it. It doesn't compromise, and right up until the end, they use it to make every sort of scene matter. That's how, to me, that's how they earn all these moments. But yeah, just fucking beautiful. Historical for a reason. So 8.6.
Absolutely. One of your highest rated scores, I would say.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's just a very good movie.
Yeah, it earned it.
It's just I would love to hear an educated argument why it's not a good movie. It's one of those things where I can see this not being for everyone, but to say it's a bad movie,
objectively good art, I would say.
You might not be into the content of it or something like that, or the story,
what it's trying to do.
You can't really deny just the craftsmanship of it, I guess.
No.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
This is similar to, I think I said this with Raiders of the Lost Ark as well. If more movies were like this nowadays, I'd probably go see more movies.
So Jared just likes movies from the 90s.
I guess.
Even earlier 80s.
I guess I'm just unking out,
Unking out, bro.
Or maybe I just don't like the current tropes that are popular right now.
That's probably what it is.
Because Indiana Jones, I'm sure, was full of tropes as well, for the time.
And from that time.
Yeah.
And it was.
Yeah.
And even maybe this is also kind of a little bit of a product of its time and what people were looking for. What sort of sentimentality were people looking for in the year 1999?
Wow.
But I will say that there's no way that Jared is going to align with what excites people today. It's just.
No.
I want it
I feel the same.
I don't want to be an insufferable hipster about it, but I just know what my kind of tastes are. If I'm gonna spend, I don't want to say I have taste because everyone has their own specific kinds of taste, and that makes it sound like my taste is better or whatever. But if I'm gonna spend a couple of hours like sitting down and watching a thing, I want to, unless I'm watching it for this sort of like movie book club thing, I want to kind of have a good sense that I'm going to personally enjoy it, you know? And I don't get that sense from a lot of like the movies that come out nowadays, or at least like the big advertised movies that come out nowadays. I'll see a trailer to be like, it looks fun for some people, but probably not for me, you know? So like, that's the thing. Movies being made today don't cater to my tastes, and that's all I'm saying. If they were more like the movies that we've watched so far, that could be different. But they aren't. I think there's a very clear difference between an Indiana Jones Raiders of the Lost Ark and anything that Marvel's put out since fucking the first Iron Man, you know? Like this I'm not talking about like, oh, the past like 3 years post Endgame like movies, Marvel movies have sucked or whatever. I'm talking like even since from the outset of Marvel, I would go to those movies, watch them, have a fun time. It's decent, but like it wouldn't be something that I would be like, oh man, the new Marvel movie's out. I gotta go get some friends and see that. It was always everyone else dragging me to that kind of stuff to see it. It just didn't appeal to my tastes. So I don't know. It's just the current state of like what's popular in movies right now.
Yeah,
it doesn't jive with me. Whatever.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah.
I think we've all kind of taken a step back from like that kind of popular media. But that's okay, because maybe now you're discovering things you wouldn't otherwise discover.
Yeah. There's a big old backlog of games, TV shows, animes, and movies that I can easily dig into when the current stuff doesn't match my palate. So, all right. Moment of truth.
Oh, we going on the wheel, baby.
Now, question
I'm
for
real
you,
nervous.
Jerry. Do you already have a second movie in the chamber in case you get hit?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
I
you do. You did. You do.
Fight
Okay.
Club.
Okay.
Right. All right. So here we go. 3, 2, 1, zing.
Oh man, I'm nervous.
If it's gonna be me, I'm gonna be just.
Here it comes. Here it comes. Here it comes.
I knew it. I knew
Tiny
it.
wheel. Tiny wheel. Tiny wheel. Tiny wheel.
Sorry, we only have 2 movies on the list today.
So how do we want to do this? Do we want to just go with the movies that have been submitted this week, or do we want to just include?
I think it's okay. With,
I think it's
like,
okay to include
Rokas in there. And,
yeah,
and Diesels.
Because they've been constantly requesting the same movie. They just missed it.
That's okay. The regulars we can keep.
I'm okay to do that.
I think that's fine.
So I would just add Pomo movie to that, whatever the fuck that means.
Oh, that's what I'm nervous about.
Pomo. You should be nervous because
if
he's the only one in
else-
chat that can redeem some movie wheel sizes,
If
and
anyone
there they are.
else is in the Discord and wants to submit a movie, last
Can I-
call.
Can I redeem to reduce his size?
You cannot.
Damn.
And he's redeemed 3.
That's
3.
That's just kidding. We have like
Okay.
a
Mastiff's redeemed one.
Mastiff
Okay.
Yeah, Mastiff.
Twice.
Yeah.
All
3
right.
times.
My boy.
All right.
I like
And
this.
I don't
Thank
think
you.
I don't
Thank you,
think
Mastiff.
Diesel or
Roka is
Roka are
here.
here.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Gingy.
Gingy.
You'll hear the outcome.
I mean,
Unless you want
if you
to
have a
right
movie,
now.
if you have a movie off rip that you would like to submit,
you
just
can
type it in the chat.
Type it in chat right now if you want. That's fine too.
You just say the movie.
But this has to be like
You got ready to go.
you're confident in
yeah,
this.
a
And
good-
you like this movie. A good movie.
You should be
At
able to,
least
be able
it's
to back it up.
special. It's interesting. Make
It
it.
should-
interesting.
It should be an
able to back
important
it up.
movie to you.
Yeah.
And the same, I guess,
that's
goes
the only
to,
criteria. It could be anything.
Like, P Chilling, if you're here, I think also
Yep.
feel free.
Yeah.
Throw us a movie suggestion, because we're only gonna get 2 of these. We're only gonna get 2 chat
Votes
suggestions.
No,
votes
4.
if you're still here as well.
We're gonna get 4
Oh,
chat
both.
suggestions. 2 for each
4,
person,
okay.
and then 4 in chat.
Ah,
So
okay.
that's 12 movies. Yeah.
Got you.
Yep.
Why do we let them have 4? That's just crazy.
That does seem.
Because like it's
It doesn't
a
have to be
bunch of
object-
people.
It doesn't have to be objectively good. It just needs
No,
to be like
for
good
A movie that you
for
like.
For example, I chose Star Trek for our first movie because that was a personal movie that I like.
Rock and Rolla.
Rock and roll.
I've
rock
not
and
heard of
roll.
that.
I've never even heard of that, so that's fine. That'll be good.
All right, we'll change this to a different color. This.
Pink,
All right.
purple. you know, something completely different than the colors that you have right now.
Dark blue is different enough.
Anything.
Is it?
Yep. Can you tell
We'll
the difference
notice it,
between
we'll notice
Nosferatu and Rock and Rolla?
We'll notice
You're
it when
lying.
it happens.
Alrighty. This is
Ready?
the wheel.
Oh, baby.
All right.
3, 2,
Oh, it lands on Rock and Rolla.
1.
Rock and roll, baby.
So I have no idea.
60,000 points have been dropped on this wheel.
Yeah, well.
And it is Pomo.
All right, Pomo, what's your movie?
Hit us with it, Pomo.
What is it?
Oh.
What is your mystery movie?
It's Hundreds of Beavers. I've actually heard about this movie.
Hundreds of beavers.
I don't think that this is a troll choice from Pomo.
Okay. I've never heard of this.
I have heard about this. I think YMS has covered this movie. It's from 2022, Jerry.
Really?
Huh. Yep. Apparently YMS really liked this movie, so we'll see. We'll see. It did pique my interest. It can be. He also gave Lighthouse a 10 out of 10, so, you know.
That I know, and he also liked that movie with Emma Stone in it, and I hated that. So I don't know. It's hit or miss for me.
It might. Oh, perfect. That's exactly what we were looking for, Pomo. It might be your favorite movie. Good job, then.
Favorite movie. Okay, I appreciate you not memeing us and giving us something legit. And I'm also, none of us has seen this. That's going to be very interesting.
My condolences to Mastiff dropping the 30K. Maybe next time,
Sorry.
Mastiff.
Sorry.
Try dropping 50K next time.
They can't. I cap it to 3 for each person. It is a decent watch. I enjoyed it. I don't think it was a masterpiece of a movie. It's definitely like I still like those kind of movies. It's something I've never seen before.
There are parts of it I like. I like Willem Dafoe and what's his name?
Robert Pattinson.
Robert Pattinson. Their performances,
Edward Cullen.
the art of it, the cinematography, like the artwork there is pretty. I think that the people who wrote it were very pretentious and didn't actually think about making a good movie. They thought about making a smart movie.
All right. Well, there you go. Pomo officially got his
Beaver movie.
Beaver movie.
Beaver movie?
Beaver jockey.
Beaver jockey.
No masterpiece by any such Robert Pattinson. Oh, yeah. Both of the 2 leading actors. Fucking. They ate.
Amazing. They ate in that movie. I agree with you on that, Genji. I just wish that the rest of it matched their level.
Alrighty. We gotta giggity get on out of here.
What?
Is that? I'm hearing Sherlock music in the background.
No, that was Bastion music.
Oh, okay.
It's got a bit of a Sherlock twinge to it. It sounds like now that you mention it.
That whatever the sound of that instrument is.
Yeah. I don't know. Where do we even?
Nah, I won't. I'm not gonna look up anything about your movie, Pomo. Especially if I've never heard of it.
I'm just gonna go in blind.
That's what I did with Skinamarink, and that turned out well.
It turned out great. 7 out of 10.
Honestly, it probably would have been worse if I knew about it beforehand, because I would have dreaded watching it.
Yeah.
At least the way I did do it, I was already in there, so I just I got no other choice. So on a trip next week,
we'll be talking about
that's
it.
what the VODs are for,
without
baby. Maybe we just skip Pomo's movie then.
Well, he won't be here. He won't know whether or not we watch it. We just put up the score.
That's true.
You are obligated to come back to the stream at some point to give your opinion, though.
That is true.
All right.
To hear it.
Tomorrow, we are continuing our randomized Nuzlocke challenge of Pokemon Emerald. Maybe we'll get to a gym. We'll see.
I'm looking forward to it.
I'm scared.
I had fun last week.
I'm scared.
I had fun last week.
We could just die.
We could die. We could completely white out and start from scratch.
We haven't lost any Pokemon yet, though. So
yes, it's going surprisingly decently.
Our crew is okay.
Yeah.
No, Lil Wormy has
Lil Wormy is
Lil Wormy,
fodder. Is our cheerleader.
He's like a cheerleader.
Alrighty. So, until then, though, Jerry, in your best Boston accent, take us out of here.
Hey, love you, Mr. Minute. Later, Cabbage Patch.
Not bad. Later, Cabbage
Perfect.
Patch. 100% Korean.